and make an impact if a lot of people can't deal with this relentless, very, very, very effective grappling style.
Yeah, look, he's been a problem on the PlayStation division for a very long time. And the way he does it, he sets up seamless takedowns. He's not spammy with it. He's really, just really effective in the way that he approaches the game all around. He's like, honestly, he's so effective that like, even with such a heavy grappling approach that he has to a lot of his games, he just doesn't, he doesn't like waste the energy. You know, you see a lot of these guys who are kind of like quote unquote spammers. They have problems with their stamina management. Not Spooky. Spooky's going to be there for the very end. Now, I will say that that was a big reversal from Nunez, but not for long, as Stewie gets flung back around and ends up on bottom once more.
Yeah, and brilliant reversal there, back for Spooky to remain in top position. Already secured the first round with relative ease and looking at 2 minutes away from securing this one. You know, it's so hard as well, as the stamina is dwindling. Stewie powering a lot is what I'm seeing. And the stamina just getting lower and lower. Needs to find himself back to the feet. Nice to know, not patient enough for Stewie. Needs to punch a little bit more and set the rhythm out of Spooky, because someone like this is going to be, you know, they're going to know about these transitions and these quick get-ups. You know, you really need to use your grapple advantage to the maximum efficiency that you can. But yeah, does find himself on top now, Stewie. But Spooky again, just flips the position. So goes for the sweep, gets him straight into side control. And
I was going to say,
you know, Slinger, this one must be very demoralizing, you know, if you're Stewie.
I mean, he doesn't look like he's too demoralized. Like, he's actually doing pretty good on the ground compared to what I thought he was going to do against someone like Spooky. But, I mean, this is where Stewie's almost lost last round, was just from him posting up and just laying down the hands. But it looks like Spooky took the round two, too.
That was a big round for Spooky, in my opinion. Obviously, I didn't catch the first round, but in the third one now, Stewie's going to have to come out here, get those hands going, and really, really leave it all out in that octagon, right? You don't want to let that opportunity at the prize money slip away without emptying the gas tank. So if you have to risk getting taken down again, you have to risk whatever. You need to get those hands going. You need to get that damage landed as quickly as possible. If there's anybody that can do it, Jakey, it's going to be Amanda Nunes. She hits like a Mack truck, especially in this weight class. You know, you've got to stop that takedown early, and he does.
He did. A good takedown denial there for Stewie. Can he do it again? He can't. But yeah, I do agree. It is that power differential. Nunes just hits like a truck. You know, them 3-4 pieces come out so quick, and it could really leave you in a spot above. A one block is all it takes, really, if you can get them into a vulnerable position. But you know, Spooky looking like a little bit like a wet blanket at the minute. Just getting you down with relative ease, you know, relentless pressure on the ground as well. He's not just stalling tactics. Do you see there? Nice flip from Stewie, but you know, 2 rounds up, this is all minutes that is good for Spooky. Like the longer clip and another sweep, and he's off the back sweeps are amazing as well. You know, really gets back to top control before his opponent can even stand back to the feet and take in the back. And yeah, it's going to be very hard again for Stewie to.
I was about to say back flat was about to be a problem. He doesn't stay in there, which is good for him, but and he stops the submission. Stewie, man, he's staying true to himself. Like, this is a frustrating thing to go against, but like, he's not giving up. A lot of people would have like maybe given up that arm right there, Slay, but no, he's trying to find opportunities to win. It's just that the time is ticking away from him right now, and opportunities are becoming slim and none.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this is aggravating for Stewie, just for the simple fact that I'm pretty sure he's looking to just stand up and try to use the power behind Amanda's hands just to end the fight, but Spooky he's a hands-on guy, man. He's going to take you down.
Couple of knees to the grill as well. 1:55 left on the clock. Can we get a finish here this evening?
And this is where Stewie really needs to just go balls to the wall, you know, front kicks, flying knees, whatever he can pull out the bag, because that's going to happen. You're going to get taken straight back down for this final 1:30, and you know, morally, I would feel defeated at this point. I'd feel like there's not much I can really do. It's going to be interesting to see how Stewie reacts. Does go for the full guard, which is good for him. Does need to either wait for a ref stand up, I believe. Don't want to get denied and give up position. Just company postures really for the reset clock when there's a posture that comes. Resets the clock nice and easy for Spooky. And yeah, 40 seconds left. And it's looking like the Spooky G has made a big impact on his first round.
I think that this is a dominating thing. I'm surprised, Stewie, to be honest. If you're in a situation like this, guys, and somebody is taking you down almost at will, at that point you may as well just give up the fact that you're going to take some head health damage and just literally block low the entire time. Get those hands ready to block a takedown. It's better to take a couple of jabs or hooks than it is to get it on the mat and take a minute 50 to work your way back to the feet, because that's what Spooky's game is right now. You know, he's trying to make you block low so that he can set up his strikes. You don't worry about that. He's going to keep taking you down, and he did so at will for the entirety of this bout. You know, a couple of takedown defenses, but for the most part, it was almost met with very little resistance.
I will give Stewie credit. He did a good job on the reversals and denials. So
yeah,
props to him on that.
Just honestly, I'll give him one thing. He has you know, the fighter spirit. He didn't give up, and that's one of the only rules here. Everybody fights, nobody quits, and that's exactly it. He didn't quit. Stick to it at the very end, but sometimes some mountains are too high to climb, and Spooky Mountain was that mountain here this evening for Stewie, who was able to get himself a big victory, moving himself onto that next stage, securing his spot in the second round of knockout fights. That was, like I said, domination for Spooky, but anybody that's seen Spooky do his thing in the past, you know what he brings to the table. You know, he got 8.5 minutes there of top control time, 2 stuns, 30-27s across the board. Doesn't come more of a picture-perfect performance for something like that. Great setting us up for the next one. The next one that we have on the box now, obviously we're going to see Spooky up against Easy Work. Now that's an eternal striker via an eternal grappler. Now one thing I will say about Easy is he typically has some pretty decent takedown defense as well, Jakey. So that's an interesting fight to keep your eyes on. Kind of a throwback fight, if you will, to the old school kind of grappler v strikers that we used to see in the UFC when people were still kind of specialists, right? But we now actually have the final 2 fights of the right-hand side of the bracket before we start to get on to that second stage. It's going to be Mixups, also known as Cicero now, as he's changed his name again. Love this guy, though. He's an incredible fighter, entertaining, all-round threat, mixed martial artist, able to do it on the feet, able to do it on the mat. And he's going up against Mad Dog, who, Jakey, I'll throw it back to you, my man. Mad Dog came through with a big upset at the beginning qualifying stages for this, getting a first-round knockout over JUFC, who is a pretty credible threat, or was a pretty credible threat, until Mad Dog got involved.
Yeah, very dangerous guy, JUFC, and he did get taken out cold by Mad Dog. So, you know, nothing to feel bad about Mad Dog. You've already done it. You've already shown it. It was, you know, it was one of them Hail Mary uppercuts, and it just knocked him out cold. But he's taken on Mixups, a little bit of a differential in ping now in this matchup. I believe it's at 120 ms we're looking at over in the welterweight division. So it's going to be fun. Mad Dog versus Mixups does go by a different name now, but yeah, already took out, just like we see earlier with veteran Grizz, did put on a bit of good performance with his upset victory, and now we're seeing Mad Dog to see if he can, and he's locking in Darren Till, which is, I know when he dropped, it was a very interesting pick, and we are seeing Jorge Masvidal as well. So, you know, typically away from the grappling aspect that I know Mixups for. But this is a very fun fight. Darren Till versus Jorge Masvidal. Absolutely bang.
That's the thing, though. In this type of matchup, right? Like, obviously, Jorge Masvidal is definitely a striker. I mean, it's hard to say not, but he can grapple, he can wrestle a bit. And I think he's going to have that to fall back on, especially up against a pick like Darren Till. But Mixups has done massive improvements to his all-round striking game. He has become much more of a striker recently. And I feel like, like we were speaking about Dirty Dave earlier, he just has that to fall back on now if he needs to. Obviously, I think he's going to try to test his opponent here, see what different looks he gives him, what he's able to answer back to. I tell you what, that's an overhand from hell right there to kick us off, though, Slayer. Big connection from Jorge Masvidal.
Jorge is actually one of my favorite fighters to use, so I'm kind of straying over to Jorge's side. Like Darren Till, he's good and all, but I've always been a big Jorge user, and I'm a big fan of his. So, but Mad Dog's my boy. He was actually one of the original people who started GFC, so gotta show some support to him too. But I'm kind of curious on how you can use Darren Till compared to Jorge, who Jorge has some hands on him as it is already with all his boxing experience.
Yeah, I mean, Mad Dog's a dangerous guy, man. Like, he wasn't actually winning the entirety of that first round when he beat JUFC. Funnily enough, it was the first fight that happened in the qualifying stages, and I watched it. Well, me and Jakey did, I believe, while we were getting everything set up. And this guy knocked him out, like, final seconds. Like, he's got some excellent head movement and some pretty swift counters to come back with it. So he's really good at capitalizing on maximizing damage every opportunity that he can. Obviously, this is a difficult start to him so far there, Jakey, but he seems to be trying to find a rhythm and trying to fight his way back into this bout with another lovely duck and counter.
Yeah, some nice counter combinations from him there, as we've just seen a couple land from Mad Dog. He does have that in the bank. He does have some... Oh, the big flying knee lands, and he's pouring on the pressure now, and that is massive in this round for Mad Dog. Then big strikes that do catch you out, and it's a big cut that's open. Well, I believe it's broken the nose of Jorge Masvidal. And, you know, fighting a good fight so far. He's no slouch, Mad Dog. JUFC did relatively do well in that fight, but you would expect him to. But you know, with someone of this ability, they can definitely take the wins. Mixups obviously a very, very tough fighter to get it done against. Fundamentally very sound. You see him there working that jab, working that double jab pressure in. But we do see some good slick counters from Mad Dog. But nice rear hook does land there for Mixups as the pressure comes down, and a jab, rear hook again, and really just putting this pressure on Darren Till. He was trying to find range, trying to find the counter windows to fire Mixups at, but you know, I feel like this Mixups pressure is doing very beautiful things, Cyrus.
Hey, stop!
No, it really is. Mixups has decided to go big or go home here this evening. Those overhands coming thick and fast right now, connecting on the left-hand side of Till's face. As you can see, a bit of a laceration below that left eye. Mad Dog sticking true to what got him to the dance, trying to slip and rip some of those combinations. I feel like a little bit more lateral movement would play dividends for him at the moment, Slayer, but he's not out this fight. You know, he's had some good moments himself, and obviously there's a lot of time to work with. There's still 10 minutes left on this regulation clock.
Yeah, and actually, Mad Dog's doing a better job at managing his stamina. I know in the fights that I've watched him, he generally goes through it pretty quickly. And he's actually taken a step back of doing flashy moves, so I can definitely say he's definitely taking this fight more seriously than the most that I've seen him fight.
As we see some more pressure coming from Mixups, Sicario, should we call him, and a big rock and a nice pull, but not doing enough there, and a clinch from Mixups. Clinch-ups, we used to call him back in the day, very well versed in the clinching department and the wrestling department. Will take them clinches there to gain positional advantage any way he can, as we see the block shattered now from all of this jab pressure, this forward jab pressure from Sicario. So yeah, so far fighting a good fight, but still does have to be very wary of the Mad Dog counters, because Mad Dog is still there. And this Darren Till is very strong. Another big rock into the flying knee, and the pressure is just immense from Sicario right now.
One of the biggest kind of adjustments to Mixups' game is he started training with Trixie, funnily enough, quite a lot, and we saw massive improvements in his striking as a result. And you can see it here this evening, just being so calculated with it, so relentless. He brings that chaos that Mixups has always been known for, and he still mixes it up, but now he's mixing up with those hands, and he keeps putting those paws right on the chin, brother.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? It's Mad Dog falling out of the sky, and a big punch out of the sky there, and this will be all she wrote, and a brilliant performance from Sicario. And yeah, takes home that dub with the new alter ego Jorge Masvidal that you will see featured a little bit later on in this tournament. But yeah, brilliant performance there from Sicario. Mad Dog had a good run. You know, a lot of guys will thank him for taking out a big name in that is JUFC. So you know, his road has come to an end, but he did make a massive impact on this tournament and how it will play out in the future. So definitely made a good show of himself. But yeah, brilliant performance from Mixups and advances to the next round. And yeah, looking forward to seeing who he's fighting in the next round.
Yeah, I mean, look, this thing is getting interesting real quick. It was intriguing to start. Now it's interesting. This is starting to heat up. People are advancing to that next stage. We're starting to see, some of the favorites get through, and some people who maybe not the favorites got through, and ultimately, we're getting closer and closer to the quarterfinals, the finals, where things are going to be a little bit different. Of course, there's going to be more information on that a little bit later, but. For those who don't know, alter egos, certain fighter selections are all going to be at play as we get towards that later segments. But we still have one more fight on the initial round one of this tournament, as we now have the two guys that have been around for some time, actually, funnily enough. It's going to be between Naznim and It's Fran. And I mean, if you don't know these guys, you're slacking. They've been around. They've been doing work for longer than I care to remember, to be quite honest with you. They're absolutely incredible competitors. And I feel like they're both always putting on entertaining bouts as well. Now, I'm not a guy that believes in jinxes, Jakey, and I don't want to say that I'm going to jinx it, but these guys always try to leave it on the line. Kill or be killed sort of attitudes on both sides of the equation, and I wouldn't expect anything less here this evening.
Yeah, definitely. I know both these guys very well. I watched Nazim's come out of nowhere and made a massive impact in another competitive league. Did very well there, and he's here now. He's part of the FSK boys, the Flow State Kings, with likes of Badinator and other big heavy hitters, God Ate My Pig, and people like that. So definitely the skill is there if he is there, and obviously Hate Fran part of that fabled Regicide camp, where we see guys like Rep, Ali ADP, and some big other names there. So yeah, it's going to be a banger of a fight. Both of these guys, you see the Conor McGregor locked in. Both of these guys will meet in the middle, and it will be absolute beautiful violence.
Yeah, Hey It's Fran was actually one of our most dominating champions for Xbox. He held it up before Ali ADP actually joined the league, and him and Ali literally went at it over and over and over again, and have put on some of the best fights that we've had. And I think when we had UFC 5, I think after our first season, we did what we call a historic fight, and let those two go at it. And then instead of it being a repeat of Ali winning, it was actually Fran that beat him, I think, in the 4th round. So I know Ali has some skills, and I know Fran has some skills, and Fran was running the Xbox League for such a long time. So I know Fran has quite a bit of skill behind him. As far as, yeah, I was going to say his other name, but I'm not saying that.
Didn't want to call this guy Daddy? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah. XCO. I don't know too much about him, so.
Honestly, like I said, these guys been putting in work. They're both just so dangerous in the octagon. I will say that I think this is only the second mirror match we've seen this evening, which is a pleasant surprise. But this Conor McGregor pick, just such a powerful one for this weight class. It is a striker's delight. You're able to really get those hands going. And obviously, he hits so hard. He's so fast. The counters are there. An excellent pick for both of these guys. These are the guys that you want to see using the Conor McGregors of UFC 5.
Yeah, definitely. Two very, very good veterans going at it now. Well, when I say veterans, not been around since the early doors of the game's life cycle, but in terms of household names in UFC 5 and towards the end of UFC 4, these guys were really up there. You see their big combinations coming from Naznim, really getting through the block, but Fran not taking a step back. Both of these guys trying to earn their spot to take on Mixups in the next round, battling it out. Both of these guys will be a tremendous for Mixups, but big up there from Naznim, Exco, Daddy, and it's going to be all. And it's all.
Jeez.
0 to 100 in 0.5. That was incredible. Just back and forth battle, but ultimately Naznim finding the way to land those killer blows. When that straight landed and then that check hook right there, beautiful work. Like I said, these guys, they're here to live or die by that sword. They're entertaining fighters, and they proved it here once again. just willing to meet in the middle and find out who has those better hands. Naznim with the Heat Seekers here this evening.
Whose fight was faster, Nazim's or Drizz's?
I think that's Drizz's. I still think that's Drizz. I could be wrong, but Drizz's felt like it was in a flash. Like it just felt so quick. Like,
that was about 900 elbow events as well. But we do see hand raise from Xcode Daddy, aka Naznim, the Flow State King. Does advance to the next round. So that does conclude the first round of matches. Do we get an update of what's happening with what remains of Maxi? What remains of?
I think they forfeit, if I remember right.
From what I've seen, it looks like there has been a forfeit, which I believe means that we're going to have Grizz just straight through to the quarters, which, yeah, I just got a thumbs up from the back, though. That's, I mean, let's be honest, Grizz probably making it there anyway, but if anybody, should get it by, it's that man right there, especially after that first leg performance. I'm not saying that this is what happens, right? Because I like Maxi. I think he's a good dude. But I'm reckoning that maybe these guys disappeared a little bit because of the performance he put on, because that was a terrifying performance, and I think that everybody on that side of the bracket and the opposite one is looking at Drizz as the guy that's the beat right now. I mean, that was a terrifying first start for him. It does, though, as you say, bring us to an end of the first elimination stages. We now move on to knockout stage 2, or round 2, as you see on your screens right there. We're going to be going back across to the left-hand side of the bracket, where we're going to actually see the one and only Baddy the Baddie stepping back into that octagon here this evening, and he's going to be going up against Zay or Reps. Now, this is an interesting fight. Reps really, Jakey, fought incredibly well in that first set. He was thoroughly impressive. And I believe I said at the time that he is going to be able to pose a credible threat to Badinator. Now, it's hard to bet against Baddy, of course, because he is the baddie. But this is an all-or-nothing moment for Reps here this evening, where he gets to stamp his name out there with a big win if he's able to do so over back.
Yeah, definitely. Just before we move forward, I do want to shout out Creasy for the 16 months subscription there. Big shout out to you, Creasy. 16 months in a row. But yeah, we are moving on now. Badinator taking on Brett. Yeah, we've seen it be a bit of a ping differential, could cause some problems for Fad. That high ping grappling, but you're never going to hedge your bets against him. Or anyone with their sanity left wouldn't. But this is where we're moving on now. You're seeing some of these names: Ed Parker, Dirty Dave, aka Dave, I'm the GOAT, Warrior, Dex, Premacy. Jesus Christ, we have the craziest lineup coming through now. Mixups, Naznim, Easy Work, Spooky, Suave versus Trixie. This is where history is made and bangers fights happen. But yeah, so Rep really needs to dig deep, take out Badinator, and I'm pretty sure everyone else on this tournament will be rooting for him.
Absolutely. Well, without further ado, we get going. They are now ready. They are raring to go. Back in women's flyweight this time, Alexa Grasso up against Valentina Shevchenko.
I believe that's incorrect. I believe I set this at flyweight men's, but it's whatever.
they go with it, brother. They're going with it. We're gonna roll with the punches.
They made it harder for themselves.
They did. I've never seen anybody opt into a woman's fight, so that is what it is.
Yeah, it was men's. Downtown. But they have locked into women's flyweight, but this result will still stand. But we do see Alexa Grasso versus Valentina Shevchenko again, I believe. Obviously a lot of people were saying Badinator is the favourite, but Rep, if he can get this fight to the ground, it could cause a little bit of problems. I have seen a couple of times someone locking a sub on Fad, Ali ADP being one of them. So, if he can get him down to the ground, Slayer, then, it could open up a whole barrel of problems for the favourite.
Man, I don't know. Because I've heard a lot of good things about Badinator. So, I mean, to my knowledge, based off of what I've seen from the ESFL, he's a top competitor. Very few can match to be his level. I know a lot of people say GOAT 1099 is probably one of the the top dogs against him. But I mean, Rex is no joke either. Like, I've seen him pull some crazy stuff, and I have hopes that he's going to put on a show. And if anyone's going to give Fad a run for his money, or at least make him work for it, it's definitely going to be Rex.
Well, I will say that Rex has already landed a big head kick, got a stun, tried to get a takedown, didn't quite go his way, but now finds himself in top control. It's a great start from him in a fight that, you know, everybody would say is a very, very tough one. He's answering that and some with very little hesitation. Doesn't seem to be lacking on confidence, does this man?
We do see here some sprawl damage coming from Rap. And, you know, good ground position control. This is what he wants to look for. And he goes to take the back. And a nice roll to full guard for Badinator, looking to just maybe stand back up and cause some more carnage on the feet. But, you know, Rep happy to just stay here and try and see out the rest of this round, which will be it will benefit him if he can just drag the champion, or the NEC champion, the whatever champion he is, the ESFL champion, into the later rounds. And yeah, definitely bodes well for him, Cyrus, if he can just, you know, have a round like this.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Like I said, nobody in their right mind would bet against Badinator coming into this fight, but Reps is showing you that he's somebody to watch in this entire thing. And as we said, if he's able to get the victory here this evening in this fight, he may put himself up there as one of the favourites, to be quite honest with you, Slay, because he's going to knock off one of the most credible threats to the entire thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like I said, if anything, he's definitely going to make sure Badinator, you know, works to get that money. Like, out of all the fights that he's done in GFC, he's always put on some great shows, and he's had some quick fights, he's had some prolonged fights, but he's always had, you know, some of the best fights I've seen. So, I mean, he's fully capable of, you know, taking it away from Badinator if it really boiled down to it.
And just avoided a big onslaught that was coming his way from Fad right there. And yeah, this is heating up a lot, Jakey. I mean, I almost a little lost for words right now in what we've seen so far. Fad's trying to answer back. He is absolutely a master of finding a way to get victories, no matter what way the fight they start or midway point. Right, he finds a way every single time. But weirdly enough, his back is a little bit up against the wall right now after a difficult first round.
Yeah, but you could win 5. You could win 5 rounds out of 5 against Badinator and still be in position to get knocked out after the bell or something with Badinator. He always finds a way to come through. He's so dangerous. You know, credit to Rhett, fighting really well. You know, got to put the pressure on Fad. You know, make him double think what he's doing, not just let him have all this freedom to just chop you down. Which he's doing right now to Rep. He's answering back really well. But Rep, you know, he's hanging on in there. But yeah, still Fad as dangerous he is as soon as from the word go, you know, you can never count him out. But yeah, Rep's still landing really well.
And like, in fact, he's landing incredibly well. And like, Badinator is answering back. He's finding his rhythm, as we would expect. But it's almost being overshadowed right now because even whilst he seems to be finding his flow, Reps seems very much in this fight, and for my money is actually still slightly ahead in this round still. Although this may change with a couple of more of these combinations connecting. He seems on the verge of being rocked right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, he came in throwing combos, and each and every single punch was landing. So,
oh, there it is, there it is. Baddie the baddie. Chants are raining out as he gets the victory. Tell you, bro, he's just a different breed right now. Baddie the baddie for a reason. Absolutely incredible competitor. I mean, commiserations to Reps. He had a great showing here this evening, but some tasks are insurmountable, and Badinator is one of those tasks, at least in this bout.
You look at a lot of the names that you could potentially be matched up with, and the first one you don't want to see Badinator. You know, you sometimes hope for a little bit of an easier route to the final, but Badinator, we've seen it some time and time again. He sometimes does look invincible. You could have, like I say, you could have the best round of your life against him, but he's still so dangerous. no matter what time. He just lets them combos fly and he just lands precision at any point. And we see it there. Brilliant victory. Commiserations to Rep. Did his job well, got through. But sometimes, like you say, some mountains are impossible to climb.
Absolutely. And look, that heats us up and starts us off very, very nicely for the second stage of this tournament. We're now going to get to see the debut of him here this evening with Ed Parker stepping into the cage. And an interesting fight will this be, because it's actually going to be between Ed Parker and Dirty Dave, who won his first round of this tournament in a pretty emphatic fashion, up against a very tough Leon Stolz. So this one right here, I expect to be a bit of a barn burner. I'm actually seeing, because I get a little bit of a glimpse ahead, where it looks like Dirty Dave is sticking with the with the striking meta that he has built up over the last 12 months or so. The reps he's putting in the gym have clearly got confidence in those hands, and he's going up against one of the fabled strikers around in Ed Parker.
Ooh. Yeah, it's very exciting. Get to watch Ed Parker on the big screen. Didn't get to catch him in the first round, but he is here. He's taking on Dirty Dave. Dirty Dave again, opting away for the grappler pick, opting for Alex Pereira, taking on his Israel Adesanya in middleweight. It will be very interesting. What do you think of this matchup, Spooky?
You say Spooky?
Slinger,
sorry, I'll just add him.
To be honest, I don't know too much about Ed Parker at all. Like, I don't think I've ever seen the guy fight. But I am kind of curious, because having an Israel versus an Alex pick, I mean, most people favor Alex, but I'm curious to see how people handle Israel when it comes to fighting against Pereira.
Just waiting for these guys to finalize some integrity checks, as there is a lot of money on the line. So I'm sure you can appreciate, we'd like to make sure everyone who is competing is playing for themselves and everything is run as smooth as possible to benefit all of the competitors involved. Obviously, a lot of these guys are passing them with flying colours, so it shouldn't be too long. Should probably be about 30 seconds. But yeah, Sarez, what do you think of Dave picking up Alex Pereira? Maybe not a Caricus.
Yeah. I think that having the diversity of somebody like a Dricus would, really, really play out well for him. But you know as well as I do, Jakey, that when it comes to this, kind of game as a whole, it's not about the fighter pick, it's about the man behind the sticks. And he's looking to match the ability of Ed Parker on the feet, I would imagine, with this pick. And if he needs to grapple, Dirty Dave can grapple with anything. He can grapple with absolutely anything. So if he needs to, he may have to try and sit him down with Alex Pereira. But from what I saw from Dirty Dave out this leg, at least in the last leg, he's definitely had massive improvements on the feet. And I wonder how that's going to stack up against somebody like Ed Parker. I know that you say you haven't seen him fight before, but he's a very good striker. I would like more of a sim sort of striker. He's very good at counters, very good at range management, all of that. So this is going to be one of the trickier fights for him on the feet, I would feel, for Dave.
How's Ed Parker on his ground game?
I've never actually seen him challenged down there too much. I believe he's pretty well rounded, but obviously striking is where his bread is buttered.
You know what I like to say is these guys, when they're so proud of their striking, they like to make sure that they don't get taken to the ground. Obviously, Ed Parker, not a grappler, probably can grapple, but doesn't want to be there whatsoever. So looks to stay on the feet as much as possible. So they work highly on their takedown defense, where it doesn't benefit Dave, as Dave has got someone with low takedown stats in Alex Pereira. But if he can get a drop or something and get him to the ground, then it should bode well if he can stay on top. But these guys should be good to go.
I'll bring it back across to them. I haven't had any update on it, but I would only hope and assume so. But yeah, if not, we may have to look at slightly moving on for the moment, which would be a big shame. But I assume that there is
confirmed there is one player done and Mitts are the other one, so they should be no longer
than 10. Just got the thumbs up from the back. The little engine that could in the background giving me that thumbs up, and looks like we are about ready to get going. Ed Parker, of course, getting that Izzy pick. Dirty Dave going Alex Pereira with all the power that entails. Should make for a very interesting matchup. which is finally here, I will say, Slay, and I am happy to see it.
So a good fight, very excited for this one. Myself, as you say, every round now is definitely full of hard hitters. One of these will be joining Badinator in the first round of the quarterfinals that will be hosted over at ESFL Gaming. Will be very, very exciting to see this, like you were talking, Cyrus, the simulation style of Ed Parker, you know, probably can very use this Israel Adesanya to a very, very beautiful standard, as we see him chopping the leg early in 30 Days. Very interesting style. And yeah, if you're a fan of UFC 5, then pay close attention to this fight, because this one will be very, very high level. We see fakes coming out from Dirty Dave. Front kick lands into the straight, lead hook into the rear leg kick. Both these guys opting to chop down the tree a little bit, but very interesting. The power from Alex Pereira very high, and could cause a lot of problems for Ed Parker, but he has to be hit. Very hard man to hit. Defensively sound Eddie P, as he jabs into the Superman punch and another jab, and Dave just looking to stay sound. And this is where I will see the fights probably slow down a little bit, start reaching the later rounds. A lot of these guys trying to be a little bit more calculated. This one could end up straight to the judge's decision, and so far, you know, it's Dirty Dave fighting on the back foot, which is quite interesting, Cyrus.
Yeah, I feel like it's a part of it, maybe the Superman punches. You know, Ed's using them to cover distance and try to stay safe in the meantime, because of course Pereira does hit so hard. But I think that may be throwing off Dave just a little bit, or he may just be taking a back step to get a moment to compose himself and make some reads. But when that left hand is landing, he's doing so much damage. It's not going to take too much, you know. It's one of those ones. It's hard for an Izzy player out here going up against somebody like Alex. It's just a lot of the same tools, but the power differential is just way too large.
Big combination lands there for Dirty Dave as he rips the body, setting traps for the trap setter Eddie P, but a nice jab straight lands, and Ed doing majority of the work. But like you said, when that left hook does land, you do see a big chunk of Izzy's head health drop in. But so far Dave fighting a very good fight, but Eddie Parker just a little bit ahead in this matchup.
I also think that he's probably fighting off the back foot because he's protecting his leg.
Well, Ed Parker is very well known for fighting off of the back foot, being very defensively sound, working them teeps. As you see now, he does start to take the back step. When the back step comes, the teep comes. But he's more opting for leg health, so maybe not too many teeps for Eddie P in this fight. But we see when he takes that step back, that's when he starts to attack with the kicks. There you see another one chopping down, and maybe Dave's trying to make Ed walk forward more, because Eddie is so good at fighting off the back foot. Maybe Dave wants to see if he can get him away from that, and you do see there, teep comes from Dave, drops him, and a powerful spec to end the round. But a good round for a Parker, so
100%. I think you're bang on that, and you know, Dirty Dave is a true gamer. He's definitely a thinking man's fighter. Very, very high fight IQ, and he knows that Ed Parker is, of course, a sensational counter striker. So making him come forward, maybe trying to force him out of his comfortability zone. And then obviously there will be a switch of tempo at a certain point from Dirty Dave, I would imagine, to try and maximize the power differential that he holds with that Alex Pereira pick. And this is actually the beginning of it now, and there it is. Sits him down, left hand, uppercut. Beautiful.
Good call, Suarez, but we do see him straight back to his feet. Dirty Dave probably not going to be able to capitalize on much grappling, but yeah, there is a point where you can't just play this chess match with Ed Parker, because ultimately by the end of the 15 minutes it is going to be checkmate. And you know, Dave really does need to maybe just put a little bit more pressure on him. I know Ed is hard to hit sometimes, but we did see there that he did put him down. But now this is where Dave is shelling up a bit, trying to fight off the back foot and just trying to secure this round, but to me kind of needs to be a bit more aggressive. Big front kick lands for Ed Parker, and Ed will now fight off the front foot.
Nice.
He goes to rip the body, and very hard to hit.
Yeah,
is Eddie P.
Just so elusive, man. So elusive. Yeah, very much so. Dirty Dave almost needs to force him into like an ego fight, to be quite honest. He needs to challenge his ego out here a little bit. Do something to frustrate this man, I feel like. Obviously, he got the stun already, so this, for my money, you know, Ed's probably up after the first round. But now, Dirty Dave is securing this round in a big way. We're only halfway through, but 2 stuns, or maybe a stun and a knockdown. I can't remember if the last one was a stun or a knockdown, but this is a massive round for Dirty Dave. And obviously, once he's checked that chin, it becomes a lot more difficult for Israel Adesanya to continue to, you know, be in some of these trading exchanges. Because once again, Poatan just hits too damn hard.
Yeah, he hits very hard, and Dirty Dave's doing very well here to keep landing. But Ed's still just... I feel like Ed's doing a lot more chip damage as you did. Oh, never mind. A big... Oh, my God. And double to the body and drops him. And Slay, what do you think of that from Dirty Dave to answer back from what I just said?
Like I said, I think, like, Dave's fighting off the back foot. I think it's just because when round 1 started, Ed was going for leg kicks right off the bat, and he's been landing a lot of leg kicks on Alex Pereira. So I think he's just protecting his back legs, so when it comes to the final rounds that he still has that reliable power in his right hand, which it looks like he's not going to need too much because he's doing pretty sound for these past 2 rounds.
Like I said, when it hits the mat, Dirty Dave has an advantage no matter who he's using, and you can see that right now as he... Yeah, I didn't know he'd escaped it there, but as he gets one submission sunk in, of course, Poatan, he's been training with the one and only Glover Teixeira. He's been working on those grappling chops, and Dirty Dave trying to utilize that here this evening.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of, has Ed really drilled the submission defense? Maybe not. You know, a lot of these guys, they jump on the game, they just stick to the basics, stick to the striking, and probably don't drill that stuff as much. Not really sure how much Ed does really play the game, but obviously he plays it enough to keep that striking crisp enough. But you know, he don't really jump in practice mode and work on practicing the sub defense. But you know, the Potan sub offense is not going to do too much, but we do see now a round apiece, massive 3rd round tires.
Absolutely.
And if you guys haven't noticed, he hasn't switched off to his back foot, so I think he's going to play this round primarily.
Ooh, big rock from Ed Parker, still on the front foot, and now he will probably try and secure this, putting the pressure on Dirty Dave. But Dave still in good position with the stamina to really put the hurting on Ed Parker. Beautiful body jab, body straight, sorry, for Dirty Dave as he ducks down, sinks that one in. The armbar will lower the block of Ed Parker.
Just showing high IQ once again is Dirty Dave.
Ooh.
Shot selection is impeccable. Sits him down. This might be it.
And this is what we saw in the round for Dirty Dave. We see him taking this full guard position. Will Ed, though, get back to his feet? Beautiful denial from Dave. Will posture up. Will manage to get the free transition to side control. That's huge. That denial was massive for Dirty Dave. But we see this already, Cyrez, you know, takes the drop, doesn't get overzealous, and just trying to burn the last 3 minutes. Feels like as well.
Absolutely. Back to their feet momentarily. Ed Parker has a lot to do if he wants to walk away with a victory here this evening and advance to that next stage. But Dirty Dave dragging him back down to that mat slayer and not giving him any opportunities.
Not one.
One of this will face Badinator in the next round, and another choke locked in, and this is where it does get tough for Ed Parker. Opts to go to the full mount, does get it, and Dirty Dave just in a brilliant position. We do see he does have that get up, but not really enough stamina to power it, and Dirty Dave will probably be focused on not letting him back to his feet. Leads with a straight, Ed leads with a post, some swaying and swaying, but only ends up back in the half. And nice denial here from Dave, drags him straight back, minute 20 to work. And then he opts for another armbar.
He's not going to get the finish with it, right? But just extra little pointies from the judges. I mean, he's actually only one away. This might be another last 15-second sub, to be quite honest with you. Like, it might be the exact same thing.
Yeah, that's quite the stand disadvantage right there.
Yeah. Ground and pound. And that's it. No, nice. Posted it. Doesn't win him the fight, but keeps him in it for a moment at least. He's trying to go out with a moral victory here this evening.
Yeah, 15 seconds left, and Dave will probably be very happy with his performance. Does have to take on Fad next to advance to the semi-finals, but
he gets it. What is this guy with finishing people in the last 5 seconds of a fight? Like, he just does it so often, bro.
And he does get the win, and you know, them ones are a bit more beautiful to take. As you can walk away, you know, you finished Ed Parker in a $1,500 tournament. It's a big namesake to take. Commiserations to Ed Parker. Maybe a little bit cold, didn't get to do his first round fight, so maybe a little bit frustrating there for him. But you know, you got to take these fights when they come. He got an easy free advance to the next round, and Dave come in just fully locked in and played a perfect game plan. And this is what I'm saying. I don't think he could have done that with Drickus. I don't think he could have done that with a GSP pick or a Drickus pick, Kamzat pick, whatever grappler he wanted to use. I don't think he could have done that. No. I feel like he needed the stuns and drops from the Pereira power.
100%. He would have had to have gone a lot more grapple heavy to get the victory with a pick like that. You know, like I said, he's confident, so confident in his grappling that he knew he could do it if it hit the mat anyway with Alex. You know, it's just because he's behind those sticks. So I do agree that was a good pick for him right there. Either way, he advances on, and as you rightly said, now fights Badinator in the first leg of the quarterfinals. Moves us on to the next one. We have 2 more fights on the left-hand side of the bracket. Then we'll be moving on to the right-hand side of the bracket. And I have some interesting news for us on that point. As we have a little look, we had discussed earlier how Drizz may be getting a move on to the quarterfinals. Maxi has appeared. A rare Maxi has appeared from the wild. And it now means that we're going to get to see Drizz up against what remains of Maxi, who has managed to get a bye due to EK cap locked. Being here. That's the easiest way to say it. We will, though, get on to the next one. Move on swiftly through these round 2 qualifying stages, elimination stages, aka Dave, I'm the GOAT. This is actually one of my lookouts for potential fight of the night right now. I expect big things from these 2 competitors. They are highly entertaining fighters, to say the least, have the ability to do it absolutely anywhere that the fight shall go. And, you know, like I said, they've been... Both of them have been at the top of their game now for some time.
And I'm right there with you. Like, this was one of the fights that I was actually looking forward to seeing, because they've fought in GFC many times, but they always put on a show. So I'm actually kind of looking forward to seeing how this one turns out.
So a very interesting fight between these 2 gentlemen. Bully of MMA, MK Dave. I feel like this is where it really just comes to heads or tails, right? It's a coin flip in there. Max Holloway taking on Alexander Volkanovski. Not looking like we're going to see too much grappling here. But we know what GOAT can do. If he does find himself down, he will probably opt to go for it. But, you know, both of these guys, big, heavy hitters. But, yeah, coin flip. Who's going to perform better on the night? Both of these stellar fighters. We do see a shot there, actually, from Bully, but he does manage to get the cage. He will try and work a takedown from here against Dave, but Dave obviously very well versed here. We do see that.
Just as an added note as well, these guys are very familiar with each other. They're both PlayStation originals, you know, like they've fought each other a number of times over on that side of the division, in Primetime and other places around the world, of course. This is an entertaining matchup, to say the least. 2 old foes managing to battle it out once more, with a lot of cheddar on the line potentially for these guys. Yeah, this one is going to make or break these guys. GOAT getting an early takedown is massive for him, Slayer, especially considering how well you know, we saw Dave was doing on the feet early. He was really interrupting and using the combinations of Max Holloway to stifle the oncoming attacks of GOAT of MMA.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious as to why he went Max Holloway over Ilya, but I mean, to each their own. If they have the confidence in it, then that's all on them. But as far as like the grappling stages, I'm not sure what level Dave compares to as far as GOAT goes.
Both of these competing at the highest level in anything they can do. Both of these veterans going at it, as you say, PlayStation originals, very familiar with each other's style. But you know, Bully doing very good work on the ground here. You know, wants to nullify the striking of AKA Dave. and taking his fall damage. His fall damage is very good to take, and a beautiful denial there that keeps him grounded and will put him in a vulnerable position to take some more and more of this big sprawl damage. And a nice denial and Bully looking dangerous on the map, Cyrus.
Yeah, absolutely, he is dialed in here this evening, quite evidently. Nice little denial, I will say, there from Dave, but not able to get back up. Unfortunately for him, he's only really got one way to go, and that's to get up, because everything else puts him in just as bad of a position. So only one thing the Bully needs to really look out for. So they're kind of neutralizing each other. I imagine that the referee will be getting involved in a couple of seconds, although there is only 20 left in the round. So I imagine that we are going to round 2 at this stage. With what was a good start for Dave, it was a pretty powerful round for I am GOAT. I'm the GOAT.
Yeah, very good round, good end to the round for GOAT. Does leave Dave in a position where he does need to win these next 2 if he wants to advance to the next round and potentially move on to the quarterfinals and move on further in this tournament. But you know, Bully is going to be in a great position to, you know, that's a very confidence-filled round. We're probably going to. I didn't expect that early. I thought we would have waited till we felt a bit more compromised, but we do see there shot straight off the back on the ankle. Nice denial from Dave, but then again opens up the head for that big front kick, and yeah, Bully fine, a great fight right now.
Nice. Uses that coat kick to walk him up against the cage. Cage control back in his favor. Trying to be a little bit more cautious now. Slade doesn't want to get taken down again. Maybe got a little bit overzealous in the opening 30 seconds of that first round and paid the price. But as you can see, when he gets those hands going, the combinations are really stifling I'm the GOAT. He seems to be a little bit like a fish out of water on the feet, which is odd considering how well he's done in previous fights.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because he's definitely trying to go down to the ground a lot more this round than he was compared to last round. But I mean, with Dave landing those combos, I wouldn't blame him one bit to constantly keep on going for it.
That's a nice little combination right there from Volkanovski. I'm the GOAT starting to find a little bit of a rhythm on the feet, but once again the court kick stifles him, but the slip and the rip to the body, Jakey. Beautiful work. MKA Dave on the feet is a bit of a savant, absolutely flowing with combinations right now.
Yeah, I see that GOAT seems a bit nervous, really wants his takedown, doesn't get it there. But Dave fighting really good on the feet here, and it is putting GOAT in a position where he's feeling very nervous, really wants to take down, but it's not coming for him. 2 minutes 30 left on the clock, halfway through the round, and he's not managed to get a takedown as early. Maybe, like I was saying, I didn't expect the takedown so early in the first. Maybe Dave didn't either, and that's why it got him down. But now, you know, like you said, Cyrus, he got him down. He see how much damage it caused. Oh, and a big uppercut did land there. Not doing much, but a nicely hook from GOAT. But you know, really wants to be on that takedown defense. Don't want to be there again against what Bully was doing, and putting on a clinic with the hands for the minute.
Yeah, he really is.
Nice.
And don't get me wrong, GOAT is starting to find openings, starting to find moments, and getting some damage off of his own. But like, just on the wrong end of these exchanges, time after time. He needs another takedown. He needs it now, Slay.
Yeah, for sure, because I mean, Dave is definitely taking the stand-up game to a whole nother level when it comes to GOAT, which is actually, like you said earlier, is really surprising because GOAT, he's capable of doing both. So, I mean, his defense is on point.
And a big clinch for Dave. Not afraid of the grappling himself. Will clinch up, will get some takedowns if he can get them. And doing very well so far in this round to bring it back. Oh, and a nice slip there, and a slip and a rip back. And going to be another very interesting round where we're 1 round apiece. Catch to the leg for Bully. Does get the takedown, but 20 seconds later. Oh, never mind. This stack could be huge in terms of the round if he can find a stun here. Oh, but a nice slip. And I still think I have to edge MK Dave for that round.
I agree. I think that's Dave's round. I think we're 1 apiece going into it. I suppose it depends on how they score the first round, if it would be in a 10-8 or whatever it might have been. But, you know, obviously the first round was incredibly dominant. Second round was definitely in the side of Dave. I think it's all to play for, Slay. We'll have to see how this one goes. But I think if you're either fighter, a finish must be something that's at the top of your mind right now. You do not want to let this go to the judges' scorecards. As always, of course, the judges are the most accurate part of the game in just how wildly inconsistent they can be.
Kind of curious on whether or not Dave's going to point to the ground at the 30-second mark.
Where Bully knows what's good for him. I probably wouldn't, with how flawless striking he's looking of MK Dave, and the grappling in respect for Bully looking very solid. And he does get the takedown this time, and Dave does need to get back to his feet, or this will probably be, in my opinion, 2-1 win. Oh, and he gets the flat. Oh, and that kills the stamina because he does roll to mount. Oh, but he rolls to half guard. That's beautiful. And nice to nose from Dave. Oh, very nice to nose.
Looks like Dave has the stamina advantage. There you go.
Good block, good check from him. Is he able to get the takedown? No, another denial. MK Dave has to be careful here.
Very close, razor close. Still 3 minutes though. If one of these guys can sit the other down, it could bode well. Oh, and big combos. Dave taking risks.
Some of his best work right there when he slips and rips to the body. He's so good for it, is Dave.
I feel like he should just point to the floor. Just should. Just even if he don't do it, he just should do it.
I will say that Dave's doing a pretty good job of throwing combos, but not overextending with the stamina.
Absolutely.
Whereas Goat looks like he's just desperate at this moment.
Well, especially after getting rocked right there up against the cage. His back is once again, figuratively and literally, up against the wall.
This could be big for MK Dave. Answering back now. No takedown will be sufficient. No control time will be sufficient.
Oh, and that's
massive.
That is, because I think that levels Goat out with him.
And MK Dave probably just needs to survive.
I think he needs another knockdown.
Nice, gets a stun. Oh, out of gas. 30 seconds.
Point to the floor. Point to the floor.
Oh, I thought he was going to get rocked the slip elbow. How did it not land?
The legs weren't long enough. No, I'm just
Imagine he
kidding.
points to the floor and gets like stuck in the taunt.
Oh!
Oh!
Point to the floor now. But you've got a second left. And it probably will be a win for MK Dave. No!
No.
Bully
Goes to
wins!
Goat. Goes to Goat. Damn, bro.
That went to Goat?
Yeah, that went to Goat.
I mean, I did say it, right? The judges.
Pull up that scorecard.
The judges, you know? Like...
Was it split?
Round 2. That's why. 10-9, 10-9, 10-9. Yep.
Wow.
I don't think he won both. I didn't think
he didn't win round 2. Like, in my opinion, I'm sorry. Like, he didn't win round 2, but like that's wild, bro. That is wild.
Wow.
Wow. For my money, though, Fire the Night right there. Like, so far, that was an incredible fight. Back and forth action across both guys should be proud of their performance there this evening. Whether or not you agree or disagree with the result, ultimately, these guys went to war for a full 15 minutes, put it all on the line. And I'm the GOAT, getting blessed by the EA gods here this evening, in my humble opinion. So that is that. With that one in the books, though, Jakey, we move upwards and onwards to the next segment of this, the last fight on the left-hand side of the bracket. EK Warrior up against Dex Premacy, another two names that are very highly touted for this entire tournament. Obviously, we expect big things from these competitors right here.
Well, what I will say, guys, as you see, the quarterfinals are filling up. And as the quarterfinals progress, there will be stipulations where you can only use an alter ego. So the quarterfinals are Charles Oliveira alter ego taking on his name, Michael Chandler. And the semi-finals will be, I believe, Rampage Jackson against Dan Henderson, Rampage alter ego. And then the finals will be Jorge Masvidal alter ego taking on Ben Askren. So the finals will be a Jorge Masvidal versus a Ben Askren. Yep. So some phenomenal fights. But yeah, EK Warrior versus Dex Premacy, two absolute killers. We did see Dex Premacy a little bit vulnerable against webcam. but we'll look to make that right as he takes on Warrior here in a best of one. And it will be a phenomenal fight to see who will be taking on Undergo and that phenomenal wrestling style that he has brought to this tournament. And yeah, as they start to progress, looking, you know, we're burning through it quite fast. Seeing the quarterfinals, semi-finals, all looking like they're about to be lined up very soon. Some big fights to come, and yeah, this one, banger. Again, coin flip.
Completely agree with you. And just on the stipulations that we have from the quarterfinals onwards, just to point out that they are all best of 3, which means that each guy will get 1 to fight on either side of whether you're using Charlie or Michael Chandler, and then of course the third one is your choice between the 2 picks. So there's a lot to be had, very evened out, very even playing field, and it's a very interesting twist that we have here for the community event this year.
And also to take time to shout out Snack King for the raid for Primetime.
Snack King, absolutely check that guy out. He's one of my favorites, guy. Always check this guy out on Twitch. Hilarious, man. Variety streamer. Make sure to check out Snack King. All love, man. All love.
So Leon Edwards mirror match to get us underway here. A minute in between Dex Premacy and Warrior. A little bit of a rivalry between these two. Dex Premacy usually coming off the better of these two from what I've watched in recent months of matching, but obviously EK Warrior can beat anyone on his day as well. Brilliant fighter, absolute veteran is Warrior, taking on the new kid on the block. That is Dex Premacy. Bit of a ping, good, nice, stable ping for these two guys. Should be fun, but you know, we didn't see Dex Premacy looking, obviously he did end up dominating the fight, but first round took a while to get going. Can't really afford to do that against someone like EK Warrior because they will end up running away with the fight. So yeah, but a lot of better stuff for Dex ripping the body. Nice.
Absolutely. And for those that may not know, my granny's kid, aka the blue corner, is Dex Premacy, and EK Warrior is in the red corner, of course. Very hard to distinguish between them, considering they have equal shorts, or the exact same shorts. That's red corner, blue corner. It's the way to judge it right now. Nice head kick from Dex. EK Warrior is a tricky customer though, man. Like he's a guy that you have to really kind of mind all of your P's and Q's with, otherwise he will find an opening to take you out of the competition early. Dex knows this and is trying to be measured in his approach. The one thing I will say about Dex Premacy out here, Slay, is as you saw in his last matchup, when he starts to get a lead, his confidence starts oozing, and he is absolutely going to start trying to take the mickey out here a little bit. And embarrass. He's not just happy with wins. He tries to embarrass his opponents every time he's in the cage.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said last time, man, you don't play with your food. And when you're going up against someone like EK Warrior, you definitely don't want to play around, even if you got the upper hand, because it could all change in just a moment, an instant, or whatever. So, if I were him, I would take his opponent seriously from this point out, because I mean, $1,500 is a lot of money, and you don't want to play around when it comes to people who are capable of turning it just like that.
Yep, a lot of cash on the line this evening for these guys. First place, second place, and third place prizes all up for grabs, as well as a bonus for the fight of the night. Not too many like mental fights this evening, so definitely still up for grabs. Still some brilliant fights, but I've seen a lot of one-sided fights to be thinking. I think maybe even that goat fight, that last fight, was probably my fight of the night so far. Even though it ended up in a robbery.
Well, you couldn't be more right. You're 100%, bro, 100%. Fight of the night, even though the judges may have well and truly dogged one of the guys, you know, like, but that's what we said, man. Don't leave it to the judges' decision. Ultimately, they are the most consistent part of the game, in how wildly inconsistent they are. But that is why these guys right now, I would imagine, have an extra fire lit up underneath them to try and get the victory here this evening, and try to do it in a bit of an emphatic fashion. You can already see, Slay, the damage above and around that left eye of Dex Premacy. He has a long way to go to win or lose this fight, but you can see that these guys slowly and surely starting to increase the amount of output that we are getting from them here.
Yeah, and I haven't seen EK Warriors fight too much, but I mean, by the looks of it, he's capable of making adjustments just as quickly as Dex has been. Ooh, except for that body took quite the uppercut.
And rips the body. And so far, so good for Dex Premacy, looking phenomenal again, as he did in the previous round of matches. the pressure coming down the straight. Or Warrior trying to bounce this one back in his favour, but not looking too promising at this moment in time. But like Sarah's, like you said, still a long way to go in this matchup, as we do see a big cut and a big gush on the eye. But very interesting, we don't have the doctor sign for that cut, because it is a pretty big one. Catch of the leg, goes for the takedown, doesn't get it, whiffs the kick. Not having Roger and Jay on this card is crazy. Sign up's alive, bro. Oh, you on about on the comps? Yeah, here. Yeah, that was crazy. And another big body rock. Drops him down.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God.
Dex really starting to pull away with it. Flying knee almost lands, partially blocked. EK Warrior in a world of hurt right now. And like I said a little bit earlier out here, when he hurts you, he's not just looking to then quickly get the finish. He's looking to make a bit of a point on you. He wants to finish you so badly that every time you fight him from then on, it's playing in the back of your mind and what Dex Premacy does to people. He's trying to victimize opponents out here. That's what it feels like. Another rock. Oh, another leg.
Oh my
Damn.
God. Gosh. And so yeah, spectacular performance from Dex Premacy, and it's kind of sad, really. Sorry, as you see, he said he's stepping away from the community after this, win or lose. Say if he wins, then maybe it will spark a fire in his belly. But you know, we're going to miss a good competitor here in Dex Premacy, because not anyone can do this to EK Warrior. And pass this to side control.
Nice.
In a reversal at the end of the round.
I mean, look, this is getting more and more interesting. I mean, like, Dex has just had an incredible round, but we mentioned it at the beginning, just the absolute kind of trickery that EK Warrior can really pull off in this cage slay is, you know, it's one of those things where he's not out until he's literally out on that canvas. So Dex Premacy has to be careful, whereas some opponents he may have got a little bit confident. He plays with his food, as you know, as you said. Can't really be affording to do that against somebody like Warrior. So he's going to have to continue to really stay diligent in the way that he's attacking right now and not let up on the advantage that he's had over Warrior at this point.
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, as of right now, like, EK is feeling the pain. He's already got his health events on. His body's less than half, and his head is just about there. And I mean, yeah.
Nice.
I'm pretty sure Dex is in the clear on this.
I thought he was controlling that then. I thought he was about to kill him. It was just still, I thought he was about to kill him. That would have been hilarious. Knee to the body, and yeah, it's not looking good for Warrior. Big clinch, hurting him again, and it's just not looking
nice.
Good.
Oh my goodness. Is that all she wrote? He goes for the armbar instead, bro. This guy, like I said, he wants to victimize you. He's not just looking to get his hand raised. He wants to prove points. One more submission and it's done with 3 minutes 20 on the clock. He needs to, I mean, this is like a pick your poison sort of moment. Warrior may be getting subbed, or he may be getting knocked out very, very quickly. So this is hard, man. This is very hard.
Yeah, tough to watch. I'd agree. It's one of them where Dex Premacy is in a position where he feels like he's going to play with his food. But as the tournament progresses, we're going to see him in more vulnerable positions, I believe. So maybe just make it enjoying it while he can. You know, he could very well do this all the way into the final. If he could, then hats off to him. Imagine he's doing all this tournament with Ben Askren. Would be quite funny to watch. But you see there another drop, and yeah, Warrior just on a case.
Yeah.
How long?
It's only a matter of time at this point.
Oh,
dang, bro, that uppercut.
Oh, look, he gives him the little old, little bobble about, once again, just adding, yeah, adding insult to injury, man. Adding insult to injury. Jeez. Jeez. Absolutely on something else. Dex Premacy, built different, it would appear, gets another big victory here this evening. This so with a little bit less adversity. He seemed to be in the driving seat for a lot of that fight, and this time did not let up. Obviously still fighting with the confidence that we have come to expect from him. He got 7 body health events in that one, 5 knockdowns and 2 stuns or wobbles. The best performance of Dex Primacy's evening so far, for sure, and does so in the second round of the knockout stages. That does mean that he books himself an opportunity in the quarterfinals, which is a big thing now, of course, as he gets one step closer to that prize money at the end here this evening. Incredible scenes so far. Dex Premacy, you'll see he will be fighting I'm the GOAT in that next stage, first leg of the quarterfinals. But we will now, Jakey, be moving on to the next, or the right-hand side of the bracket, I should say. Okay, so yeah, what we're going to do is we are going to be getting a quick report of that. That is Grizz up against Maxi, who did, like I say, make a rare appearance and is ready and raring to go. So we are going to flip across to them now. We have lightweight. That is the weight class. It looks like we are seeing Islam Makhachev up against Conor McGregor. Now that will be a fun old fight, to say the least. I'm not going to waste any time. Let's get into it, my man.
Going to be very interested to see. So we do see Drizz picking up the Conor McGregor against what remains of Maxi, Islam Makhachev, and with that Conor McGregor power and the ability of Drizz after this fight, the doctors might be picking up what remains of Maxi from the cage floor. But you never know. That Islam Makhachev has some very dominant grappling, some very good submissions. Or we see a change to the Max Holloway pick. Maybe it is just that takedown defense of Conor McGregor. So we do see the change there of picks, which is very interesting for Drizz season, picking up the Max Holloway pick. Yeah, but very fun fight. You know, if Maxi can get this one to the ground and really grind Drizz down, it's going to be interesting. But you know, after watching that first performance from Drizz season, you know, Maxi weren't actually here, so hopefully he didn't watch it.
I thought it made him disappear, Slay. That's what I thought, but I was wrong. Oh my!
I was gonna say I can definitely speak up on Maxi because Maxi does have quality kickboxing, but most people don't know that he actually started out as a grappler. So I mean, he does know the ground just as much as he knows kickboxing, and I've noticed from with his kickboxing, he's actually very a technical kickboxer. Like he does very well placing it between, you know, body shots, leg shots, up on the head sometimes. So I mean, he can keep you guessing just as much as anybody else. I'm just not sure on compared to Trixie because I mean Drizzy, he's definitely shown something I've never seen before.
Look, they say it's Drizz season. It is a Drizz world out here. I'm telling you that this man is a problem in every single which way. Maxi is a guy that I really like watching fight. He's got a fun and entertaining style, able to do it no matter where it goes. Like you say, heavy kickboxing style, part of that B3 camp, and can grapple. The problem is that there are levels, and right now we're about to find out whether or not Maxi is on that level. Can he rise to the occasion here this evening? A difficult start for him, Jakey, but once again, no task is too tall when you're standing from that B3 corner and you can punch that block off.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Go ahead, Jakey.
Yeah, difficult start for him so far, for Maxi, but he's looking all right. He's throwing some good stuff. Nice teeth there. He's landing some nice hooks. The head health gap getting a little bit bigger, but he's showing some nice kickboxing. Like Slave was saying, he's definitely comfortable on the feet. And then you see a big combination of rips and a big hook lands. He's doing well, but I feel like Drizz, it's just that start, you know, Drizz starts so fast. If you let him get that big advantage, it could be tough to claw your way back. What do you think, Steve?
I was going to say, Maxi actually fought Badinator. What was it, when we did a tough event with MFL? So they were actually toe-to-toe for the most part. I don't know, like, the levels in which Badinator actually improved since then, but I do know that they actually stood toe-to-toe for a good bit, even though Badinator was, you know, the person that was voted to kind of take that away. So, I mean, I know as far as levels go, Maxi's up there. As far as whether or not it's, you know, compared to how Badinator and Drizz is now, that's a different story. But I do know that, you know, Maxi is just not one to be looked over, I guess, is the best way of putting it.
Yeah, definitely not. You can't ever count any one of these guys out. Drizz does have a massive advantage so far in this first round, big first round for Drizz season. And I think it's just one of them, you know, sometimes you get caught a little bit cold. I feel like Islam, he has great striking numbers, like the stats-wise, but it's the combos that he can put together and the speed that they output at. Max Holloway, just a big advantage there. Interested to see him not try and test the ground game of Drizz season, maybe get a little takedown. But yeah, it's very good first round for Drizz. But yeah, he did all the fundamental things right. You do see their big stat advantage for Drizz season headed into this second round, a touch of gloves.
Absolutely. Look, the thing is, Jakey, is that Drizz is a really fast starter. Some people struggle to start fast, but not Drizz. This man will put the leather on you. He doesn't need a feeling out process. He knows where you are. He knows where he needs to put those punches and kicks, and he will find a home for them almost 100% of the time. It always just comes down to the opponent. Can they answer back from the early adversity? Can they swim when the water is deepest? And Maxi has that dog in him. He's not going to give up. He's going to find that opening if he can. It's about whether or not he can get there as Drizz just continues the onslaught that he continues to put out.
Yeah, and he's landed some good shots in this second round so far. And there we see a clinch attempt, does go for the takedown, doesn't get it out, and another big rock from Drizz, and a big drop again from Drizz. He was doing so well up until that point. And then a big straight, rips the body, triples to it, and this could be all she wrote. And this drops into the knee on belly.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
It's all over. Good season.
Herb Dean gracefully jumps in and saves him from himself. Too tough for his own good is Maxi. Just took a beating out here this evening, and look, there's no shame in it. Some people are just like levels above. I've been there. We've all been there, and I'm telling you, if you ever fight Drizz, you will find out that there are definitely levels to this game. He's just too damn good, man. He's too damn good. I rate this guy incredibly highly, if you can't tell, and he continues to prove us right for the way that he goes out there and handles business once again, stepping forward into the next stage. Drizz punching a ticket into the quarterfinals. Incredible work, incredible fight for Drizz especially. Fair play to Maxi turning up, when he did, but as I said, it was almost one-way traffic at a certain point. Just too much damage. 5 stuns, 1 body health event, and 4 knockdowns for Drizz. Incredible amount. I mean, of work done. Just the guy is phenomenal. With that being said, second fight, right-hand side of the bracket. And Slay, this one will be a very interesting one, as Jakey alluded to a little bit earlier on. These two guys right now, there's a lot of history between the two of them. A lot of history between Trixie and Suave Jamie. They have matched up each other a number of times across promotions, from money tournaments to league matches and everything in between. Very, very much have been neck and neck in terms of a lot of their competitive performances in the past. Different trajectories as of recent in terms of where they've been at and where they've been competing, but old foes once again managed to go head to head, and this time there's money on the line once again.
Oh, I'm excited for this one, Cyrus. I tell you, Ricky Swift's taking on Suave Jamie, old foes meet again. I believe these guys played each other at ESFL Vegas. They've just played about everywhere, really. Any sort of community collaboration tournament, you'll see these guys, both of their names there, contested at middleweight, I believe. So we are here. It's going to be very, very, very interesting to see how this one pans out. We've seen Jamie take a bunch of wins. We've seen Trixie take a bunch of wins. And, buzzing for this one. Great scrap.
Is this going to be a DDP pick from Suave Jamie?
Interesting to see.
That would be surprising.
Yeah, it would be very surprising. Maybe sort of contemplating it as we look. Will it be DDP? No, he does opt for Whitaker. Okay, alter ego Rob Whitaker taking on Alex Pereira. And yeah, that's an interesting pick as well against this big power hitter that is Alex P. And yeah. Strap in, boys.
Yeah, 100%. In their own rights, placed at different points, these guys may have made it down to those same, into the later stages, but they're gonna have to battle it out now in these knockout round 2. Like I said, it's hard, man, when there's so many big names in this tournament. There's no easy fights, my man. There's no easy fights, especially as you make it past the first stage. You know, it's difficult enough to qualify for this thing, but then to get to the second stage, hard enough. To make it all the way to the finals just speaks volumes to the levels that you have above competition. Only one guy can move on to the next stage. We're about to find out who that will be. Will it be Robert Whittaker on the side of Suave Jamie, or can Alex Pereira, Poatan himself, Swift Trixie, dial back the clock one more time, Slay, to get a big victory here this evening?
Yeah, I mean, Trixie's coming off of a bye, so I mean, hopefully he took the time to get a warm up in there just so he can make this fight the way he pretty much just go about it the way he wants to. Now, as far as what you guys have said about Suave Jamie, I mean, I don't know much about Trixie, but from what I've seen from Suave, I mean, he's got his hands full for sure.
I will put this out there for you. You may not know too much about Trixie. The good news is I most certainly do. This man is probably my most favorite fighter on, well, this game period. He has had a bit of a rougher time as of recent. I think, you know, people just kind of maybe caught up. But this guy, once upon a time in UFC 4, went, I can't remember the exact record, but I think it was like a 25 fight win streak, was, you know, champion. Like the levels of you on UFC 5 have all been stepped up from every competitor, Jakey. Everybody's raised their game, and it's because of the work of people like Trixie and Suave Jamie that has been put in over the years on why people had to elevate their game to that level.
Yeah, definitely. Back in the day, BFAT brother in arms, you say one of the favourite compares. Definitely one of my favourite people in the community as well. Such a nice guy. But yeah, I remember being in a camp with Trixie. We used to both be in built for ankle picking. BFAT brothers in arms, and you know, I kind of watched that whole Primetime MMA run where he did crown himself the Primetime MMA GOAT at the time. Really spectacular, some brilliant performances. But you see that big rock and big spear from Jamie. You see this against Winter, and once you get you in this position, it's still very tough to recover.
Yeah. Side control was bad enough. Side saddle even slightly worse. He does manage to get out of it though, surprisingly enough, and now in this back sitting position. But Slay, with only 20 seconds left to go, not too concerning at this stage, but an interesting first round, one that Suave Jamie definitely has put himself ahead with that big stun and a double leg from hell.
Man, I don't know. Right now I'm still kind of 50-50 because, I mean, Alex has power behind his hands, and I know Rob has somewhat of a chin, but not much when it comes to power. I mean, really, I think all it's going to take is literally one counter punch, and the game will change for Trixie or for Suave. So, I mean, Alex is hurt pretty bad. They both have health events now. Alex's head is literally almost half. So, I mean, it can still go either way at this point because, I mean, Stam is still good.
Yeah, look at that, though.
And commentator's curse right there.
always the way, my man. Always the way. The one thing I will say is that Robbie, for my money, he has, like, some real pop on those punches. Now, obviously, maybe not the same kind of death touch that, you know, Poatan is able to channel through the spirits that he does, but he literally is touching him up with some of those strikes right now. And Trixie has actually outlanded him in terms of total strikes. I think the Suave Jamie is just getting the better timed of those strikes for the most part until there, right? Obviously that right there. And as a result is getting a larger damage output as a result. Keeps catching him as he's trying to slip or pull. But then again, Jakey, he's up against the cage again. But that's when he does his best work.
And a big drop from Tricky Swifts. Sits him straight back down. Needed that to answer back from all of this forward pressure from Suave Jamie. Like you say, outlanding Suave Jamie, but not having the health events to go with it. He does get one there. Big drop against the cage. And, you know, both of these guys very dominant on the ground. But Trixie does opt to stand up, not take that full damage. Maybe feels like he needs to put a little bit more of a hurting on Suave Jamie here. He is really chasing him down, really trying to get that health back level. And a big uppercut lands, and I'm just in awe right now. Like, I don't even want to say, like, I'm just on my screen, like, looking at these two, because it's actually a crazy matchup that we get these so early in the card, in the tournament. Sorry, should I say? But yeah, so far great fight for both gentlemen. I'm really enjoying watching this one.
Well, you're absolutely right. It is mad that we get them at this stage, but it speaks to the depth of the competition here on the UFC 5 community event. Once again, Suave Jamie able to hit him with the right-hand double leg and straight into top mount this time. Slay, we'll have to see if he's able to get some damage off whilst in the grounded position, this time with a lot more time to work.
Yeah, a lot more time to work here for Suave Jamie. We do see that Trixie does manage to pop himself out, so we can maybe thank Ping for that, because normal MS, very tough to get out of Suave Jamie's mount, but he does have it again. Very nice denial that is from Trixie. We'll go left this time, but there is the denials. This is where they start coming. This could be very dangerous. Leading with a straight. I've seen a lot of guys lead with a straight, and this could be over. This could be over.
Nice.
Reposture. Maybe not the best idea. Nice denials from Tricky Swifts. Trying to survive.
Well, he's on
very
it.
good denials.
He's on it, bro. Like, he's trying. He wants to make it to that next round. He's got 15 seconds.
Very nice denials. Beautiful denials from Tricky Swifts. Not given an inch, but one more posture, and he does get the rock and will secure the round. Still though, very curious on the first round. First round for me, still very close.
Yeah,
but that round, 12 James.
I agree. Like, he got top control time and he got a stun, but he was outlanded with 6 and total strikes. So I don't know which way the judges go with that. And we've already seen one crazy decision here this evening. So I don't even want to think what the judges are what the judges are thinking, because well, I think it would lower my IQ. But you know, as a whole, they're unpredictable, Slay, as you well know, my man. So finishes galore. We go to the third and final round in this matchup. Oh, there can only be one making it through to that quarterfinals. Who will it be? We're about to see.
Touch of gloves between these two veterans, and there's a big stun off the rip for Suave. Going to put the pressure down the straight. I believe he does have the slight advantage, but there is no sort of advantage when you have that power of Alex Pereira. But yeah, pushing down. Needs to bite down on the mouthpiece, does Tricky Swifts, and try and take Jamie's head off, because Jamie is... Oh, what a big stun!
Bink, bink.
Nice denial from Tricky Swifts. This is what he needs. He needs to stay on the feet, and he needs to minimum win this round if he can't knock Jamie out. But both of these fighters just know what's on the line, and you know they've been in this situation before, and it's a game of inches, really. Sorry.
Absolutely, the narrowest of margins for success or failure in this sort of thing. MMA is a cruel mistress. She can treat you so well when you're winning, but it can be real bad when you're losing. And as I say that, he secures a takedown this time, Slay, with 3 minutes left to work. I mean, every time he takes him down, there's a little bit more time on that clock, and it gets a little bit more difficult to get back to your feet.
Yeah, but Trixie's still doing a pretty good job of making those denials. I mean, last round he only had, what, like 2 of them before he took some damage, so...
And then working back to full guard is Tricky Swifts. Does stand up. Oh, what a big roll. Oh, and he spears him back. Jesus Christ. Tricky Swift spears him back. Needs to... I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know who's winning, chat. I don't know if Tricky needs to stand up. I don't know if this is the right play.
Oh, back flat.
Flattens him out. Oh, no. Oh, that's beautiful. That's brilliant defense.
I was going to say the most clutch defense I've seen in this tournament so far, right there. Like that is one of the most dangerous positions to be in.
Tricky Swifts opted for all the same side, and Suave Jamie opts to defend the whole same side. Very, 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 very fine margins, but still very close. It will boil probably down to that first round. I'm not too sure.
I think they gave the first round to Suave.
Oh, and a reversal with 50 left.
Yeah, seems to be a lot of people saying 2-0 Suave Jamie so far. And now he's got Topman with 30 seconds. He may not need the judges.
But he's still, yeah, he has top mount here with the last 20 seconds. And if he can just get a few strikes off, it might sway him at the end of the round. But nice denials. Jamie stands up. Maybe he feels like he's down.
I think
he feels like he's down.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Can you imagine that was out just right there? Could you imagine, bro?
12 wins.
Yeah, 12 wins. 12 wins. Like that was a crazy fight. Incredible stuff.
Wow, great fight. Probably my fight of the night so far.
Yeah, no, that was beautiful. That was incredible scenes, man. Those guys really went to at it. A technical masterclass with virtual violence, highlighted at its absolute highest. Incredible work on both sides of the equation, but Suave Jamie just too much here this evening, able to get the job done and showcase why he is one of the most feared men on that Xbox division. With that being said, guys, it's heating up. It's getting closer and closer. We're taking steps towards that quarterfinals. We have Easy Work up against Spooky next on the roster, and then we'll be moving on to Mixups up against Naznim for the final fight before we move on to those quarterfinals. So without further ado, we have a little look forward. Obviously, you'll see that Suave Jamie is about to advance onto that next stage. Easy Work GG up against Spooky, as mentioned. EK Mixups up against Naznim. A full host of absolutely sensational fighters still left to go here this evening. And the winners of these matches will be booking themselves, as mentioned, a spot in the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, or the finals, depending on how those matchups then go. But, of course, it's out of the frying pan into the fire as every one of these fights get more and more difficult as we get step by step closer towards that prize money. We're not going to waste any more time, and Slay, the time is now. Easy Work GG, the striking absolute master, as we saw in his last time out, going up against the grappling phenom of Spooky G.
Oh, I'm excited, Cyrus. I'm in a buzz for this one. Spooky taking on Easy Work GG, my favourite fighter, versus the grappling menace we just see in the last round. Going to be an absolute carnage one. This is just Marab versus Sean O'Malley. And
didn't Easy go O'Malley last time too?
I think he went Connor, if I remember rightly.
Yeah,
Connor.
Yeah, but he's always going to pick that guy. You know, he's always going to pick the striker of that weight class, and he's going to get those hands going. Everything I said about his striking with Connor is also true about his striking with Sugar Sean O'Malley. This is just all about, can he stop that takedown? If he can't stop that takedown, it's going to be quick work. Even though Spooky's made improvements on his hands, I'm telling you, Easy, he's slick with it, man. He's real slick with the way that he approaches the striking game.
It's one of them, and you see already Spooky coming out. He's looking for the takedown. He wants it early, wants it nice and early, but Easy Work knows it's coming, and there you go. This is a different kettle of fish. Takedown defense is there for Easy Work GG. And already the nice denial, but we already know that's not going to be the start. But Easy Work GG switching it up.
So, oh, you want to grapple, kid? And he's taking him down.
Maybe not the best. Maybe not the best.
Don't disagree.
This is where Spooky wanted the fight. But you never know. Easy Work GG, absolute elite fighter.
I'm going to say it. I'm pretty sure Spooky's even better on his back.
And already, if I'm Easy Work, I'm powering posture and getting out.
I'm just going to put this out there. Prediction of channel points here at Primetime. Easy Work GG, 37,000 points bet on him against the 5,800 on Spooky. So look, whoever's betting on Spooky, you may earn a lot of cheddar here this evening if he's able to upset the masses, it would appear. He's got himself in a top control position with 2 minutes 30 left to go on the clock. That's a lot of time for this man to get working.
Yeah, this is what he wanted, right? He wanted this takedown. He needed this takedown because you kind of just target practice standing there in front of Easy Work GG. He does get a takedown, manages to pass guard. Very interesting. Nice denial, though. Will we see he postures up, gets side control? And he does. That's nice. It's good for him. And yeah, this is where the fight is told. You know, we're seeing Easy Work power a little bit already. We're seeing that stamina drop, which is making it a little bit easier for Spooky to get them takedowns and stuff. But, you know, another posture, working the body, working that stamina nice and low. And, you know, real dark horse Spooky could be if he gets past Easy Work GG. Yeah.
Nice. Spooky gliding through these positions, slicing through that guard like a knife through butter. Now finds himself in a pretty dominant position as he goes into the back sitting. Slay, obviously with a minute left to work, probably not going to get a finish, but he can definitely start to attack that, you know, kind of bar of submission. Unfortunately, you know, he's going to need a couple of them. It's not, but that bar of submission, he can attack that and maybe get some ground and pound going.
I was gonna say it. I'm pretty sure he's working on his control time too.
Absolutely. But damage wins fights, my man. Damage definitely wins fights. Back to the feet. Takes him down. Very nice work. Spooky committed to the game plan here this evening. And am I incorrect in saying this, Jakey? This was all kind of off easy work taking him down.
Yeah. No.
Did he get back up and then he took him down?
Yeah, he got back up. He took him back up. Yeah, so easy work did power posture, stood back up, and then it was a quick single, I believe, or something called the assault, turned the other way from Spooky, which was a really nice takedown. It was a good takedown. Easy work defended some few early. But, you know, still a close round. There was a bit of control time, but easy work was landing some good shots, and Spooky didn't do too much on the ground. Just sort of rabbit punches and control times. We see, like, them high vulnerable shots that easy work was landing on the body, on the pool, as we see there on the first highlight. You know, so still a very close round. We do see there another takedown denied from easy work, which is good. And it was things like that. He landed a lot of them knees, and they could score a little bit more than that damage.
Absolutely. Obviously, so much time to work, and easy work now is aware of what it's like to be under Spooky G with time to work. It's a smothering sort of feel. Oh my goodness! This time with 4 minutes, Slay. 4 minutes left on the clock. That's going to be horrible if you're on the side of Spooky. Sorry, I mean easy.
Then we do see mount from Spooky and a posture, and this could be damage. Oh, and it is. It's a big elbow and an arm triangle. And he seems well versed in this, knows what he's doing.
Don't mess with Spooky G, man. Not on the ground.
And that's a killer.
Absolutely. Spooky has always been a problem in this domain.
And it's not looking good for easy work GG. A bit of a rough start, some nice takedowns denied. And the back flat comes.
Absolutely terrifying position if you're easy work. I would always opt to roll across into top mount, otherwise this happens. I mean, to be fair though, Spooky is just taking his time with it, like not rushing this position at all. A lot of people just kind of posture up and go ham with it, but not Spooky, man. He's wanting to keep that stamina high so that he can continue a calculated onslaught of damage.
And a nice denial from easy work to stop the choke getting sunk in, but we will see the choke here, and
it's done.
It's probably easy work, GG.
Easy work for Spooky G here this evening.
And a brilliant performance, Sarah's, and I think you're looking at dark horses of someone that's going to cause Grizz, Badinator, Suave, Jamie some problems if he can get through his next opponent. We'll be looking at the winner.
Yeah, he's definitely a top level threat, and he can cause problems for absolutely anybody that he's up against. You know, to be real with you, we haven't seen him fight on the PS side. This is not too much of a surprise. And look at that, 42.8 thousand going to AO Pudgy, one of the OGs, making a pick here this evening and getting it right with his bet on the one and only Spooky G. Incredible. Does that mean he's out? That does mean he's out, brother. It's an elimination stage, so that's correct. He just lost his fights. Spooky G on to the next stage. Fun one. Like I said, that was a throwback fight. Striker v Grappler, and this time the Grappler came out on top here this evening. And like I said, when he was able to get into the striking kind of engagements, was just all him, really. You know, it's not like easy work isn't good in those positions. It's just that Spooky is on a different level when it comes to the grappling exchanges. He is an absolute problem. It's where his bread is buttered. Do not grapple with that man, or do so at your own peril. We do, however, now, I will say, move on there, Jake and Slate, to the very last fight of our portion of this stream, and that is going to be between the one and only EK Mixups, so as he's now known, EK Cicero, up against Naznim. Did you say Naznim is part B3? Is that what you said?
No,
FSK. Oh, sorry, FSK. So Naznim part the FSK. So we have an EK v FSK matchup right here. Mix-up, Naznim. Two guys very much at the top of their game. And they're going to put it all on the line, as many have before them, for their opportunity at that prize pool. Only one can reign supreme here this evening. Time to punch their ticket through to that final stage. And it is in featherweight sleigh, and it appears, they could change it, it appears that we're going to get a Conor McGregor v Conor McGregor matchup.
Yeah, very interesting matchup. I did see this one, Naznim versus Mixups back in the NEC early days. And Mixups did actually take that one, I believe, but it was an absolute banger of a fight. So it's going to be interesting between these two. Looking forward to it. Should be good. It seems a bit dark for some reason. The screen looks a bit duller. Does anyone else see that?
I think that's their stream.
Yeah, so this one happening at night time. But Mixups versus Xco Daddy, aka Naznim 27, EK versus FSK. But yeah, absolute banger of a fight, very close. This probably will go to whoever pulls ahead first, and so far Mixups looking like he's doing a very good job.
I'm telling you, man, Mixups on a different game with his striking these days. People used to think of him as like, what do you used to call it? What do you say you used to call him? Was it clinch-ups? You used to call him clinch-ups, and like people used to. People used to complain about some of the ways that he'd mix in the grappling. You know, the name Mix-Ups was because he'd throw a couple punches and he'd shoot up those legs, and that would be him mixing it up. But he was a grappler through and through. His hands these days, very, very much massively improved.
Looking phenomenal. Yeah.
Good test from him though. Naznim, you know, pretty silky smooth with the way that his striking game goes.
Yeah, you know, he's in FSK, he's with Badinator, he's with Grizz season. You know, he's with all them guys. So like I say, to be with them sort of guys, you have to be at that sort of level. So obviously at a very high level is Naznim. Mixups might be one of the most improved in the whole community. You know, he used to, he did like, he might not forgive me for saying this, but he did used to be a little bit of a laughing stock. You know, he wouldn't really mix in the striking that much. He would just sort of clinch you, and then like just shoot and wet blanket you. And now what we're seeing from him is absolutely phenomenal. You know, he played in NEC season 2, I believe, and he was just very dominant. And there we see big drop against Cage and Naznim. And yeah, in the whole community, definitely one of the most improved and serious competitor. I believe he also beat Badinator for the Primetime belt.
Oh my god, he did, brother. I was about to bring that point up. Yeah, no, like he was a guy that people used to call him, like Roger and Jay on the streams always used to refer to him as the gatekeeper of the Xbox division. You had to beat Mixups to get a chance at the opportunity of a belt. But then all of a sudden, he had his, like, I don't know, 8th matchup with Badinator. He got the job done. And he looked like a different man, much like he did here this evening. His striking on another level. His grappling still up there. And he makes easy work of another opponent to book his opportunity in the quarterfinals as he chucks out some of that cash with Conor McGregor walking about there. This guy is a problem. And talk about dark horses, most improved of last year. Mixups is that guy. He fits the bill. He matches the description, Slay. And once again, he shows up here this evening and showcases what he's all about. Absolutely sensational from that man right there. And obviously, he still has a road to go, but what a run out over the first couple of opening matches that he's had to book himself that opportunity in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, massive performance from Mixups there. You know, like I say, one of the most improved, and doing that to Naznim, no easy task. You know, Naznim is a killer. But he does book his place in the next round in the quarterfinals, and he's taking on Spooky. And if someone can deal with that relentless grappling, it will be someone like Mixups. So, you know, absolutely phenomenal performance and well deserved from him.
Absolutely. Well, look, lads, obviously myself here at Primetime MMA, Jakey from NEC, and of course the one and only Slade from GFC. It has been a pleasure calling these fights so far, but do not go anywhere. We still have the second leg of this tournament still to go. As you have a little look there, an incredible lineup. We're going to have Badinator up against Dirty Dave. I'm the GOAT v Dex Premacy, Drizz v Suave, Jamie, and Spooky G up against EK Mixups, aka EK Cicero. An absolute who's who at the top of the Xbox division. You do not want to miss this. We're going to hit a small intermission page, and we're going to make sure to share everybody's links so that you can follow NEC, you can follow GFC, and if you're not already, make sure to follow Primetime MMA, and of course ESFL. We will be pushing a raid forward to ESFL in a moment. Other than that, for myself, much love. We will see you on the other side of this. If there's anything you guys want to say, by all means, shoot.
Yeah, so a big shout out to all the community for coming together. Next round, obviously, will be the alter ego round, so they will all be best of three. So we will see Charlie Olives taking on Michael Chandler. So one will use Michael, one will use Charles, and then they will alternate in a best of three. And then the semi-finals will be alter ego Rampage Jackson against normal Dan Henderson. Then they will rotate there, and then the finals will be Jorge Masvidal versus Ben Askren. In the finals best of three. So a big shout out to ESFL Primetime and the GFC. Big shout out to NugsAU for sponsoring the second place prize as well. They are building a sustainable economy for gamers, so check them out at nugsau.com to see where you fit in with them. Yeah, and obviously big love from the NEC, and we will see you next season with season 4 to give away some more mega prizes. But yeah, that's all from me, Jakey V. It's been fun and big love.
Also, keep in mind, guys, on these quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals, it's going to be first round, you guys get your alter egos, and then the second round, you guys are going to switch. If you guys happen to win 1-1, the third one will be the mirror match of one of the alter egos. What is it, the better of the two?
Yeah, so basically,
it'll be
use one on one, second on the other, they switch it, and then the third one you can use whoever you want.
Correct. So just kind of keep that in mind. You guys can mirror match on the third round, except for in the finals. I think you got 5 rounds to do that, so it's just a best of 3 out of that.
Right, so with that all booked in, guys, absolute pleasure once again. Like I said, make sure to follow everybody involved. A lot of work was put in behind the scenes between everybody involved to get this show running. Shout out to all of the guys in the background putting together all of the work that made this as seamless as it was. And of course, thank you to you, the competitors, who have turned up and shown out so far here this evening. And we know that that's going to continue. So join the raid, see these guys battle it out. There can only be one making it through to those finals and winning this entire thing.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the second part of the UFC 5 Community Day Tournament. 32 players started. We are now down to our final 8, $1,500 on the line. Thank you for joining us over here at the ESFL, the Esports Fight League. My name is Bailey, and I'm joined as always by Mr. Bruce Lee, Rob. And Rob, we have had a cracking tournament so far. Like we said, we started out with 32. We're down to the final 8. How excited are you to have these guys play for some money on the line, man?
Oh yeah, you got the whole UFC 5 community all working together as a well-oiled machine, and that's what you want to see. Shout out to Primetime, NEC, GFC. They did an amazing job setting us up, handing us the virtual baton, if you will, Bailey. And now we got this top 8 quarterfinals, and this tournament has already been absolutely heating up. I might need to take off my shirt, but I can't because it has the logo on it. But yeah, Bailey, I'm freaking ready to do this with you, and this is going to be a sick event.
It is. I mean, listen, like you said, we've got all the community coming together today. Primetime, we're hosting the first part of the show. We're now over here at the ESFL to do these final 8. It has been a cracking tournament so far. Obviously, the game has gone through for a lot of developments. Today, we are highlighting the alter egos. So these final 3 rounds of the tournament are going to be with pre-selected matchups that we'll see. But it's all about how they use the picks, which I think adds a bit more strategy. But anyway, let's have a look at the bracket and see who of the 8 made it through from the final 32. So from the left down, we've got Badinator, who's a name you'll definitely know. Dirty Dave made it all the way through. I'm the GOAT, Premacy, Drizz, Suave Jamie, Spooky, and EK Mixups. Now, if we look at the road they took to get here, Rob, a lot of them have already fought some top competition.
Yeah, for sure. You look at the right side of the bracket, Spooky kind of sneaking his way, and Spooky's a guy that I think is very underrated. Dynamic striker, has been grinding the game since the beginning, and I'm surprised he was able to get by Easy Work GG. Now you see him in the quarterfinals against Mixups, who got by a guy like Naznim, and then you go to the upper part of that bracket, you see Drizz versus Suave Jamie. Suave Jamie able to beat Trixie. I think Suave Jamie's obviously going to be the favorite in this tournament, and then on the left you saw Dirty Dave beat Ed Parker, the grappler, utilizing some good striking. I mean, this is crazy. Then you have Badinator, Bailey, and fighting against Dirty Dave. Then you have I'm the GOAT, Dex Premacy. I mean, these 8 are insane. I know all these guys, and I can't wait for them to collide. And I think that this is going to be, well, you bring us in, Bailey, and as far as the rules, you bring us in, baby.
Just down the bracket there. I mean, if you see, you know, Dirty Dave, he had to get past Ed Parker in round 2, which is a great win to sneak on through there.
Incredible.
EK Warrior was beaten by Dex Premacy. That's a great win right there. So guys who are looking good so far tonight. Don't forget, Suave Jamie had to get past Trixie. Obviously, Suave Jamie, a top competitor, but that's still a tough matchup. So these guys have come through. We're here, and we do have Badinator and Dirty Dave as the first matchup. But let's talk about what's on the line here tonight, Rob, right? Let's go back to that. The winner tonight is going to get $1,000. That is the first place prize. $1,000 for the winner of this tournament here tonight. Second place is going to get $300.
Let's go.
Third place will get $100. But we're also giving away $100 for fight of the night and $50 for the performance of the nights as well. So there's extra money to be won. Someone might be able to go home with all of the bonuses and the prize money. We'll see if that happens. Now, I mentioned the picks are set in motion. So the first round of this bracket, which I guess is the quarterfinals, it's going to be Alter Ego Charles Oliveira against Michael Chandler, because that's who he obviously fought, I believe, with the Alter Ego. The second round will be Rampage's Alter Ego against Dan Henderson, which will be super fun. And then we've got Ben Askren against Masvidal in the finals, which is going to be a complete mirror match. Well, not mirror match, the opposite, a mismatch, a clash of styles. So it's going to be an interesting tournament as we make our way through this, Rob.
Yeah, that is very interesting, and I wonder how the picks are going to go. You know, who gets first pick, who gets second pick. I don't know if you know that, but yeah, Ben Askren, versus Jorge Masvidal in the finals. You said that's incredible. That's incredible. Yeah. That's going to be a clash of styles, like you said. Yeah, I'm super excited to see these alter ego.
Hang on. Sorry to interrupt you right there. There has been a last-minute change. It looks like the finals are going to be Conor versus Eddie Alvarez, which will be different there as well.
All right, that makes a lot more sense to me.
Now, you know, I believe
that's great.
I know, but listen, it's on the coin toss and it's on your ability as a player. You could get either of the picks. You know, this is part of it. And hey, man, this is this tournament. This is the specifics of this tournament and how it's running. It's not your standard tournament. We're doing something different with alter egos. It's part of it. You signed up to play it, and the money's on the line. So there we go. The first round, though, Rob. these guys are ready, you know. Badinator and Dirty Dave are pretty much ready to go for the first of the quarterfinals matchup, and these are best of threes as well, so they're going to be able to switch some things around, and we're going to have a good time. So let's get through to the first matchup. We're ready to do this thing and see who's going to be heading to the semifinals first. What do you think of these picks here, Rob?
Let me see. This is going to be a crazy matchup. Badinator versus Dirty Dave. I mean, this is big for this tournament right now. Let me check out these picks. All right, so it looks like, okay, Dirty Dave hovering over. Okay, we already know the picks, but Dirty Dave. So does Dirty Dave get to, who gets to pick first, Bailey? Do you know, Fecky in the back? Do you know who?
I believe we had we had a coin toss in the back to determine who was going to get it.
Okay.
They go to a best of three. They can mirror if they want, but they will switch after this one. So essentially, you're getting the pick locked in for the first matchup. It's a best of three. So if you get Charles and you beat me, next round, I'll get Charles. And I might beat you. And then if they want, they can mirror match. So it is still fair. It is still pretty fair. You can't say much about that.
That is fair. And that's exciting because these alter egos, I think personally, in my opinion, is the most exciting thing that UFC 5 has offered us as far as content. Like these alter egos are pretty exciting. So being able to watch the top tier players, you know, utilize them in this quarterfinals, semifinals, and the finals, I cannot wait to see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, sounds like we're getting some fight background noise there. Not entirely sure, but we're just going to come back to us for a second here while we. I mean, these guys have had a couple of seconds to get this first matchup ready. You know, the Wranglers in the back will have a go. We'll just double check what's going on. Oh no. Yeah, so actually it looks like they were lagging so much. The fight has started, and we should just go straight to it, guys. I think
let's jump in.
We've plenty of fights to go. So round one, we're 1 minute and 40 seconds in. Top position for Badinator here, who gets Oliveira to start things off. Chopping away now, building some GA. Dirty Dave on the bottom with Chandler. Not a good place to be, Rob.
Not a good place to be early, especially with Badinator on top. So much experience. This is a best of three, though, so this is going to be awesome to see how these guys make adjustments throughout this series. But yeah, on top, Oliveira, let's see what he decides to do. And a nice deny there. He's going to go right in the side saddle.
Yeah, that's always a nasty position. Big damage to the block, even if you are blocking these. Dirty Dave doing a good job with the timing. Tries to move out just as the block gauge breaks down as well. As we are getting some little lag from there in there, but we'll see if this is consistent. You know, we've had the whole 32-man tournament so far. We've been pretty good, but here we go backside. Now go to the back sit and already trying to hunt for the submission, looks like, from Badinator.
And that's what Badinator is going to do. He's going to put you in bad positions. He's going to look for that finish. And right now, the back is where the destination has brought us. And this is kind of interesting because it's so early in the fight, and you're already seeing Badinator able to control Dirty Dave on the ground. There he goes, tries to escape, but no, you know, Badinator's going to maintain top position, and Bailey, and he is dominating this fight so far on the ground.
Yeah, well, we know Dirty Dave is very good on the ground, but, you know, not necessarily do we see him on his back, especially when you've got, you know, Michael Chandler. He's not the best off his back. We rarely ever see him on his back. When you've got Oliveira on top of you, not only have you got the ground and pound threat, you've got the submission threat as well. So you've got to be super diligent. Badinator has been striking things tonight. You know, he had some great performances early on. Faddy the Baddie, I believe he's being called here tonight, Rob, because he's been playing so well. So Faddy the Baddie now banging out the grappling. And now in this sprawl position, I believe that was a denial for the side control sit out. So strange to go for that. Hard to pull it off. But again here, it was a little bit...
Faddy the Baddie, and still on top. Faddy the Baddie just doing some good damage here. Dirty Dave is losing that stamina battle early. These shots are taking away the stamina. It's, you know, these gut shots are not good. And finally able to get to his feet, and maybe he's going to break off here. It's looking a little suspicious here for Dirty Dave. He's such elite wrestling too. So impressive to see Badinator dominating that category.
Yeah, bangs him with a straight right down the middle, which is good. But unfortunately, not a lot of damage dealt there from Dirty Dave. Spent the most of the time on his back. It looks like he got a few significant strikes off, so there would have been some exchanges on the feet first of all. Here's an uppercut that we didn't see. That landed pretty clean there as well. But the stamina difference is already starting to add up. And when you got a pick like Michael Chandler, you're losing stamina early, Rob. That is not going good for you.
Yeah, not good for you with Michael Chandler. He'll gas quick. He's got a lot of power, but already again, that uppercut lands for Badinator, connects, drops a bomb on Dirty Dave early in round number 2, and we saw in the replay, he dropped that in round number 1 as well. Badinator on fire. Faddy the Baddie is going in here, Balian.
Moving forward, outside leg kick. Fakes the right hand. Putting a few combinations together now as well.
Ooh.
Dirty Dave
Nice
trying to
little
give it back. Yeah, we'll see if the stamina does factor in, because it does look slightly worryingly low there. But of course, we have got a best of 3, so adjustments are going to get made after this one, regardless of the outcome. Now going toe-to-toe a little bit more. Badinator not really clearing the space. You know, I find when I play Charles, Rob, you need space to get your striking going. But he's standing toe-to-toe here with Dirty Dave. Shot to the body was nice.
Yeah, great point. Standing his ground in the middle, kind of utilizing some back steps. He really wants to land that uppercut. He wants to find that home again. And there's a beautiful little sneak takedown there from Mr. Dirty Dave with Michael Chandler early. And if you're a Dirty Dave fan, that's what you want to see, because Michael Chandler, especially with Dirty Dave at the helm, is very dangerous on top. So let's see how he tries to utilize Michael Chandler. Ground and pound, probably going to be the avenue here.
Eye control here now as well. So yeah, Dirty Dave, terrifying in this position. We've seen him smash people apart, and there denies the inside hooks. And that's a couple of good elbows there. What, 3 or 4 landed? Didn't do too much damage, but going to score points halfway through this round with a little bit more lag, Rob.
Little bit of lag.
At least we're not losing any of the fight. So, you know, we're just sort of hanging for a second. But for people at home, we are going to switch the streamer after this fight as well. So hopefully that will fix these issues.
Yeah, because we need to see this fight in that smooth, buttery connection, because this is huge right now. And now you're seeing Dirty Dave take that top position. Badinator just, you know, being patient down here, but he is eating some shots.
Yeah, you think
he wants to move.
Sit to guard, half guard, but he doesn't seem to be any rush. Trying to get the get up off, but
holds him, really holds him down.
Be tough to get off against Dirty Dave. Badinator obviously shown he can grapple. No qualms about doing that in the first round. But here, now gets the half guard. Maybe can work back to full guard from this position. But the problem is, Dirty Dave's done a good job of just shutting down this whole round, Rob. I mean, there's only a minute left on the clock. Badinator's not really had any chances.
Yeah, besides that, like, early uppercut rock he got early in the round. I mean, it's, you know, Dirty Dave able to kind of rally in this round and get a little momentum. There's the leg popping over, though. Triangle, maybe no. He's going to use that to sweep him, but no. Dirty Dave's like, I've been there, bro. I got the flick on fleek right now. I'm going to go ahead and go stack guard and drop some bombs on you. Oh, vicious.
I mean, like, broke through the block, half head health damage. I mean, that is a way to come. Oh, I thought that was after the bell there, because we've got some delayed audio. I heard the bell go, and I was like, what's going on? What's going on? We are going to switch streamers, don't worry, guys. So we'll clear up these issues after this round. But yeah, I mean, way to come back there, Rob. Right, that first round, definitely all Badinator, but that round, all Dirty Dave.
Yeah, that's a lot of blue boxes being checked for Dirty Dave. 4 categories. You do have that rock for Badinator, but it could be 1-1 here, depending how you see it. So let's go third and final round to see who takes this initial fight in this best of 3 series. Yeah, this is gonna be great. Badinator in the red, and in the blue we got Dirty Dave. Dirty Dave
leading with the rear uppercut is Badinator, which is interesting. You know, high vulnerability, you walk in with something like that, but trying to put some damage on the block. We'll see how. I believe that was blocked, that leg kick, as we never get another freeze. There we go, back to the action, exchanging jabs right now for the looks for the pull counter, but no overcommitment from Badinator, so nothing doing. There's a pull straight though that lands. And we'll see who goes for the takedown, because in this fight, Rob, whoever got top position has won the round. So who's going to shoot the takedown is my question.
Yeah, let's see. Badinator's threatening with that uppercut, but Dirty Dave seems to be making those reads. You see him pulling, almost adjusting mid-fight, and that's what these high-level fighters do. They make so many adjustments, but still Badinator really trying to go for it. And there it is, Balian. Beautiful timing on that takedown by Dirty Dave, right in the side control position, and here we go. Can he maintain?
Honestly, I feel like I'm in the Matrix with some of these lagging artifacts we're seeing. You know, it's just kind of crazy. And he's straight back to the feet there, Rob. Oh, the hip toss. Oh, late denial, though. We're good. Back to the feet. Even Stevens, 3.5 on the clock. And look at this. This is what I mean, toe-to-toe. Badinator's just planting. The rear uppercut, left hook, that works nicely.
I think I just saw a black cat walk by twice, Bailey, and I ain't going to lie. Yeah. And, yeah, I mean, Dirty Dave looking pretty good. Both guys looking pretty good, and there's the clinch attempt. He's going to go ahead and try to get redemption. He's gotten taken down once, and Badinator's a veteran, and he's standing his ground right now with Charles Oliveira, standing in the pocket, daring Dirty Dave to strike with him. And Dirty Dave's like, you know what? I beat Ed Parker in the last round. I'm ready to go.
Oh, Badinator's just chaining those uppercuts together. I mean, they do big damage. There's no head movement from Dirty Dave, and you know, most players, high crunch, lovely job. And that's big damage. That's big damage as well. That counts for the judges. And now he's in Oh, God.
no.
Before I can even finish my sentence, there we go. Half guard top position for Badinator. Lovely sweep. And that's the danger of being in that guard to Charles Oliveira.
Damn right, he went sneaky beaky on him, and Badinator swapped position when it was looking a little bad for him, and now, baby, he is in side control position. Watch out for these elbows, but no, he's going to go ahead and shrug him off, be like, I'm going to be in half guard. I'm going to deny this on top. I'm going to go to full mount. No, you're not. These guys are countering each other like crazy.
They are indeed. I mean, if all the fights are this close tonight, we're going to be in for a long night of fights. It will be great, but so far, it's really hard to kind of say who's winning this one, right? You give them both a round apiece.
Yeah.
Badinator's got this side saddle, though. If he can land a couple of these elbows, that might be enough to steal the round.
Definitely. It's all about that damage. If you can chip away a little bit at your opponent, those judges love it. But the judges have been kind of weird tonight earlier in the tournament with some sussy decisions. But on top, still Badinator posturing up, trying to land some damage. That block's being tested. And there's the bell, but we still have 25 seconds left. Someone needs to go fire that guy blowing that whistle or that bell.
So the timekeeper's out of sync. We'll see. I mean, we talked about the stamina playing a factor. You know, submission-wise, nothing really came out for Badinator. Wasn't able to take advantage of it. We will go the distance. There we go. And we've gone straight to the winner right there. We see it's Badinator. If you check the stats, I don't want to give it away for the people at home, but Badinator will take the first round here. In the best of three, Rob, the Charles Oliveira pick gets it done. I mean, there are ways to implement a game plan against an Oliveira, but what do you think swayed it to him? Oh, two judges gave him all 3 rounds there, Rob. Even that second round, which is crazy.
Yeah, I guess they really like the uppercuts that Badinator was landing. He was landing a beautiful rear uppercut, sometimes stepping in like you saw, Bailey, and also from the bottom positions, he was able to kind of counter the top play of Dirty Dave. And if you're going against a competitor like Dirty Dave, he's like Khabib when he was a child, wrestling bears. So he's crazy on the ground. So, you know, when you can reverse those positions, you're in a good position to win the fight. So that's just how good Badinator is. What's his nickname? What are people calling this guy right now, Bailey? Fatty the what?
The baddie.
Fatty the baddie pimplet?
Yeah, okay. But I mean, listen, he's been putting on good performances so far tonight. One down for Badinator, just because we have it here. So Badinator's journey so far, he had Megatony in the first round. Then he beat Reps. I don't know who that is. Rep XH Reps. Tough fight. I do remember catching. I remember catching that fight because he finished that fight, and that's where people were calling him Fatty the Baddie from that performance there as well. But here we go, 1-0 in this best of 3. Let's go back to it. Round 2. They're going to switch him round. Badinator's now got Chandler. Dirty Dave going to lock in the alter ego Charles Oliveira.
All right, let's see how they utilize these fighters as they switch out. So yeah, Fatty is going to be on Michael Chandler. He's going to have that big power. That uppercut's going to be landing, but Dirty Dave's going to have all the tricks, all the submissions from the bottom, the jiu-jitsu of Charles Oliveira with that long striking, those teeps, those knees, those elbows. So this is going to be a good matchup. But yeah, Dirty Dave has his back against the wall, ladies and gentlemen. He really needs to win this right now. So the pressure's on him, you know. The tournament hangs in the balance. This is huge.
It does indeed. Can Badinator get it done with the Chandler pick, or is Dirty Dave going to be able to use that ground game a bit more effectively this time? Goes for the push kick, but gets crowded, eats the straight right. There's an overhand. Boxing pressure so far from Badinator, Rob. He's just going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, taking the oxygen out of the arena right now, putting that pressure on Dirty Dave early. He knows he's playing with house money. He's got the win in the bank, and he's going to play loose, and he is playing very aggressive early. And that right hand was brutal.
Like the left body kick, but this is the problem with, you know, the Oliveira pick. You need space, and now he's back to the fence. He cannot stay here. He's trying to lean on that head movement to get a counter off, but, I mean, I would advise circling out, Rob. What do you think in this position?
Yeah, I think so. You know, circle out, stay away from those haymakers, but, you know, Dirty Dave seems like he's trying to stay out. Hey. He's trying to stay away from that fence. He doesn't want to get pushed too far back, so he's trying to stand his ground. And yeah, you don't want to be on your back foot too much.
Ooh, rear uppercuts
body
to the body.
Uppercuts, baby.
Maybe, you know, Badinator realizes I can chip away that stamina. The submission threat starts to deteriorate. Lead uppercut, and then a little back step as well. Straight back on the pressure with the lead jab, and then another rear uppercut to the body. Chaining those together now is Fatty the Baddie, and there's a rear uppercut into the overhand, which he just sways out of the way, fatigued. But that could have been nasty.
Speaking of the Matrix, he looked like Neo, you know, dodging a bullet right there from Mr. Badinator. I mean, that was crazy. But man, Badinator's been able to land these uppercuts so accurately and devastate Dirty Dave.
Hey, that was nicely timed. Doesn't get it though. Well done by Badinator. Still on the feet, trying to keep the center. That was a nice slip to the outside by Dirty Dave to get away from that uppercut this time. But those rear body uppercuts are landing. Left hook though is a big weapon for Charles Oliveira. Cracked him with it there one more time. Jab straight lead uppercut. There's another rear uppercut. Both of these guys loving the uppercut tonight.
They really are, and Badinator's taking a little damage. He's got a nice cut on that eye. He's got to be careful, I think, on that right eye. Ooh, and he eats another shot. So Badinator's got to watch out for that left hook from Mr. Dirty Dave, but they are just exchanging in the center.
Oh, that was so close. I don't know if the right hand landed for Dirty Dave. He is getting that block counter off with the left hook nicely as well. On occasion, looked for it right there as well. Obviously, you have to time the block on the same side as the strike that lands, so he can only throw it off the right hand. But if Badinator realizes that, he can set him up. Oh, there's a right overhand just like that. Drops him, put straight back to the feet. Doesn't want to stay on top. Doing the Dustin Poirier. Is this sensible?
Badinator's throwing kill shots.
He's got the confidence to get that overhand going, and he's up. He is just throwing bombs, rear uppercuts. The big overhand, and when he's not getting it to the body, the front kick. Oh, the rear uppercut again. Jab, rear uppercut. Oh, he's baiting that out so nicely. And there you go. Front kick knockout.
Game over, man. Game over.
I don't even know what level that move is on Michael Chandler, but it is an effective weapon that he has. When you don't throw a single kick all fight, but you throw a couple of front kicks, you know they're probably going to land. Very sneaky. Rob, when's the last time you saw a front kick knockout at like this level of tournament?
In real life, he Tony Fergusoned him, man. Oh my God, that was beautiful. And Badinator was doing a great job. He was throwing those uppercuts, and then Dirty Dave was like, okay, I'm gonna make a read. I'm gonna slip my head. And then when he slipped that head right, overhand step in power, Michael Chandler bombs. And then yeah, I haven't seen the front kick knockout like that where it's just ice cold. Badinator's got some ice in his veins tonight. Fatty the Batty Pimplet is just on fire in this tournament and eliminates Dirty Dave, who took out Ed Parker. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you've got some chance in the chat of, oh, Fatty the Baddie going, you know, that might be seeing it all the way through tonight, but that's 2-0 right there for Badinator, and he will walk on through to the semi-finals straight away. We've got someone banked in already. We're just getting started, Rob. Badinator secures his spot, and yeah, I mean, Dirty Dave, he had to come through Ed Parker to get here tonight, Rob, but, you know, Badinator able to resist the grappling, force a stand-up fight, and then good use of the Michael Chandler pick, because really that's how you want to fight with Chandler. You want to pressure, close the distance, and force the in-tight boxing, and that's how he got the knockout. So
yeah, exactly. I mean, just really playing aggressively. I don't know if I've seen anyone play that aggressively in a tournament like this in a while, where they're just like stepping in, throwing super powerful haymakers. So Badinator is doing it, and he just beat a very talented opponent in Dirty Dave, and I cannot wait to see him in the semifinals, and I cannot wait to see who his opponent is. And Balian, where are we headed here on the bracket? Because I am itching to see these fights.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you've been paying attention to the fights already tonight, we've got the next two guys who have come through some top competition. We've got I'm the GOAT and Dex Premacy as well. So let's jump in. We know what it's going to be. It's going to be Oliveira. It's going to be Chandler. Looks like Bully of MMA, which should be, I believe that will be I'm the GOAT. But to be honest, it's always slightly confusing when the name's different. We might need some background confirmation here.
Very true. And if you're just tuning in, I'm the GOAT got through aka Dave in the last round and got through Get In Sparked, and his opponent Dex Premacy got through CIA Webcam, a dangerous opponent, and a very game EK Warrior. So these two are about to collide. We're about to get confirmation who's who in the back. Feck it. We need some name checks, baby.
We've got a quick quit, perhaps. They muted the audio. There we go. So that's why we're going to quit and restart really quickly there. But yeah, no problem here as well. So, these things happen, I guess. At least we got out of there nice and quick, Rob, But these guys have had some time to, I suppose, they've been fighting all night. Maybe the fatigue's getting to them a bit, the mental fatigue. Maybe that's a sign, not fully concentrating.
True. Mental fatigue plays a big factor, and you got the thumb fatigue. You got to keep those thumbs loose. You got to keep them strong. Make sure you keep them, the calluses lubricated with lotion. You don't want to slip. Actually, lotion on the thumbs. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it. All right. Pro advice from Rob. But I mean, this is a legit point to bring up. While we've got time while they're resetting this up, it's a 32-man tournament. 100%. You need to be able to stay locked in for an extended period of time, which is not easy. You know, we saw that when we did the
Very true.
ESFL live show in Vegas. You know, that was a massive tournament. It went on for like 10 hours the whole day, and the competitors had to stay locked in and you had to fight every fight. Not only is your best fight, but every fight got harder as well. So it required more concentration. And that's exactly what these guys are dealing with. And not to say that's why he forgot to do the audio, but they're about to do best of threes and then another best of three. And then if they get to the final, they've got to do another one. So
yeah, very true. And you're watching, sitting and waiting and watching your fellow competitors in there compete. Nerves are flowing hard, and you're trying to stay cool, calm, and collected as well. So you got the nerves, you got the bright lights, you got all these organizations, you got just so many people, so many eyeballs on you when you're in there, and it's just like a lot of pressure. And it's whoever can handle that pressure the best, Balian, that is going to win this tournament. It's not who's the best player, but who could play the best when the bright lights are on. And we're in the Esports Fight League right now, and it is on. This ping's looking good. 63 looks like Obtain Aura has Charles Oliveira. Do we know who is who yet?
Yes, Bully of MMA is.
Let's go. Thank you.
And Dex Premacy is Obtain Aura. So
okay,
Dex Premacy got Charles Oliveira in the blue corner.
Beautiful.
You've got Goat there in the red corner right there. Bully of MMA. So they are locked in. They're ready to go. And we've got round one between these two, second quarterfinal matchup.
All right, here we go. I am ready for this. They are just locking in their fighters. Slowly but surely here, Balian. But yeah, so far Michael Chandler has been just throwing some bombs out there. So we'll see if Bully will kind of approach these guys take differently from each other, because we're going to see a lot of variation in the way they choose to play these alter egos. Who's your favorite alter ego? Do you have a favorite alter ego in this tournament right now, or?
Oh, in the tournament in the tournament, I like the Rampage one. I do like Rampage. I play, honestly, Rampage. Mate, I'm getting old. I play a lot of backyard brawl now just because it's fun. 5 rounds of carnage, 3 minutes. I do really like it. And that Rampage is always fun to play there. I like the Luke Rockhold Strike Force one though. I am kind of partial to that. I kind of, I like a good southpaw kickboxer. I think, are we still audio muted here, or is this just coincidence? Because we've started this first round. Okay, let's just keep going for now on this one. Straight off with the bat. Dex Premacy using those long rangy teeps of Oliveira. Obviously, we see Goat trying to return there with his own front kick. We know that's effective. We just saw it get a knockout.
Yeah, we saw Badinator flatline, so
I don't know why.
You got to watch out for those front kicks. Bully of MMA, aka Goat, right? Bully of MMA, aka Goat, walking down. He kind of holding the center of the octagon right now. He's in Oliveira's Dex Primacy. He's kind of just wading in, moving in and out, using footwork.
Nice. I like that front kick. So far doing a good job of reactionary striking. As soon as they get touched, they fire back, and there's a rear uppercut that lands beautifully for Go, and a takedown. Rolls out though, stays on the feet, reshoots into a beautiful double leg. Love the chain wrestling. Gets top position, will cost him some stamina, and he now has to deal with Oliveira, but it will count on the scorecards.
That was so beautiful, Balian. Gets the uppercut and then, charges forward, gets the chain takedown and just slams him. I mean, that's some momentum in the favor of Mr. Goat. I'm a Goat, and now he's on top. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left. Gets that deny right there, and Goat's starting to flow a little bit early here.
Yeah, let's see what he can do. Posturing up. Now, just working the body, building some GA. Gets a side control off. Let's see. Dex Premacy wants to get those inside hooks. Can't do it. Eating a couple of elbows for it. 4 or 5 elbows. We saw that exact same sequence already in the last fight. And we know that's not necessarily a good idea when that gets denied, that transition. The elbows are coming, so.
Tries to sneak. And he's like, no, sir, not sneaking. But he was able to, Dex was able to put him into, full guard, a little bit safer. And you know how dangerous Balian Charles full guard is. So let's see where he decides to navigate. But right now, Michael Chandler just posturing up, popped him with a shot, a couple dinks.
Plenty of sweeps that come off as well from this position, not just submissions. And there we go. We've seen it again. We're seeing the same moves playing out here in these quarterfinal matchups. Everyone better pay attention. I mean, the same weaknesses and vulnerabilities are going to be there in this first opening round for the final 8 of the Community Day tournament. working the body, trying to build some of his own GA. Short time on the clock to get anything significant off. You got to imagine with the rock as well as those takedowns, GOAT is probably going to be winning this round, but it does depend what Dex Premacy can do now. Double hip fake, goes over the top and goes for the guillotine. Why not run the clock as well? Burning the stamina with the struggle. And I believe, yeah, banking on the stamina being a little higher right there is Dex Premacy and pulls out. No problem. Just 10 seconds left now, though.
Yeah, that was close. That was close. A little stamina for Chandler. I thought he might have been able to lock that in, but a good job by Dex. And, man, Go has to have taken that round because he landed that uppercut. You know, a lot of guys in this tournament are landing that rear uppercut perfectly. I was going to say some crazy word right there, Bailey, but yeah, perfectly, and drops them. So, yeah, Go taking round number 1, I believe, and starting out this best of 3 strong.
Wouldn't be the first time you've made up words on an ESFL broadcast. I'll tell you that. You're pretty good at that.
Made up.
Here we go.
Very
Touching them up. Go in the red. Dex Premacy in the blue. Both men done well to get to this point, but here's a best of 3. If they get through this, they got the semis and then the finals. But now it's the Charles Oliveira alter ego. There's a takedown deny right there, though. Lots of stamina lost, and that dinged off the body there. Didn't do too much damage. But backing up is GOAT, and he needs to be going forward here, Rob, right?
He does. He does. He's trying. And that was beautiful slips right there. Ooh, connects with that left hook as Mr. Dex coming in, you know, taking a lot of shots on that block, though, relying on it heavily. But he is putting the pressure on in this second round. He's coming out strong. He's Dex. He's trying to get this back into his ball court.
Nice right hook that came off there as well. Dex Premacy's doing a great job of cutting the cage off right now. Those teeps, keeping him honest in against the fence. Got to watch out for that uppercut, though, from both men. There was a big one to the body, and there's an uppercut in return. The uppercut is the shot of the night so far, Rob. Lovely roll underneath, and there's the uppercut.
It's the uppercut tournament, man, and Bully's doing a good job. Goes doing a good job of countering when Dex goes to the body, uppercut, counter, boom, but lands that left on the clinch. And man, look at this pressure, man. He's putting him in the cooker right now.
Lead hook to the head, touches the body, single collar, but nothing doing for GOAT. Pull counter, gets the pull off. Just stay away from that bloody awful uppercut that we've seen. Come back left hook this time, though, for the GOAT.
And they're just in there throwing bombs. GOAT trying to fight off this pressure, doing a good job from Dex. Has a slight stamina advantage at the midpoint of this round. And these guys are just doing a great job pulling each other and staying out of that danger zone. Ooh, vicious body kick, Bailey, and that was nasty.
And I'd love to see more of that, but the uppercut. I mean, why not? And another one. Just keep back at the uppercuts. More shots here. Trying to get the fight finished, but there's too much head health left on GOAT. And we talk about using the kicks, but he's been trapping him against the fence. Lead body kick to the turning side kick. You like that as well. Keep mixing up the targets, but look at this. Refusing to give up any ground now as GOAT.
Oh my goodness. But GOAT is in big trouble. Stamina's low. Dinging the body. Left hook lands. Dings him. Rocks him. Down he goes. Sits him down on the toilet seat, Bailey.
These uppercuts are honestly insane. I can't believe how many of them have landed, and they're all just kill shots. There was almost another one right there. GOAT is throwing down, and he doesn't have much of a choice left as well. A minute left in this round. If he can survive, lead hook lands to the head, though. Turning sidekick misses. There's his charge. Lead hook straight lands. He slips off the center line, pulls the uppercut, comes back to the body. The flying knee gets blocked. These guys are throwing down, Rob.
This is crazy. Only round 2 and another uppercut.
Oh, he
Go
pulls.
throwing hard, but he's out of gas, Bailey, and he has no more gas in the tank. And now Dex coming forward, landing big shots. And earlier, Go did a beautiful job sidestepping that spinning back kick to the body and countering Mr. Dex. But now,
an amazing knee as he level changes right onto it. Oh my God, what a shot. I need to see the replay on that one. So well timed. I believe he sat down for, was it a body shot? Misses the uppercut and just ducks into it. Insane. What great timing.
Medic!
Great job to throw it. I don't know if he was looking for the front kick or the knee itself, but there's been a lot of ducking under, which is why the uppercuts have been working. And that one just cleaned his clock. That's a win in the books for Dex Premacy in round 1.
Oh, that was huge. I mean, dang, Dex Premacy came out, flatlined him with that knee. That was dirty. Ducked right into it. Sent him a car crash to the dome, and man, Dex looked good. He came out in that second round like a freaking banshee, and he did not let up, and he got the finish. I mean, he was drilling him to the body. Both guys were fighting. You saw GOAT, Bailey, and trying to throw uppercuts. He did a beautiful job sidestepping that spinning back kick to the body, countered brilliantly, but just Dex Premacy just went crazy in that second round and got the finish. Man, what a fight so far.
Not sure again why we don't have audio on this one, but we're not exiting. We're going straight through to the next one, so we shall adjust for now.
Let's go. I'm ready, bro. I'm ready.
Here we go. Switching the picks. Oh, he's changing shorts. You know, we just keep it in uniform so we know what's going on. Next Premacy now in the blue corner, of course, with Michael Chandler. So on the other side, we've got I'm the GOAT. He's got Oliveira this time out.
All right, here we go. A switcherooski. So they could choose to mirror match here if they wanted to, right? Is this the second fight?
No. This is round 2.
Okay.
So yeah,
okay, I'm confused.
3. But we'll see if it goes to a 3 because so far it's just been the 2-0 for not for one consistent pick. It's been a player. Badinator went 2-0. So right now we'll see what Dex Premacy can do.
Roger that.
Michael Chandler is in his hands against the altered ego Charles Oliveira on the side of I'm the GOAT. So both men have to switch the strategies, and there must be something to knowing the vulnerabilities of yourself in a fight you've just lost and then getting the opposite pick. So surely you can try and exploit those same vulnerabilities.
100%. You definitely can. And also you can, play off that momentum. You see the pressure now from Dex. He got that finish. Ooh, eats a beautiful flying knee though from Go, backs him up a bit. But yeah, he looks confident now after that first win. He's coming forward. He's putting on the aggression early. Ooh, lands a beautiful lead head kick right to the dome piece.
Rear uppercut, lead hook. I mean, just walking forward, Dex looking supremely confident. Oh my God, the hands were down.
That was close.
The hands were down so he could shoot that takedown, but gets it off with the ankle pick. Side control. And we didn't see any grappling last time, really. So we're going to see how this changes the matchup.
Yeah, this is good. Charles Oliveira on top. GOAT getting a denial, slowing down the fight. He needs a win. Oh, man, he's dinking his head right there with some sharp elbows, Bailey. And this position's always interesting to see how the players, want to play it.
And he got that side control off. We've seen people go for that earlier on, and at this level, it's not always advisable, but sometimes that's the last thing they expect, Rob.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you don't even expect it. When you get that, it's a huge play, a huge momentum shift. Now he's on top, landing body shots, taking away that stamina, and he's going to try to do the same thing, but he R2 flicks down quickly.
Back to the feet. Here we go. Jab.
Nice body work.
And there's that knee again, but on the opposite side. Going to look for that. A little bit out of range right there. I'm liking the head kicks coming out from GOAT, but again, he's finding himself getting pressured regardless of the pick, and that can just be the player style matchup right here. Single collar, but shrugged off. There are some great knees you have with Oliveira, so we'll see if that comes into play. Left head kick lands there nicely as Dex Premacy's moving forward, blocks the knee. They exchange there though.
You called that one. Man, these uppercut hook combinations, and you're seeing Dex coming in, but right now it's I'm a GOAT making him pay. Every time he comes in, throwing that straight down the pipe, and here we go. A moment of danger against the cage, but he's able to grab that clinch, Bailey, and save himself a little bit there.
Body kick straight.
Those lead kicks on Bailey, body, head.
Yeah, I mean, Chandler's kicking isn't really the best, I mean, he did get a boost after the front kick, but you can make anything work, really, especially if it's the last thing they expect. And then, of course, if the kicks are coming out, well, then the hands are going to be easier to land because they're not going to be used to the timing and the rhythm of them. So we'll see if that does play in his favor to set up the hands. But mainly for Dex right now, it's giving him a way to sort of close the space. Because once he's landed the kick, he's now able to get into boxing range without eating anything on the way in. And now rear uppercut to the body, lead hook to the body, right hook, and then a left hook up top. Lovely work. And then a rear uppercut, left hook one more time, double shot to the body. Another left hook drops him, and now just unloading the ground and pound. Insane combination there, Rob.
Man, that was insane. Dex just came out of nowhere and just landed like the ultimate barrage of like mix-ups. He's going to the body. I'm loving the way he's jabbing to the body, and I think Bailey's coming with like the rear hook or the rear uppercut, and he's throwing that lead body kick too, and he's just making GOAT really pay and think about that body and simultaneously sapping that stamina.
All right, here we go. We have some audio, guys.
Let's go. Let's go. I love the audio.
Excitement. Yeah, well, we need the audio.
We need it.
Catches the teep. There we go. Sends him to the fence. Nice job denying the double leg takedown, though. GOAT going to lose some stamina for that. And now in this clinch position, and then lovely takedown, but he's up.
And look, he's right on him. He's right on him. He knows he's got to recover that stamina. body is weaker when you're trying to recover, when you have low stamina. And this time he defends and counters Bailey. So he's kind of making that read on that lead body kick from Mr. Dex.
Ooh, uppercut, man. I mean, I can't believe how many of these uppercuts are just coming out tonight.
It's that uppercut meta shift, man. What's going on here?
If you're GOAT right now, Rob, what are you doing to stop this pressure?
All right, if I'm GOAT right now, I am trying to look for that flying knee. I'm going to try my best to defend my body and counter off of it and maybe just make... Oh, there's that flying knee, baby. There it is.
Whoa.
That's what he needs right there.
At a certain point, you do have to bring out the high damaging moves, the fight-changing moves, and those are the kind of things you can land. I'm just so impressed with Dex's pressure, though, Rob. And those combos he's been stringing together really well timed on that rear uppercut there as well. Just caught him a lovely little trip from the tie clinch, but no, straight back to the feet.
Yeah, you know, Dex is just kind of bullying GOAT right here, in my opinion, just really putting on, like, extreme pressure, you know, almost daring him. Look at now making that read on the knee, daring him to swing and just cracking him to the body again and again and just detonating on him. This is crazy.
Ooh. The uppercut's right there, man. I mean, he didn't commit, and that would have landed. I love the kicks. They're really helping him keep him against the fence and then close that space. Jab or uppercut to the body. GOAT can hopefully time an uppercut of his own, especially because of all the level changes that we're seeing from Dex Premacy, but he's been very selective about his entries. Oh, the head kick this time.
Oh, man.
The lead leg, the same thing. Lovely combo as well. He's got a
Dex
throw.
on fire. He does. He's on the back. I think he's a little mentally fatigued right here. You know, he's getting overwhelmed and, pull.
Yeah, Dex is flowing, man. He hasn't made a mistake this whole round. Everything has been landed. He's done a great job avoiding right there as well. That was beautiful to just read the opponent and what was coming out. Doesn't mean GOAT can't turn this fight around, but Dex right now looking so good. Great head movement, lovely rear uppercut there again. Double shot to the body, the left hook up top. That was the combination he's been going to, and this time he throws it again straight away and drops him with it one more time.
Man, Dex is looking clinical out there. He is all over GOAT right now, just kind of blitzing through his defenses, and GOAT can't really do anything besides like a one power move at a time because he's going to have low stamina, he's going to be vulnerable, and he's going to gas out. So this fight, in my opinion, is already in the bag for Dex. It's just a matter of time, unless there's a miracle.
Right, well, good highlights on that round, but it was all Dex Premacy moving forward, putting the combinations together, and definitely taking that round. And look at the gas tank as well. By the end of this round, that could be in a really dangerous place. Dex Premacy already up 1, Rob, so a win here, that'll be 2-0. He'd be moving on to the semis to take on Badinator, Faddy the Baddie, but there's a double leg into the side control position. Let's see what happens now.
And I can't wait for that matchup because Badinator was bringing some crazy pressure in his series. So these guys are going to be like two bullies colliding in there. And I cannot wait for that matchup. But, you know, who knows? Hey, it's going to be tough because on the ground, he's got a stamina disadvantage. On top with Chandler confident, goes right into the full guard, gets the deny on the right side of Bailey. And this is looking very suspicious.
He's starting to set it now, but this is the problem when you lose the stamina and all the investment in the body shots, and that final attempt to squirm out might be it.
He's bumping pretty good, but that's it.
I don't know how many times he'd have to lock in a sub half the sub bar gone with that arm triangle. Great work there as well to mix in all the martial arts, and now with a really completed gas tank, GOAT is in a dangerous spot, Rob.
Yeah, he is. He's in desperation mode. He's on tilt, and he's got the full flow magician on top of him. Mr. Dex Premacy just freaking in the ultimate alpha brain on it flow state, and he's just going crazy. He's gonna let him up. He wants that knockout.
He's just stumbling all over the place. Moving forward with the jab. Oh my God. I mean, this is just the tension here for GOAT, not wanting to make a mistake. It's the body head changes that have helped these combinations land for Dex. He's always ripping high-low. It was double body lead hook all day, and then he's going lead body kick or lead head kick just to keep mixing it up. There's a nice trip, but the up kick, wow.
Yeah, beautiful timing. Yeah, Dex's game plan this fight has been so amazing to watch. Used the momentum from the first win, kept it up, kept that pressure, and yeah, the lead body kicks, the jab to the body, and the uppercut. I mean, he's just all over him. Rear
uppercut there. Still seeking, and you know, Dex here, We talked about the focus that you're going to have to fight, potentially, I don't even know, like 15 times tonight if you come all the way through the tournament. But this is a really well-maintained game plan, and he's not hunting for the finish. He's just maintaining the lead and still trying to inflict as much damage as possible.
Yeah, and there is Mr. Dex Mr. Dex Premacy on top. But, GOAT is just completely obliterated here. I mean, he can't really do anything except survive and just wait till the judges give the decision or get knocked out or submitted. But he's fighting very valiantly to stay in this fight.
Not much time left on the clock. You said it there. He did a good job to survive, especially during that hellacious second round. But I think we're going to get a 2-0 sweep right here, Rob.
I think so. And Badinator's got his hands full because Dex he just looks different. This kid looks different when I'm watching him. He looks slick out there.
Don't judge people based on their appearance, Rob. He looks different. That's no concern of yours, all right? He does, though. He's been looking great here tonight. A 30-26 on one of the judges' scorecards right there. And that round two, that was probably the 10-8, Rob. That wasn't even like a round that was a 10-8 because of numerous knockdowns, although he may have got one or two. It was just pure domination. I mean, GOAT couldn't land anything on Dex.
Nothing. He was just standing there blocking and getting his body bombarded by artillery strikes from Mr. Michael Chandler, and that was crazy. That was a dominant performance by Mr. Dex Premacy. I'm very impressed with that win, and there he goes. He goes into the semifinals, locks in that spot, and now he's got the creature, or excuse me, Fatty the Baddie, on the other side of that octagon. But we still got more quarterfinals to go, and these fights are going to be crazy on this side, on the right side of the bracket.
I like the way you described that. Artillery. Yeah, that was pretty good. You are right, though. We have got Drizz and Suave Jamie coming up next. These are our last two quarterfinal matchups. After that, we've got Spooky and then EK Mixups, and we'll be moving through. So, I mean, this is going to be a tough one, but we're going to keep the same picks. Let's go through and see who they're going for, Rob.
All right, here we go, guys. We got Drizz versus Suave Jamie here, and Suave Jamie is an absolute legend. If you don't know who this guy is, he got by Trixie got by Pablo G. Trixie and Suave Jamie matched up. Suave Jamie took that one. Trixie's a legend of the game. Suave Jamie is here to play for keeps. He is probably the favorite in this tournament, one of the favorites, but he's going against Drizz, who beat WR Maxi, and he also beat Kieran Crow earlier in the tournament. So their picks are going to be Drizz, Charles Oliveira Balian, and Suave Jamie with the power of Michael Chandler.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's the same as last time. We've seen Chandler win. We've seen Oliveira win. They both have advantages. It's on the player to take advantage of them. Of course, we all know how good Suave Jamie is, one of the most decorated players we've ever seen in the ESFL. But he can be beaten, and Drizz is here to prove that tonight. He's had some good wins on the way. So let's see here, Rob. Who do you think the picks inherently favor in terms of the styles, Rob?
Ooh, that's a good one. I've kind of seen, like, in that last matchup, it seemed like Dex was able to utilize his style with both Charles and Michael Chandler. But Michael Chandler, you have more power, but you don't have as many tools on the ground. I don't know. That's a hard question. I would say Michael Chandler, in my opinion, just based on the performance so far from these guys. What do you think?
I mean, I think if you give Suave Jamie a power puncher, it can be pretty dangerous. But yeah, there's a lot of arsenal in the toolbox of Charles Oliveira. So we'll see who can make the most out of it. Long reaching hook to the body there from Drizz, and trying to force his man back now. Rear uppercut that's going to add up as well. Big exchange there, but some big chunks of head health missing from Drizz after that.
Right. And if you're wondering why these competitors are constantly picking the same fighters, because we're playing alter egos. It's always going to be Michael Chandler versus Charles in the semifinal eliminators, but it's been quarterfinal eliminators, and right now, look at the slight stamina advantage there for Mr. Drizz.
Like the step through with a straight right there from Jamie, putting it in the face of Drizz, who looks like his lip is already split. I mean, he's looking like a Mortal Kombat character.
Suave Jamie's looking for a fatality here, Balian, with those shots.
Both trying to dink the chin with the straight right. Oh, little back step from Jamie doesn't come off, and he hits a three-piece combination. It looked like he was trying to step back and just, I don't know if it was a missed timing from Jamie or well done to capitalize from Drizz, but he hit him with a three-piece and dropped him real quick.
Yeah, that was pinpoint accuracy there by Drizz, and just taking advantage of that moment and dropping Suave Jamie. And now Suave Jamie is probably losing this round, has a stamina disadvantage, and Drizz is getting confidence.
Trying to bang on the inside. Jamie there just planting the feet, trying to slip and look for the big overhand. The problem with trying to move forward in this game as well is if you are moving forward and you get hit, you do take more damage. So the pressure style obviously works for so many reasons, but if you are going to go toe-to-toe like that and walk forward and you walk into punches, they can do more damage. And Jamie's already been dropped this round.
He has. And Drizz looks real patient. Ooh, connects with that right hand as well. And Suave Jamie's kind of plodding in, trying to land that power, trying to come back. And there's that shot he was looking for. Right hand lands.
Rolls underneath just about right there. I mean, that's not as good as a knockdown, but it's still some pretty good damage. Power advantage, obviously, with Michael Chandler, and that's what he wanted, the back step check hook. He got it off right there as well. I don't know, I'd say damage is almost even, but that's another big right hand right there. I think he's just a little bit ahead after that first round, but, you know, that's going to go for Drizz right there with a knockdown.
100%. Drizz looked phenomenal early, got that beautiful three. Hopefully they showed that on the replay. But even at the end, you saw the straight from Drizz, and then he countered, or he followed up with like that body hook. So this guy Drizz, his striking is absolutely sick, and I'm becoming a big fan of Drizz in this fight. But Suave Jamie is one of the best. Oh, he gets rocked early. A little injury right there on missed. Oh my goodness.
Oh, the lead up and though sits him down. Way to chain the combinations together. Can't get the high crotch takedown though. Looking for it. And they'll go back to banging it out on the feet. Oh my God. The southpaw switch from Jamie here. Looks like it's opened up a few opportunities. Way to duck under, but just a little too slow in terms of what Chandler's able to do after he evaded right there. Couldn't follow up. Pressuring though from Jamie.
Beautiful sequence of defense and sways there from both of these guys. Now you see him Drizz taking the center of the octagon, putting that pressure on Suave Jamie. Suave Jamie starting to huff a little bit with that stamina, and the head health is a little bit lower, so Drizz still in control of this fight.
Double jab is nice as well. I mean, if anything, it's getting Jamie to react. That was a nice time takedown, but it kind of had to cover too much distance, and look at that. Nice work by Drizz, man. Drizz showing up tonight, Rob, taking it to a former ESFL champion.
Definitely doing good. Drizz on top, and now Suave is able to get back up. See what he decides to do. Gets the back here, Bailey, and is he going to take him down? No, he's going to break free. Drizz playing good defensively.
Touches the body. Lead uppercut lands beautifully, though, and Jamie now wobbling about. Teep up the middle. Right hands, left hooks. Trying to march forward, but these shots to the body are hurting as well. Man, the accuracy on Drizz is really, really impressive. Oh, there's another uppercut. He's trying to get these takedowns. This Jamie, and Drizz is all about the defense tonight.
Yeah, Drizz is very, very quick with his inputs, very reactive, and man, Suave Jamie starting to crack him. Finally gets that takedown, power takedown, slams him down, but the gas tank for Suave Jamie is very sus, but gets that denial early, Bailey, and maintains that control.
Well, Jamie got this fight where he wanted it to be. We're in round 2. There's not much time left, but he can start trying to implement this ground and pound and just control, really. I think he's trying to just slow Drizz down and also just test the ground game, see if he can't get some free damage off.
Yep. Half stamina for Mr. Suave Jamie, and it's going to be an uphill battle. You know, Suave Jamie's able to win this one. That's going to be a testament to how gangster his EA Sports UFC 5 prowess is. And there it is again. We've seen that so much tonight, Bailey, and that sweep from Oliveira.
I mean, everybody, every player has pretty much hit that. You got to know that that's coming.
Oh yeah.
You know, these guys are all so good. They can probably, you know, I bet they like to think that they're ready for it, but it's so quick you just can't stop it. And there it goes off again. Top position for Drizz with 20 seconds left on the clock. Jamie, unfortunately, wasn't able to hold this top position, so going to take a bit of punishment towards the end, but it has been a close fight. But Drizz, I think Drizz is still up.
Oh yeah. Drizz is throwing some bombs there as the round is concluded, and you see there, was that a knockdown for Mr. Suave Jamie? I don't even remember him getting a knockdown, but I guess, yeah, knockdown for Suave Jamie. Very close. Yep. Could have taken that round 1-1, but it seems like Drizz is going to win this fight for some reason in my eyes, because he has that stam advantage. I mean, and like you said, Bailey, Drizz is just throwing like these crispy, perfectly placed combinations. There's like no fat in his striking, it seems.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's also just the mental state, you know, that you can enter, the flow state, which we talked about again. You got to find multiple times throughout this tournament. And it's the composure, it's the relaxed nature. It's not trying to trade and get the points back or return the damage. What a lovely elbow. Nicely timed by Suave Jamie. Walked him forward into it.
Oh my
Jabs
goodness.
and straights there. Trying to follow up for the finish. He knows he probably needs one, but he gets caught right there. Drizz coming forward now. Double jab right hand. Jamie wobbling all over the place.
The way these two competitors are able just to kind of sneak in a power shot and connect and land and just devastate their opponent is so exhilarating to watch. And you saw Suave Jamie kind of get him with a right elbow there, but then you see Drizz just kind of connect with Mr. Oliveira, and there's that flying, what's that, flying teep to the face, a flying front kick.
Great lead hook comes back.
This is a good fight, Bailey. Yeah, this is a good fight.
It's a great fight, and you just don't know who's going to land that next rock and then try and set up a finishing sequence. And I feel like either guy could do it at any moment. There's 3 minutes on the clock.
Very true. And Suave's been able to like sneak these power shots in, and the head health on Oliveira is dwindling a bit, but you know, Drizz just has so much stamina to play with. It's actually evening up a little. Oh my goodness, overhead. Coming, Bailey, he's coming.
No stamina. He broke through the block to land that as well, which is good work by Jamie. 2 minutes 30 left in this final round between these two. This is the first of the best of three. Third quarterfinal matchup here. One more quarterfinal matchup after this. We've got Badinator already in the semifinals alongside Deprex as well. Deprex, Dex Premacy. I can't forget his name.
There you go.
I got it.
There you go.
Going away.
And this is so interesting, Balian, because this round could decide the fight right here. And it seems like Suave could be winning the round.
I don't know, man. I feel like he's also taking some damage, even if he did get that rock knocked down. It just feels like it can end at any minute. Even a head kick would just smash through that block, but I don't think either guy's going to risk throwing one. The front kick's there. Something big. We've got the flying knee. If they can't, otherwise it will be an uppercut or a lead hook that gets well timed. I love the elbow Jamie landed earlier, but to try and hit the same trick twice is also going to be hard. Oh, it's an uppercut though. Lead one this time. And then the overhand right. He's dropped him, Rob. This is going to be it. He's going to get this surely with the ground and pound now. No way to recover. And it's a win for Suave Jamie, possibly down 2 rounds. Gets the knockout, Rob.
That is so crazy. I mean, Suave, I think the round 2 was pretty close. And then round 3 was all the deciding factor. But how did Suave Jamie come back from that stamina disadvantage? How did he overcome the Rubik's Cube that was Drizz season? I mean, damn, that was crazy. That's Suave Jamie for you, though. That's why he is the legend from Ireland.
Composure.
You might hear some songs coming on.
Yeah. Composure, Rob. I think that's your answer right there. Managed to stay in the fight, do enough damage that even if he was losing, he could always try and win it back. And right there, gets the finish in the final round. I mean, if you look at the significant strikes, he only landed 20 significant strikes through that entire fight. He was stunned 6 times, or he got 6 stuns, excuse me. So, you know, it didn't take a lot, but it was the well-placed and well-timed shots that were able to do the damage and get the finish.
Yeah. That fight was incredible, and it seemed like it was like 1-1. I think Suave Jamie stole that second round, and it was for all the marbles there. In that, let's see how the judge. Okay, so judges. Wow, they had the second round. Two judges had that second round tied there, Bailey, and it looked like, but they didn't.
Yeah,
give
well,
us the
it was 2 rounds, you know, to Drizz. And Jamie needed a finish. He got the finish. He would have lost that opening round. I mean, this is the best of 3, so they're going to run it back, switch around the picks right now. But, you know, with money on the line, Suave Jamie has been through high-pressure situations. You know, you talk about how much pressure it is to fight in the ESFL, even if it doesn't seem like it for outsiders. You know, there's eyes on you. You only get this one chance, you know, and you are performing in front of everybody live. It does mount up and add pressure. And then you add a tournament to that. And then you add the fact that you've gotten this far in the tournament, and then there's money on the line. Suave Jamie has been here before. He's been in these situations. He's won money in these situations. So that speaks to it right there. Able to control, keep the composure in the 3rd round. He gets them 1. He's going Oliveira. Now Drizz takes a Michael Chandler pick.
Yeah, and now Drizz has to let that last one go. He seemed like he had a good advantage, but he kind of let it slip a little bit, and Suave Jamie was able to overcome a little adversity, and that's going to give Suave Jamie a lot of confidence. Can Drizz stay mentally collected here?
Oh, I might have misread those cards, because chat is now saying it would have been a draw if it went to the judges. I think I was slightly not paying attention. I guess that I misread. But okay, we're good. Here we go for round two.
Round two, they had 2 judges gave it a tie.
There we go.
But here we go, round 2.
I like the calf kicks from Drizz, already pressuring. Jamie now with the longer striker. We'll see if he can implement a bit more of his game, known for his Conor McGregor and other sort of kickboxers. So now not so much having to fight with the pressure boxing, but Drizz might be able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, we'll see what Drizz decides to do here. I mean, he just needs to stay true to his game and stay confident. I mean, he was fighting so phenomenally in that first fight. It's just Suave Jamie just able to find his moments. Ooh, nice little combination there. Nice exchange.
Yeah, and then it's about when you get tagged, you know, because everyone plays differently and you play differently on ranked as well. But, you know, you'll notice that Suave Jamie always tends to reset, let his head health come back before he enters into these exchanges again. You know, he's not rushing back to get in the offense, except he did right there. But this is, you know.
He's doing the opposite of what you say. He's listening to you, Balian. He's trying to throw you off.
I think he was trying to throw him off there with that switch knee. Didn't come off, though. And we'll see if he can create some space to get some of these kicks going. Rear uppercut to the body lands. And there's a takedown attempt already, at least to keep Drizz guessing. Who can now force him to the fence. Drizz can use this now. Get some of that boxing going on the inside. That all comes off the block from Jamie.
There comes a couple jabs. Nice jab straight, putting that pressure on Drizz. Drizz moving his head well, but these guys look a little bit more tentative this round and not unloading as much as they were before.
That rear uppercut keeps landing, though. That's going to do some big damage from Drizz. Sent that one to the moon, and it banged off the chin. And I do think Drizz has done more damage so far in this fight.
The power of Michael Chandler is nice when you're unloading those big combinations.
Oh, there's another uppercut up the middle. Yeah, Jamie's been able to land a few block shots. Drizz is throwing in combination, but that's also going to cost the gas tank as well. Setting quite a high pace for this first round.
Very even round as well between these two. Nice little teep from Mr. Suave.
There's a nice calf kick from Drizz earlier. I think if he's got some ranged attacks in the arsenal, that could bear well for him. Tries to follow up with the double hook combination. Reaching, though, a little bit. We will see if the stamina plays in. It didn't really in the last one. I know Jamie's also down on the tank, but if you're reaching in and missing those big hooks, it's going to start adding up.
Oh, yeah. And it seems like Mr. Drizz is a Peter Pan fan, Balian, because he is bringing out the hooks. You know what I'm saying?
Or he is. That went over my head because I was reading chat. But okay, yeah, Peter Pan and hook. All right, okay, I see what you're doing. Just for people in chat, yeah, I did. For people in chat who are talking, the round 2 after this will be Rampage's alter ego against Dan Henderson. And then the finals will be Conor McGregor alter ego against Eddie Alvarez. It will not be Askren Masvidal. It will be Conor McGregor versus Eddie Alvarez.
Can't wait to see Rampage throwing some heat.
Rampage versus Henderson. What a fun fight.
Know.
His bombs
so excited. I can't wait to see Hendo too.
Very slow, but it's going to be great.
He's still slow, huh? They didn't give him some speed?
His footwork, shuffle.
Yeah, he plods.
It doesn't matter. It's timing beats speed, doesn't it?
Right. Timing beats speed.
Here we go.
Catches
nice catch right there as well, and just going to use that to walk to the fence so he can get some of these combinations off. See if Jamie looks to trade. I like that Drizz has been patient. That was a beautiful elbow right there. Jamie feels like he's definitely pot-shotting with the Oliveira pick in hand, whereas the combinations, they've slowed right down. It's never usually more than 1 or 2.
Yeah, and Drizz is doing a lot of damage, throwing a lot of hooks on the block of Mr. Suave Jamie, and Suave is really relying on that block. But it's getting dwindled down here. Drizz is landing on it, and as we go into the 3rd round, he's not going to be able to... Oh, my goodness. He's landing big shots right now, Balian. Drizz is connecting.
Oh. Pouring with the jabs. I mean, this is tense right now. There's 2:30 on the clock. First round went to Suave Jamie in the red. So far, I mean, this is pretty much even. Someone has a cut. I think they both have cuts, actually. There might be a nose issue for Suave Jamie also. But stamina-wise, it's not too dissimilar right now. I think Jamie's just trying to find his moment and just pull some offense out. Drizz slowly getting backed up now.
Yeah, Drizz is kind of beating up Suave Jamie, in my opinion, in the second round. And it looked like Suave was trying to go for that takedown, but Drizz was like using his footwork to stay out of reach at a few of those. And there's Suave digging to the body there, but Drizz just connecting with his power. Look at that, boom. Connects and wobbles. Oh, but there's the head kick and the takedown. Beautiful stuff by Suave Jamie. That's why he is a legend, Bailey. And oh my goodness.
And yeah, he definitely needed that. Something definitive to now at this sort of critical juncture in the fight start swinging the momentum in his favor. And he can incorporate the ground game now as well. Can he keep him down, though, for the rest of this round? He's on the back now.
Perfect for Suave Jamie. He needed to slow down Drizz here, and now he's threatening with that rear naked choke. Can he get it? Tries to lock it in right there. No, he decides to just use that as a positional change. Or is it a denial, Bailey? And I'm not sure.
I'm going to continue.
Yep, it's all good.
10 seconds left in the round. Right, here we go. Trying to posture up. Pulls it down. Not too much damage done by Jamie, but like you said, he got the rock before he got the takedown, secured top position, some, control time on top of everything else that round. Can back that round. I do think that first round, though, may have gone the way of Drizz, so we've kind of got a 1-1 situation again going into third, I think, Rob.
Yeah, I think Drizz took that second round. I feel like he did more damage, and I feel like he's in control of this fight right now. I think Suave Jamie needs to go hard and get this finish in this third and final round. But we will see. Drizz on top. Michael Chandler, he's gonna let him come back up. He knows he has him damaged. He just needs to land a few more of these Michael Chandler bombs, and that's all she wrote, I think.
Really trying to find the home for those shots as well. It's been some good head movement on Suave Jamie. Some good punishment. But gone southpaw right now as well. Oh, he walked right into the uppercut. And this is exactly what Drizz was waiting for. Can he continue to chain some offense together? The head health still flashing. The block is down. The knee misses. The lead hook straight. He's still in trouble here, Rob.
I can't believe that lead hook didn't rock him right there. A little bit of luck from Suave Jamie. Suave Jamie trying to survive valiantly right now. Pulls guard. And sweeps him to full mount. Suave Jamie. Oh, my goodness.
Talk about being under pressure, man. I mean, he had to pull that off, and he's going for the full mount ground and pound. This is more damage than he's done with any ground and pound in these fights so far. See if Drizz can escape this position before the reposture comes out.
This is crazy, Bailey, and it seems like Drizz gets the better of Suave Jamie like throughout these exchanges, but then Suave Jamie just pulls like a rabbit out of his hat, like a magician, and just does these miraculous plays and finds himself in these dominant positions. Suave Jamie is a difficult fighter to go against. He's getting bombed right now. Bang!
This is landing. Oh, he cut him open there as well. Got the rock with the elbow. Drizz panics to get out. He's got no stamina. Another posture up. Surely this is going to be it. This is going to be 2-0 for Suave Jamie. Another rock. Can he get another posture up, Rob?
Drizz is out of gas. His head is discombobulated. The butterflies are fluttering around. His synapses have been disconnected. The neurons are not flying around anymore. His head is getting bounced off the canvas like LeBron James bouncing a basketball, Balian.
I mean, that was well worked by Drizz to stay in the fight. Look at the blood all over the canvas now as well. What a crazy sequence at the end of this third round, and then he might have secured it. But now Drizz is on the back, and he's going to go for the get-up.
That was a crazy sequence, and now back up. Drizz has done the damage, but the flying knee from Suave Jamie lands. Here comes Suave Jamie, bailing, swinging valiantly. Both guys are kind of out of gas, swinging for the fences, and Suave Jamie connects.
He got the rear uppercut, fatigued as he was. Stacking the guard right now. More ground and pound, surely.
Oh my gosh.
Drizz is going to be all right. I mean, Jamie is just throwing the kitchen sink at him, trying to get that finish, but also sometimes you extend combinations like that and it's not what you expect. You think they're going to finish. You might even let go of block or try and throw back. Oh, he's been rocked. Oh, he's really low. The left hook. He dropped him. He's got no stamina though, Rob. I don't know if he can finish from this position. Can Jamie frame? He's taking damage. He's TKO'd him. It's over. What a comeback there from Drizz in a fight at a round that surely he was losing. Incredible. Wow. What a switcheroo, man. A comeback from Jamie in round one and a comeback from Drizz in round two.
Switcheroo, and then Drizz opened up the snack pack and gave him the dunkaroo, and that was just dirty. I mean, dude, Suave Jamie is nasty, and I feel like Drizz is getting the better of Suave Jamie throughout these fights. throughout these rounds, throughout these exchanges, but Suave Jamie just makes these crazy critical plays and clutches up and finds himself in these full mount positions and just destroying Drizz's face and bouncing his head off the canvas. But then Drizz comes out of nowhere, Bailey, and I mean, it's just unbelievable. It's complete madness in the octagon right now. I mean, it's crazy. 1-1, that's what you want to see. Now we go to a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. Who do you think is going to take this? Is it going to be the legend, Suave Jamie, or is it going to be the Drizz, who's fighting amazingly right now? Bailey, this is...
They're both locked in, Charles Oliveira. Interesting, okay. Because it wasn't it Chandler that won in both matchups? It was.
Yep.
But they both want to go for Oliveira. So here we go. They're going to mirror the Oliveira. Here we go. So for those people who are wondering how this format works, this is how it works. Round 1.
Tell them, Bailey.
They get one person, then they swap, and then in round 3, you can pick whoever you want. They've both picked Oliveira. So we've got a mirror match for the final one, and we're starting off with a high-paced fight. Already Drizz trying to put the pressure on. They've both landed those rear uppercuts to the body.
Man, this is perfect because you really get to see who is the better fighter here in the best of 3 series, especially when they're both using the same fighter. There's no advantages, there's no disadvantages. It's all to play for here in the third and final fight between these two legends.
Steaking that rear uppercut to the body again. We saw stamina definitely play into it. Some calf kicks coming off now as well. We'll see if one of them decides to go southpaw. Misses the turning side kick. Gets rocked big right there. And that is big damage early. And man, these moves that do well, there's risk, and you've just seen it right there, Rob.
Yeah, spinning back kick, and Drizz made him pay, and he capitalizes. Drizz is a capitalizer. He takes these little moments, and he just fights so perfectly. But then Suave Jamie, let's see what he does. He's always been able to make big plays, and now he's starting to build some momentum, putting on the pressure on Mr. Drizz, landing some blows.
Trying to move forward right now. But the center gets retaken by Drizz, who, you know, he scored a big shot. You know, that's banking the round. He's winning the round right now. So let's see if he's going to keep the pressure on. We'll try and play a bit more defensively. Because if you give Jamie an inch, he'll probably run a mile. But that being said, he's getting tagged all over the place right now.
He runs like 10 miles, Bailey, if you give him an inch. It's crazy. And Drizz has been able to kind of, I feel like, slightly outplay Suave Jamie in these little moments. But Suave Jamie's kind of had to play like the uphill battle. But he's so good at exposing Drizz's mistakes. So this has been such a crazy fight to watch and witness with everybody out there. Hope you guys are having a great time because, man, I'm at the edge of my seat.
Right, yeah, like you said, find the openings. Drizz is the one putting on the offense right now. Oh, beautiful head kick. I mean, that was so well set up, and he's put him away. No, he hasn't. Oh, my God.
How did... It was a sliver, Bailey. No, it was a sliver.
I thought that was it. I mean, I was calling it right there. I just did a Goldberg. It is all over. No, it's not. Okay, we're good. Here we go. Half guard. Jamie on the bottom now. That was a beautiful 1-2 head kick. Didn't get the finish. Gonna get him back to the feet.
And again, Drizz able to get that early stamina advantage like he's been able to get in all the other fights, it seems. And now Suave Jamie having to come uphill again. But he's got his hiking shoes on.
He's got his hiking shoes on. What are we doing there? I mean, it does look like
Drizz
is more busted up, which is the crazy thing. 10 seconds left. Nice slip to the outside right hand. Tries to fire it back. Doesn't land. And some big aggressive shots. And he opens himself up. Gets tagged again right before the end of the round. Overreaching. And a lot of people in chat now start to say that Drizz is locked in. He's got the composure down. Jamie needs to really figure it out right now, Rob. What do you think's going through his mind in this second round?
Man, this dude is so freaking good. I have to stay locked in and be able to beat this guy. But that's what he's been able to do throughout this series. But Drizz is him. He's that guy. I mean, he was able to come back from losing that first fight in which he was ahead, Bailey, and he has that mental fortitude. He can do it.
Looking a little tentative, trying to set the jab first and throw off of it. Drizz just stepping in with the lead hook. We've seen this when Jamie opens up with the bigger shots that he's getting countered. Drizz is used to countering those looping hooks. So we'll see if Jamie can keep things a little tighter, maybe, Rob.
Yeah, he needs to. He needs to.
As I say that, he throws an overhand, gets slipped and checked with a hook.
Drizz is just so good at connecting with that straight punch and countering off of it. That one right there. He's so quick with his inputs, with his range and his timing.
Oh. Really loaded up on that big right hand there as well. And To be fair, Jamie does need some big shots to steal some momentum back, but sometimes when you're hunting for the big shots, it's when you stop thinking about defense so much and you kind of get set up for something. But Jamie been in these situations before. He was in this situation in round 1. Deep to the body from Drizz, keeping him against the fence line.
Yeah, I'm not counting out Suave Jamie anymore because it's just like these quick moments where he finds himself on top. So, lands the right hand. See, Suave Jamie just has so much composure in there. You have to get rid of him. You have to eliminate him. You have to knock him out, or he's going to be there all night long.
All night long. I'm in back though with some pressure. Rear uppercut. Yeah. But there again, whenever he throws that big hook, it doesn't land. And then Drizz is kind of scaring me because this is when he's looking to attack straight after. The head kick lands right on the edge of the range, gets through the block, does some damage for a rock, but nothing more than that. And there's the right hook right on the return, gets the pull counter off, but barely able to right there.
Yeah, Drizz kind of backing up a little bit and almost letting Suave Jamie, get back into the fight for some reason. Drizz kind of letting his foot off the gas, but he does connect with that right hook earlier, connects and rocks Suave Jamie. Do you think it's a mistake, Balian, for Drizz to kind of let the pedal off the metal?
Oh, don't ask me. I'm just kidding. No, dude, I think he's cruising right now. You got to stay composed. You got to be aware of everything that's happening. I think he can pressure her if he doesn't want to. He's in the driving seat. What he needs to do is just be aware of the traps that Jamie is trying to set, because Jamie's all about reading those holes and those patterns. So be unpredictable and pace your fight out how you feel you need to.
Alrighty, there you go. And now Drizz, 35 seconds left, has the back control, and he like he said, he is just kind of cruising.
Oh, this is a dangerous spot with Oliveira. Not much time on the clock though. Remember in the last game, if it went past 30 seconds, we were like, yeah, submission literally can't happen, so it was fine. But subs come on pretty quick in UFC 5, so you got to be careful. But again, another great round for Drizz, Rob.
Yeah, and so impressed with this guy, Drizz. Just being able to do this to a guy of Suave Jamie's caliber is incredible to watch. And this is for money right now. This is Suave Jamie sweating right now in his chair. Both these guys' chairs are going to be drenched. The controllers are going to be broken. It's going to be crazy.
Firing, chucking these hooks out here. Jamie just, oh man, lead hook straight was all it needed. The head kick came out of nowhere as well, but he's still on the feet. And look, this Jamie's pushing forward, Rob.
I know Jamie is so good at this, plotting forward and creating chaos, beautiful chaos in there against Drizz, and Drizz still holding his ground. And just, man, Drizz's boxing is freaking ferocious.
But Jamie has been able to at least make it competitive in terms of keeping the head health down. So Drizz has been dominating, but it won't take much from Jamie to turn this fight around. And then he drops in with an overhand, and this is exactly what I was saying. And he gets the takedown as well. What a sequence there from Suave Jamie. You talk about being a magician, pulling something out of the hat. And this is what I was trying to say. He's been getting beaten up, but he has been landing. The head health is still in a position where he can finish this fight in this round like he did in the first of this best of 3. And now he's got Drizz against the fence, but Drizz is still going to come for that chin as well.
100%. Drizz is still freaking dangerous, but this is Suave Jamie. He's got so much experience. He went to the live event. He is a dang veteran in there, a marauder, and Drizz is trying to figure out, how do I put this guy away, man? I've hit him with everything in the kitchen sink. I'm throwing everything at him, but Suave Jamie is still there, just threatening with Charles Oliveira. This is a crazy fight.
Someone's poured a bucket of red paint in the octagon in this fight. I mean, it is a wash. Surprised they are not slipping right there. Frozen roundhouse gets caught with a jab. If that had been anything else, that could have been nasty. Jamie looking for those moments. Drizz, I think, like you said, Rob, he's wondering, what do I go with? Because he doesn't want to let this fight slip away from him right now. Less than 2 minutes on the clock, guys. This is one apiece. It's down to this to move forward to the semifinals.
Yeah, for sure. And Suave Jamie has been here multiple times, and he is an absolute legend. But, man, this guy, Drizz, has... he's already made a name for himself in the scene, but right now against Suave Jamie, he is... Oh, man, another head kick, though. And see, Drizz is slowing down a little bit, it seems.
Oh, lovely 2 down the middle. Jamie answers with his own. Ducks underneath. These head kicks feel like they're the danger zone now. Both guys are ready to duck. Trying to come back with the check on the left hook with the counter. It was Jamie pressing forward. Man, the tension is mounting. Less than a minute on the clock. Someone has got to win this fight.
I am feeling the tension right now. You're seeing Suave Jamie come forward and Drizz kind of turtling up a little bit.
Oh.
Maybe resting on his laurels from the early round. Drizz trying to throw him down. There's Suave Jamie right hooks him.
He might be able to take it to the judges. I'm weaving in my seat right now. 20 seconds left on the clock. There's a rock from Jamie. Does he need a finish though, Rob?
10 seconds.
Does he need to come forward? He very well
Suave Jamie needs something big right now.
Rock right there. Oh my God. He slips it. Oh.
Dang. Let it go to the judges. Don't press start. I want to hear it. But man, I think Drizz took that fight.
I think he probably did. Those first 2 rounds were pretty good. And there we go. We do get a flash on it. It is Drizz right there. Takes the mirror match with Oliveira and Oliveira. Man, what a classic fight right there. Props to both guys. The composure from Suave Jamie to pull him back and stay in the fight and almost get a finish in that final round. But that final best of 3, when it's all said and done and they were mirrored, Rob, you know, Drizz was looking phenomenal.
He really was looking amazing, and his ability to land these lightning quick combinations where you don't like you see it, but if you blink, you might miss it. And it seemed like a few times Suave Jamie just didn't have his guard up, and Drizz was just able to capitalize, like just ding, ding, ding. And then all of a sudden Suave's on the floor, or he's rocked, and it's like incredible to watch. And then Suave Jamie is throwing these nuclear missiles like he's, you know, when you watch a magician do a trick and you watch him do it twice, 3 times, you're like, okay, I can start catching on to this. You know,
I've never watched a magician, Rob. I don't know what.
Well, you just watched it right now, Bailey, and Suave Jamie did the same trick 3 times.
Well, we saw right in the first matchup, right, which surprised us. In the first 30 seconds, he dropped Suave Jamie when Suave Jamie was Michael Chandler. He just pinged him with a 1-2-3 out of nowhere and dropped him, and it was like, whoa, yeah, exactly what you're talking about. So yeah, he was just pulling out those quick combinations like a magician. All right, there you go, out the hat. Pick something cooler, Rob. All right, you play RP, like a sorcerer or something. A magician, bro. What's a magician ever done? You got a wizard, a sorcerer, a bloody warlock's better than that, you know?
Suave Jamie gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and he went Shenron.
Well, Drizz did, I think. But there we go. Drizz is through to the semifinals. Can we have a look at the bracket really quickly, just because I feel like we've got an influx of some people joining us. Well, even if it's not updated, we know who just won, so we should be okay. So on the left-hand side, Badinator took on Dirty Dave in our first quarterfinal matchup. Badinator came through. Great performance, 2-0. I'm the GOAT, and Dex Premacy had a great series there as well. But Dex Premacy 2-0 over GOAT. So it's Badinator against Dex. But we just saw Drizz, Suave Jamie. They went to a best of 3 in the final moments. The Drizz takes a decision in the 3rd matchup. He's in the semifinals, and he will fight the winner of our next matchup here, our last Oliveira Alter Ego versus Michael Chandler. It's Spooky versus EK Mixups, and Rob, they have had a road to get here. The pair of them had some sneaky difficult matchups, but they've made it.
Yeah, 100%. EK Mixups got by a dangerous Naznim to get to the quarterfinals, and this guy's Spooky. You know, he is like the dark horse, I think, in this whole tournament, because to get by Easy Work GG, in my opinion, is one of the best out there, the best there is. And Spooky is, I mean, his name is, you know, represents him well. He is Spooky. Great ground game. We remember his side control ability from the previous game, UFC 4, but now he's developed his striking, Bailey, and he is the full package. Here we go. The fight's about to start. Let's get it going.
Ooh, put a little bow there. That got cancelled. That's kind of scary. I don't know about that. All right, Spooky with the Michael Chandler pickup. Starting it out, pull counter. Well, I keep saying pull counter when the counter's not coming. Just a pull into the takedown. Let's say that. Drain all the stamina on both sides, though, with Ignite. So great work at the turning side kick. I love to follow up. Look how much stamina they've lost. We're not even a minute in.
They're going hard. They're going hard early. And Sicario getting his leg caught. Spooky, you don't want Spooky on top of you early. You do not want him. You do not want him in side control, and that is what is happening right now. Sicario hearing his funeral music playing in the background early.
Yeah, that is EK Mixups on Sicario there, if anyone doesn't know and hasn't been following all the way through. And you got to give appreciation to anyone that knows how to chain that suplex together against the fence. So great work by Spooky, putting a suplex together for us now on the back. Grappling wise, we'll see how the skill matches up, because in top position, Chandler's good, but if the sweep comes, and we've seen it multiple times, you don't want to be stuck on the bottom if you're Michael Chandler.
Definitely not. And Spooky has some very quick flicks, very scary denies on top two, and there's the takedown, turns it, gets him again, and if he's able to get the takedowns this easily, Mixups is going to have a long night against Spooky.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the grappling matchup earlier on in some of the other fights. It's usually whoever got top position was able to keep it. Now a crucifix with 2 elbows, 3 elbows coming through, 4 elbows, 5. Oh, I'm going to count these off. And a deny. Oh, God. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Taking his time. 6, 7.
Oh, look at that
He's
cut.
open. He's split open. And he's out. Mix-Up's taking some damage, though, Rob.
Dude, this is Spooky Geist's wheelhouse. This is what he's notorious for. And then he started adding to this is what got him to the ball game here, right here. This
God, it might be over. It's going to be over. Look at these ground and pound shots, and it's already over. Steps in. He's unconscious. He put him out. It wasn't even a TKO. That is some seriously impressive ground and pound. I mean, look, you know, we don't see these side control finishes anymore because this got changed so much within the game. They had to nerf it so people could get out of it. There are still power transitions out there that perhaps could be tried next time if he finds himself in that spot again. But Spooky is the reason when you come to the ESFL, you got to know all the areas of the game, because if you can't defend that position, you will just lose to players like Spooky.
Yeah, I remember when I used to stream UFC 4, a guy named Spooky would come up in my matchmaking and he would make me rage, Bailey, and I would be screaming, "You're this, you're that." But the reality was I just could not get away from this guy's side control, and I was training hard, so he is very scary. And that was probably the most dominant win we've seen throughout this tournament.
Oh, yeah. Look, I can't even believe it. Almost barely a minute and a half. We're already into round 2 right here. Spooky got to be happy with that one. Now it's Mix-Up with Chandler, and he looks like he's trying to do the same game plan. Goes for the single leg. Spooky says no, and I can tell he's already moving to his right, away from the right hand of Chandler and banging the straight at the angle, which is nice to see.
Oh, nice. That was a nice little animation there from Sicario now on top. We'll see what he can do. I don't think he's got the same sort of game that Spooky has, the same sort of flick ability, but let's see. Yep, gets a nice little flick there. And gets to, look at that from Spooky. Flicks him, counters him, Bailey, and oh my God.
We talk about this, though. Everybody's taken Oliveira down so far, has been swept. It's a dangerous game, apart from Spooky. Last time he didn't get swept. And now he's swept. Mix-Ups, who gets to his knees. 3:30 on the clock, though, already. We're seeing these grappling exchanges happen.
Bailey, and I just got to give a shout out to the people that cleaned up the octagon from that last bloody exchange, because it's looking pristine for this fight. So shout out to the guys cleaning out there. Thanks, Boiler. Thanks, Feckett.
As long as it's not one of those old Fox events where they used to come in and spray paint the mat halfway through the show.
they spray painted
maybe
blood.
we shouldn't talk about that. Maybe we shouldn't. Let's keep it on the vibes.
Okay.
Double hooks in, back flat now from Spooky. Shots coming out. Hasn't postured up yet. Wants to control position. Hunts for the choke if he gets the tap now as well. I mean, this would be so impressive. He's got a full drain on the struggle.
This is bad, bro. He's got it.
Mix-Ups hasn't done anything. Mix-Ups, no fake, no attempt to get out. Oh,
what?
Wait, what just happened? Is he now going for? Wait, is he trying to set up a one-shot sub, or did he just slip off?
It seemed like he just slipped off. It looked like he was going for it. He had the stamina advantage, and then he just kind of slipped off. That was weird. Chat will tell us.
Yeah,
yo, Jakey, what happened there?
Double shots to the body now, though. Heavy on top. You do not want Spooky on top of you. It's been proven. Is he going to get side control? Rob, we're back here. Has he got enough time in the round, though, is the question.
That was crazy. I think Michael Chandler might have just won the race, Bailey, and from the bottom, but...
I mean, if you know, it's like... you know what? Let's not get... I'm getting out there with the references today. I'm like talking about that Justin Timberlake film with the time.
I'm rubbing off on you, man. Let's go.
And you're just like, where they have to do the time war, and then you have to wait till the opponent's clock ticks down, and you do it last second. You know, he's basically a race. It's fair enough, but it's risky to wait right before it. But he did.
Yeah, I think certain positions you never lose the race, like no matter what. So that's interesting. I need to learn that though for my game. But here we go, back to these professionals. Round 1, 10 seconds left. On top, Spooky in control. You know, he is cruising. He has already won the first fight, and it seems like his opponent is a little rattled, in my opinion. Mr. Mixups is a little rattled in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, he came out trying to take him down, and obviously that completely backfired. One significant strike, unfortunately. Mixups has had a tough road to get here tonight. You know, he's had to come through some top competition. He had to come through Mad Dog and then Naznim, you know, it's Naznim, but came in as the number 6th seed. Spooky came in as the number 14th seed here tonight. And I believe he is the lowest rated seed still in the tournament. So he's done so well to get through this far based on where he was seeded at the start of it and still looking like a world beater.
For sure. And Spooky's never really given up on UFC. You know, he's always just been playing the game, streams the game on Twitch. Go check him out. And he has just been adding to his game, sharpening, and just staying in this super dangerous state of war. Like Conor McGregor against Khabib when he was guzzling proper 12. But instead, he's sober, Bailey, and, you know, and he's here to win. But on top, Mixups finally able to have a... Oh, he's going to let him up. He's like, what's up? Let's strike. I don't want none of that side control.
A wise move. We've seen how horrible it is. It has made it to the second round for the first time in these matchups. So we'll see if there is more striking. Then right into that uppercut. That was well done by Mixups, who does need to start mixing up.
Sick.
Beautiful judo counter on the takedown. Exactly what he needed. Well preempted. It's exactly what you expect from the EK camp. Guys who get 100%. In there together in the gym, just practicing things like that on each other until we all get the timing down. And it becomes reactionary. That's what it was. It was beautifully done.
Well put, Bailey, and that's what you want to see from Mixups. As an EK fan, you know his teammates are cheering him on. Hitting a move like that means he's not broken yet. He's still there mentally. He's still fighting. He's still doing what he needs to do, and that's what you want to see. But dang, he's doing so good with his takedown defense right now. So Mixups does not want to go to the mat.
No, he does not. Gonna step through to side control. See if Mixups can give him a bit of his own medicine here. And there's that same sweep again. So he just went straight for the full guard, the full mount pass there. It was very quick, but I don't think he faked or set it up. Just went straight for the transition. It was denied, and he got reversed. And
he got flipped.
Again, Spooky. That's a risky move.
Definitely. And when Spooky's on top of you, you know you got fear in your soul. But nice deny right there on the right side by Mixups. Mixups has to figure out a way to get up and not take too many of these shots. I don't think Charles has the hardest ground and pound in the game. So. Some guys hitting you right here is scary. Oh, he's going for the Dars. He got the Dars.
Oh, my God. Okay, so we're draining the stamina right now. It does look like Mixups is just going to win this because he is ahead. So, yeah, he should just deny it. Pull out of it. There we go, into the side saddle himself.
That's great work by Mixups right there. Beautiful work by Mixups. He's hanging in there, man. Mixups starting to cook a little bit, in my opinion. Look at these elbows, too. And Spooky able to catch one of those, Bailey. And so, you know, get out of the danger zone for Spooky.
Yeah, I mean, he can ride this second round through from this position, but it all comes down to the third and final if that's the case. And I do wonder if it does go to a mirror, who they're going to pick on either side. Heel hook attempt there, but nothing's coming off. 10 seconds left. Going to just hold this one out. It's been another tough round, though. I mean, I don't know who's won this one.
It has been a tough round, Bailey. It's hard to choose because it's like, it constantly seems like it's Mixups kind of surviving Spooky and getting out of these situations. What did the judges have to say?
Well, Mixups did land more shots. I mean, it does look like, you know, Spooky wasn't able to get much ground and pound off, but again, it's you know, he got sweeps. These shots on the feet are probably what's going to take it for him 100%, because we don't really see Spooky connect with anything so far on the feet.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's the damage right there. That's all Mixups. And then these elbows, too, were pretty nice. Land a couple flush elbows. And able to get out of a lot of precarious positions is Mixups. Fighting very good right now. Really showing why he is in this tournament. You see a bow of respect. This is a tough fight. They both know what they're in store for here. Here we go.
Right. And immediately the double leg attempt. Denied, though. Mixups knows what's up. And he's going to be vigilant now, and I imagine the more of these he denies, the more the confidence is growing for Mixups.
Yeah, I would agree. He's like, okay, I could survive. He's got great takedown defense. Mixups has great takedown defense, good denies, and he's starting to cook a little bit. Nice body work as well, Bailey. And this is the third and final round, though. He's got to go hard this round. He's got to do some damage.
It's back to the half guard position. Now, it was the full mount transition before that got Mixups swept. Just went straight through to that side control right there. Timed it during the ground and pound from the bottom there from Spooky, but nice job getting straight back to the half guard.
Very good, very good. And there's the stamina advantage for Mixups. Gets that nice denial, and he's able to compete here while on top. Oh, sneaks in that full mount position.
Oh, that's in. again, stamina-wise, I think Spooky's a little bit further ahead right here, but nice job. Wow. Straight away transition out. Yeah. I mean, in those hook positions, because there's so many different submission positions, sometimes you can forget that you're in one that you don't know, like, the defenses to, because you've got to learn which way. If your opponent's trying to get out, you know, there's two directions. You got to learn the two directions animations for every position. So sometimes you jump and find yourself in a submission, and you think you can. You're concentrating on racing the stamina, but forget that they could just transition out, and you don't know what it's going to look like.
100%. And they're also different. Like, you know, certain positions you can race for free and never. It's a crazy game down there. In UFC 5,
I mean, it's good. It's a mind jostle.
Much better than 4, in my opinion.
Much more
not
like
those mini games.
Much more like human chess, which is good, as it should be.
And now, excuse me. Oh, dang! You know, Mr. Chandler is doing well right now. Mixups is controlling Spooky here,
which is good. And you know, the more time you spend on the ground with someone, the more you do learn their game, which is why it pays to be as versatile as possible. Because you could be amazing at side control, but he only got to side control once, and now he's not letting it happen. So you need to have a plan A, B, C, and D. And if you can go in every position, which Mixup looks like he can, you can gain more confidence, shut down those areas of your game. Like Floyd Mayweather would take away those weapons until you can just start taking over the fight. And that's what he started to do. The tricks of Spooky have not worked in these second and third rounds. And now he's just getting tapped with this consistent ground and pound from the top position. And now some actual posturing up. And this is punching through the block and doing damage. And there's a rock.
That's huge for Mixups. Rocks him, lands a few big bombs with Michael Chandler, and just kind of clipping him. I mean, those are no fun to get smoked. Oh, there's the straight down the pipe hook, straight hook. Down he goes.
That is it. What a bloody finish. Just when we thought from that first performance it was going to be a wash. EK's Mixups stays in the fight, stays vigilant, slowly starts to adapt to the game plan of Spooky and puts him out.
Man, this tournament is crazy. This tournament is absolutely insane. These guys are so well matched up. You really saw Mixups evolve right there. I mean, he came back from adversity from that first fight, Valiant, and then he, like you said, methodically is kind of downloading and learning the ground game, outplaying, really focusing on that defense, that takedown defense, countering positions. I mean, Mixups is the real deal as well. I don't know, man. Who's going to take this, ladies and gentlemen? Spooky or Mixup? We're going to a best of 3, the third and final.
Yeah, we'll see who they pick as well, because again, both guys got their wins with Michael Chandler, but last time that happened, both guys went Oliveira, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. It's a much different fight, right? These two are very much grappling the whole time. That's probably because Spooky is attacking the grappling because he's so dynamic and dominant in the grappling exchanges. So you're not really seeing too much striking compared to the other fights in the tournament. But Mixups has some elite grappling. Everyone in this tournament has great grappling, but some guys still are specialty guys, and Spooky obviously special in certain situations. But it seems like Mixups Bailey kind of has, like you said, kind of has a read on him a little bit here.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're going to see. I think they're both going to lock in Chandler, which would mean, again, the person on top is going to have a big advantage with the top game versus bot game stats. But they both can find their moments and their opportunities, or maybe we'll just see more of a striking matchup this time.
Yeah, we'll see. Here we go. I'm excited to see how this one plays out.
I think we're probably going to see grappling again, because this is where the fights keep ending up. But that's why it pays, man. I mean, some people come in and they're strikers, and if they get taken down, they want to get back to the feet. But really, you can get caught up in a game plan where the takedowns constantly keep coming. Nice get up straight away right there. And that was Mixups initiating that one. But you have to be able to grapple, because if you get taken down and you want to just get back up, it's very different from if you want to counter grapple and get your own grappling game going. You know, then you're not having to live in their world. You can just drown them in their own.
That's a great point, because sometimes, you know, as a striker, you try to get back to your feet, but then you're just worrying about the takedown. You know they're going to keep diving, so if you're able to outplay them on the ground, yeah, it's super critical for a victory. Oh, my goodness. What was that?
Lovely
I blinked.
Already getting a cheeky rock up.
Hit him?
He's also busted the nose, I think, as well, or at least for the ribs, because we've got some lung damage appearing on Spooky, so we'll start to see some stamina draining, which will, you know, play into it, especially if we're going to get the ground game going. That'll be really important with all these submission attempts we've seen so far. So that's great for Mixups, nice and early in this fight.
So this is the big test here, Bailey. Can Spooky come back when he's losing? I feel like Spooky, when he's ahead, he's a killer. But when he starts facing adversity early, I'm not sure how he can deal with that. And we're about to find out right now.
And for Mixups, man, the mental, fortitude you need to get beaten in 2 minutes and then to rally back and refocus and be able to, take this to a best of 3. I mean, that is some real mental strength to just compose yourself, take some deep breaths, get in there and just stick to a different game plan that is not going to end up with you losing in the first, opening round.
Yeah, it's so critical for a guy like Mixups. He proved a point to me. Everybody out there, I mean, the fans of Mixups knows, the EK camp knows what he's capable of, but under the bright lights too, yes, they compose Balian is so crucial. And now he's in control of this fight. He's beating out Spooky here.
His elbows from the clinch we've already seen do some damage. And we talked about the stamina from Spooky. He doesn't have the lung symbol anymore, but he's already lost chunks of that stamina, especially if he's banging overhands like that.
Trying to get a rhythm, but man, he is just firing off shots. And there's the takedown. He needs this. Spooky needs this desperately. And slow motion takedown there from Mr. Spooky, guys.
Some frame drops, perhaps. There we go. Into the sprawl position, but straight back. Maybe. Okay, I'm guessing something.
Something weird happened.
Yeah, something weird happened there.
It looked weird.
Drops to Spooky. Look at that. What a sportsman.
Good sport for Spooky.
30 seconds left, though. That's a nice knee to the body there. Looked like it was going to be a leg kick. Fired it up the middle, and that's not going to save anyone's stamina. Jab, jab, pull. And this is how Spooky likes to set up a lot of these takedowns from the pulls, which, you don't see very often. It seems, at least to me, easier to slip or level change into your takedowns than to pull backwards. But this is how Spooky is trying to set these up, and they're getting denied.
Over and over and over again. I mean, Sicario has denied so many of his takedowns. That's going to sap a little bit of Spooky's gas tank. It's going to play into his mental psyche. Like, I cannot get this guy down. And it's going to maybe force him to stand up with Mixups, who Spooky's got some great stand-up, but Mix might be a little bit better. We'll see.
Takedown denied. Find out. Nice and early right there. Trying to tap the inside leg. Yeah, Spooky really just trying to run these takedowns now. And Mixup starting to punish more and more, got him back against the fence, which is going to make these takedowns even harder to get.
Definitely. Spooky's right in front of him. Seems like he's got some great footwork too. Spooky's kind of struggling with the range, the striking, and he really is just diving on those legs, and he does it again. But man, this guy Mixups has figured out the problem of Spooky G. He's got the cheat codes. He went into the teacher's closet, took the answers from the test, and now he's just cruising.
Well, I mean, it certainly seems like that. But again, Spooky's not really setting these up very well anymore, is he? He's kind of just waiting on the first reaction and then shooting rather than waiting for a better moment to try and shoot. Seems to be overreacting a little bit, and that's why some of these are getting stuffed. He probably has better moments to make his shots, but he's just been throwing them out there.
100%. And his stamina starting to dwindle. And if he's able to get a takedown, I think he'll start getting real comfortable. But right now, he's very uncomfortable getting tagged. And look at the shots from Mixups. Oh, but there's a nice little slip uppercut. But then he
right
a shot.
Beautiful
Down
job.
goes
Then a knockdown as well. Let's see if he can get some ground and pound off right here. The stack guard position, the block is down, and this is going to be it, Rob. I think their right hand, needed one more shot, just couldn't do it.
Phenomenal performance by Mixups here. I mean, to get beat so quickly by Spooky, and now kind of making Spooky look a little one-dimensional here with his dominant play in round number 2.
Jab, right hook. Big overhand there again, and Spooky off the back foot trying to wing, and that's a great job there by Mixups, who this is good for Mixups going into the semis to have dealt with an opponent like this who's going to be very fired up, very on point in a matchup where you've had to maintain a high level of concentration. So a good warm-up fight for the next round, because I do think he's about to take this fight and take a spot in the semi-finals. Drops Spooky there for the final time perhaps. Here comes the ground and pound, but no, slips off. Great job by Spooky. We're back to the feet.
Yeah, such a beautiful performance because he really had to dial in, like you said, focus in on not getting taken down. Lands a right hand. Spooky in all sorts of trouble, just discombobulated. And now the stacked guard position, full stamina, and these shots are going to hurt. Hook, hook, straight. And that's all she wrote. GG, Spooky G.
Yeah, a beautiful performance there and a great finish. Rallying back after losing that first matchup in like 30 seconds, a minute, whatever it was. EK Mixups showing the well-rounded game, beat him up on the feet, negated the grappling, punished him from top position, and Spooky, clearly a very talented guy. A Hamzat Chimaev-like player can take you out real quick, but well done for Mixups for just recognizing the pattern, slowing the pace down, and just taking away all of his weapons until he made him fight his fight, Rob, and Spooky just couldn't compete there.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Made him fight his fight and was just able to deny those takedowns again and again and again. And then Mixup started to get some real good confidence and just kind of plodded forward and just let his hands go and just started picking him apart, stacked guard position when he had him on the floor, and just kept drilling him. And wow, Mixups is, man, I'm really impressed because Spooky is it's a hard skill check. That's a DPS check. That's like, hey, I need to watch out for this guy. And if you get by Spooky, you know that you have some great fundamentals, great adaptability, and you have some mental strength because Spooky's hard. He's hard to deal with, and that's a huge win.
I was still laughing at the DPS check. What's his gear score, Rob? Did you find out? Props to Spooky, though.
It's good. 2,900.
Props to Spooky as well because he is a prominent member of this community that does stream as well. So definitely go support him if you're interested in learning a few things. But great matchup, Rob, and that's it. We are done. We are locked in for our semi-final matchups. Should we take a look at the bracket to let the people know before we go? All right. So, semi-finals. The first matchup is going to be Badinator versus Dirty Dave. Just to run through what they've done so far. Badinator had Megatony in the first round, got through him, got through Rep, and then we saw the best of 3 with Dirty Dave. He went 2-0. So, semi-final matchup, he will be taking on Dex Premacy, who himself, you know, he had a bit of a tough run. He got CIA Webcam, EK Warrior, one of the best EK members there, and as we saw, he took out Goat. So, Badinator and Dex Premacy is going to be the first matchup. And then on the other side there, Drizz coming through Kieran KRO, then coming through WR Maxi, and we just saw him take Suave Jamie to a best of 3 and get it done, Rob, in a very dramatic fight. I mean, maybe that's the fight of the night right now so far on this side of things. And Spooky, man. Spooky did a good job, but EK Mixups eventually is the guy coming through with that win over Mad Dog, Naznim, and then, of course, taking the 3 against Spooky after a tough first round.
Yeah, it's so hard to choose. Like, you have 4 Titans, 4 legends that have just done so well, have looked so dominant throughout this tournament, have had to fight through so many tough opponents, face adversity, and now they are facing each other. And we still have 4 left, 64 competitors down to 4 now. And now we're about to find out who is going to enter into our finals. But we still have these best of 3s, and we're going to be switching up the picks too now. We're looking at Hendo and Rampage, right, Bailey? And so that's going to be a whole another ball game. A lot of power going to be thrown in the striking realm in this semifinals.
We got Pride Henderson and the alter ego, the new alter ego for Rampage Jackson. Of course, guys, for those of you who didn't hear earlier, $1,000, excuse me, on the line for the winner here tonight. Second place gets $300. Third place will take home $100. And of course, we have Fight of the Night. That's going to get $50 for each person involved in that performance of the night. We're giving out 2 $50 performance of the night bonuses. So money on the line to play for. It's going to be good. But I think we're just about ready for this first matchup. So like we said, Rob, Badinator, who went 2-0, coming on through. And I mean, he's getting Dan Henderson first, but Dex Premacy also looked incredibly good. He also went 2-0. He's going to get Rampage Jackson. So let's go on through.
Yeah, and the way these two decided to fight and the way they won their fights was extreme pressure, standing in the face of their opponent, pushing them against that back cage, and just unloading precise combinations and being defensively aware. And now these two are going to collide. Who's going to take that first back step? We're going to see so many different adjustments. We're going to see what's what right now. And this is a crazy good matchup. Badinator versus my boy damn, save me here, Balian. Dex Premacy, baby.
There we go.
Dex Premacy.
So, you know, the winner of this best of 3 will go to the finals, which means the winner of this is guaranteed at the very least $300. So $300 on the line for this matchup because it will take you to the finals. Here we go. Early takedown straight away right there for Badinator. Does a great job, gets top position. And Dan Henderson, sneaky good wrestling. I mean, like, we thought this was going to be a striking matchup. Dan Henderson definitely has a grappling advantage, but look at this, the sit out. Okay, Dex Premacy. And he doesn't want to get up here. Rampage has some great ground and pound. Very rare that you're ever going to get to use it, but half guard position on top.
Dex knockout right there. That was great. On top, Rampage. Both guys had blue gloves. Kind of confusing, but not really. We know Dex is on top. Badinator on bottom. And they're just beating the crap out of each other here with small punches.
Yeah, I mean, you know, from half guard, obviously the best fake, I think anyway, is that arm triangle fake. Way less people have the arm triangle fake right now, but when you haven't got a very good ground game, it's not always a great idea to risk faking, right? So you don't have many options. Punching to build your GA for a pass is sometimes your only option. So I think that's what we're seeing right there, but we get the stand up from the referee anyway.
And those little short body shots on top take a little bit of that long-term stamina away, so that's kind of nice as well.
Did we just see 3 uppercuts there? Oh, lovely 1-2. Well timed by Badinator. And we saw Badinator using some great uppercuts in that first matchup. He could not stop landing them. A bit of a reach advantage on the side of Dex Premacy with Rampage, but a lovely chain takedown into the fence. Get some Greco-Roman going. Beautiful takedown right there as well. I like how he's chaining these all together. Badinator mixing it up.
Yeah, using Dan Henderson to his fullest extent. And we're back in this position again. Trying to reverse over to that side control, and Badinator doing some good work. These knees are landing.
Here we go. Ooh, banging those knees to the body. I used to love those old knees to the body. It's really hard to get out of side control with those. You don't see them very often, you know. Both these guys obviously could throw knees to the head at one point in their career. Technically, this version of Dan Henderson should be able to do it right now. This is the Pride Devils.
North-south knees.
Yeah, those were horrible. Full mount, though. Full mount. And this is dangerous already to be in this position. A minute on the clock. So much stamina has been drained. We know that Rampage's ground game is just not the best. He's a good wrestler, but from his back, there's not much you have. And this is exactly what Badinator knows. And here's some big ground and pound from the Hendo, man. And he's got some damage. Beautiful elbow. Way to finish that combo. He's postured up again, Rob.
This is bad. This is over.
Oh, it's over. It is over already. Badinator knowing exactly what he needs to do to get it done, man. And that was over so quick right there. The takedown, the top position. We know how good full mount is. It's a shame because Rampage just, his bottom game, it cannot be a high number. It's got to be like 82 or something.
Yeah, something like that. And you saw Dex from the bottom there, Balian, when he was trying to posture up, Dex was getting these crucial clutch denies, like 2 I saw, but still it was just relentless. And Badinator just postured up, and now in UFC 5, you remember when everyone was complaining about the full mount being underpowered? Well, now we're in the full mount, I believe, overpowered era, where if you get put in that position, you're toast. You know, you're toast if you get hit too many times. So good win from Badinator. With 300 Benjis on the line, huh? Balian Benjamins, three Benjamin Franklins.
Sure. Okay.
What do they call them where you're from, huh? What do they call the Bills?
100 pounds? I don't know.
They don't have a face on them? No.
What is it? You know, we have a third place best of 3. Of course, we are going to do that as well. Yeah, you know, there is a word for 100 pounds. You know what? I'm going to look it up for you.
What's it called? Oh, thank you.
It's not a monkey. It's a ton. There you go. A ton. There you go. A ton is 100.
You don't have a picture of your president?
A monkey is 500 pounds. Bullseye is 50. A ton is 100.
Okay.
A lady is a fiver. A lady. You've got a lady.
I see.
Okay. Yeah, we're going in. There you go.
We're going in. So what do you think, Balian? It seems like these guys are going to utilize Dan Henderson, go to the ground, and try to expose Rampage Jackson's left thereof.
Well, I mean, you know, we're going to find out now if that was skill-based or if it was pick-based as well, you know? So
tell him.
If we can try and repeat the opposite game plan, but you know, did they actually switch picks? They must have switched sides as well, because the same picks are on the same side, but I believe they have switched sides there as well. Oh my God, they're already unloaded. Yeah, Badinator now with the Rampage pick. Of course, on the opposite side there, we've got the Henderson pick. The guys are occasionally changing accounts because it's an alter ego tournament, and not everyone has the alter egos. So.
Right now he's on My Granny Kid, but that's Dex Premacy there. Don't get confused, guys out there watching, you know. And you got Badinator on the right with Rampage Jackson, and let's see if Badinator can keep this fight standing and land some shots, and maybe, just maybe, Henderson's gonna stay standing here.
Lovely timing on the left hook to stop this pressure, and Badinator's got the right game plan right here. I mean, it's so much harder to shoot takedowns when your back is against the fence. You have less GA. If their back's against the fence, you get more GA to hit these takedowns. So Badinator taking the center, trying to push him back, give himself the best chance to not get taken down and have what happened to him come on through. But Dex Premacy able to retake the center now with Henderson starting to march forward as he's just swinging these uppercuts. But lovely tag there by Badinator. Both guys just letting it go there, Rob.
Oh yeah, letting it go. Badinator taking a couple, or unleashing a couple big shots there. Dex now on the floor, and Badinator trying to maintain control, but no. Dex stands back up, and he's going to go ahead and drag him down again, man. Badinator fighting well here.
He is, man. I mean, like, you know, Rampage on top, that's great. He's got a good wrestling from top position. You just don't want to be on your back, so Badinator just recognizing that if we're going to get the grappling going, I want to be on the top position once again. It seems pretty simple, but it's just staying ahead of the strategy, especially when it looked like Dex was just trying to throw those uppercuts there on the feet.
Right. And back on the feet they go. Left hook. Lands flush. Badinator landing some big shots with Rampage Jackson. We may see him howling soon.
Oh. He's just looking more composed, really, if you ask me, as they're both exchanging these right hooks. Sorry, uppercuts. Just looping him in, and there's another one. Why not? Badinator has hit everybody with that uppercut so far tonight, and he's just cracked him again.
His timing with it is so good. Sneaks it in right when you least expect it, connects, bombards his opponent, and again he's cracking him, Bailey, and just drilling his face.
It's almost like a bolo uppercut, the way he just loops it, you know? It's just like boom, winging it round.
Steps in with it sometimes.
The speed advantage is not with Henderson. So when you want to stand toe-to-toe and try and trade in the pocket, it just feels like that's a bad idea because you're not going to outspeed them. So you have to make setups on the outside, but he's dropped it with a left hook. Now in top position, Badinator with the ground and pound, trying to make it 2-0. He makes it through. And there we go, another sweep, both in the first round for Badinator, Rob. Impressive performances. Baddy the Baddie has looked good all night, and he is going to the finals, Rob. That is your first finalist. $300 guaranteed for that man.
3 Benjis, $300. Badinator doing amazing. You know, he got to the ground with Dan Henderson in the first fight and just punished him in full mount. And then in that second fight was just able to keep it standing and just land impeccable uppercuts and just showing his game has so many different, just so many different skills. I mean, he's unbeatable, man, and he's just running through this tournament. Badinator now moving into the finals. Unbelievable performance, and that was Dex Premacy. I mean, that was the man down there in the bracket, the bottom left of that bracket, and Badinator, he handed him a couple losses pretty convincingly, in my opinion, and that's crazy. And how did you think about the fight, Bailey? And I mean, that was fireworks.
I mean, he just took it straight from him. You know, people in the chat noted that Dex was just throwing wild, and it's like,
right.
I don't know if he just lost concentration. I don't know if he wasn't familiar with the picks and just kind of just went for it and didn't really have much of a plan. Just like Badinator knew exactly what he needed to do to win on both sides of the picks there, and he just did it. He just did it nice and quick, pulled it off, completely steamrolled Dex. And you know, you can take a look at the people who were in this tournament at the start. Ed Parker, Suave Jamie, bunch of names you'll recognize. Badinator definitely one of them, but now we've seen he's in the final. These older legends have had to have these tough matchups with new guys coming through the game, and Badinator might just be that new guy who's about to win a massive prize in UFC 5 if he can win in the finals, because he's got to take on one of these two guys right now for the semi. So let's go to the semi-final matchup. We've got EK's Mix against Drizz, man. And a lot of people supporting Drizz in the chat room.
Drizz looked amazing. I mean, he took out Suave Jamie, and he just looked incredible. I'm still remembering those flashbacks of his combinations, those crispy combos with Charles Oliveira, his ability just to blitz with lightning fast striking, his boxing, everything. He is unbelievable. But man, Mixups got through Spooky. He's got mental fortitude, and it's gonna be an interesting matchup. We're about to find out who's about to fight Badinator right now, and who pick 2 looks like Mixups selected Rampage, and Drizz got Hendo for the first round. So let's get it on. Semifinals begins now.
Oh, a bow, and it's not reciprocated. Okay, there we go. Oh, that 1-2 already cracking the chin of Mix. Gonna have to be careful of that power of Henderson. But like I said, you know, we saw Dex trying to go toe-to-toe. I really think you can't do that. Rampage has the speed advantage. You've got to set your shots up and either counter or meet him and time him and see if Grizz goes for that. There's the overhand. That's what we want to see, the H-bomb. No one's thrown it yet. That landed clean.
It's a great point, and that's got to be like a level 5 move for Henderson. That's like his signature move, right? That lead leg kick overhand, and Drizz finally utilizing it.
You know, it reminds me of that one ESFL fight we had where someone picked Mike Perry and only threw overhands and they won. It was the best fight ever. So I would like to see this, just non-stop overhands here coming out, but I don't think it's going to happen. Drizz probably going to mix it up using the teep, and that's good because, like I said, he doesn't want to go toe-to-toe. He needs the distance to set the shots up, make the reads on the entries, or try and crash as he comes forward. So teeping and creating space for himself is what he wants to do. Now he's got his opponents back to the cage, he can go a little more toe-to-toe. But it's a shot already from Mix, who wants to mix it up. Good defense by Drizz.
And he lost a lot of stamina there, and now paying the price in the clinch. Eating a couple shots to the body. Oh, a couple shots to the head, and good clinch work there from Drizz.
And on him, moving across the body as well. He's doing a good job tracking across the cage, not just going straight forward. Even using those kicks, which we have seen him use before. Oh, that's a nice one too.
This fight seems to be a little bit more...
Oh, beautiful slip to the outside with the rear uppercut. Cracked him, Rob.
Big power. I wonder how much power this Rampage has. I'm guessing like 99 or 100
million. He's God's street soldier. Okay. The get-up's going to be there. Nice work. Straight back to the feet. Just thinking about the power there as well. They are a lot more composed and measured on both sides than the last matchup. Right. Stiff jab there from Mix, trying to find himself back to the center before he commits to the offense. Done so a little bit there. Lovely work there. Love the defensive work and comes back, but lovely job. 2 down the pipe after the big swing and miss.
Yeah, whoever wins this, Badinator is going to have his biggest test for sure. Like, look at the movement, the methodical play, and the slips, and they're like planning on. They're like predicting the shots coming and pre-slipping. I mean, these guys are on fire.
Ooh, look at that! Man, someone is going to get knocked out, Rob. They keep swinging like this. I mean, they're just slipping and just launching missiles at each other. 27 in this first round to the body. Wise by Mix there to recognize that the head movement's coming off his own counters, so hit the body instead. That's done some big damage. And if you can slow Henderson down more than he is, that's only going to help. Great first round, Rob.
That was an awesome first round. Hard to tell who took that one, but just both guys with great head movement, great shots, very slow, and you can tell they're using their brains, they're calculating, they're making adjustments. They're not just going out there and slugging it out, man. Watch out. That uppercut is dirty from Rampage Jackson. Yo, who do you think took that first one, Balin? I have no idea.
It was very close.
It was. So, razor thin.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, Mix felt like he was more on the back foot against Drizz. Drizz seemed to be the one setting up a few more right hands. He got the overhand in there. I would lean towards Drizz, but honestly, I would not be surprised. And there's a right head kick. Beautiful job for Dan Henderson. I love it. And don't say it's unrealistic. The last strike Dan Henderson ever threw in his career was a rolling thunder. There's a rear uppercut. Love it. Right hand as well. Things are getting a bit dicey now for Mix, who's swinging big with the overhands himself.
For sure, Drizz starting to cook a little bit in round number 2. And now Mixups facing a little bit of adversity. And Drizz landing some big shots with Hendo. But the head health is okay on Rampage Jackson. Everything's all right. He's gonna be okay. He's gonna sustain. And we saw what he did against Spooky. He has mental fortitude. He could come back from adversity, so he's all right. But So far, so good for Mr. Hendo, throwing big shots.
Like these jabs from Mix. This is what he needs more of. I mean, he needs to close the distance. Take away the threat of these big looping shots from the outside. Get in there. Stay at jab range. Poke. Bait the offense and then go. Left hook lands, though, during the exchanges. He tries to pull there, and he's all right. But that head health is getting lower and lower, Rob. How many more of these can he take? Oh, beautiful job.
Rampage got a chin.
I mean, he slipped that straight beautifully. Bang, the uppercut. Look at the Rampage taunt. No, he's going to... Oh, God, someone's going to get knocked out, Rob. Someone's going to get knocked out.
I love Mixups for that. Dude, Drizz has like a very scary ability to like hit shots off of his straight and just detonate on his opponent.
Oh, beautiful.
His shot selection is insane, Bailey.
He is mixing it up all the time, man. It's the right one at the right moment. Using that left hook there, I feel, to just pull him across into the right hand. But we'll see if he can land it. Oh, followed up with a three-piece with one long right hand. Tags Mix when he thought the combination was done. And the head health now so minuscule, but he has done damage himself. He is not out of this fight.
Nope. He's busted Henderson's nose. You see the red lungs below. Oh my goodness. That's it. That's it, baby.
Beautiful straight right, completely crumbles him to the mat. He's going to roll through to top position, though. Well done from Mix. All these elbows. Busted up the nose. And look at that's a red nose, Rob. The doctor will want to take it. Oh, it's gone back to yellow, but it's nearly... Oh, now it's fine. Okay, I'm sure it will come back in a second because he's busting up that nose.
How does that? He's eating nose shots and the nose is healing. That makes a lot of sense.
I don't know, Rob. I don't want to really draw attention to.
Okay, straight punch, and Drizz is straight. I think that's his best shot. He's so good at throwing that down the pipe and then comboing off of it. But here it is, Mix-Ups. Earlier, Balian said that Drizz was mixing it up on Mix-Ups, and this is getting crazy here.
He had a second there, did Mix, where he threw the uppercut. He didn't pull the trigger. He did that time. Rocks him. He's backing up. He's always in trouble with this stage of the game. He's going to get it right as the bell sounds. He's still in this fight, Rob, as much as he has been beaten up. He has done enough damage that he can still get the win here, but he is in danger of getting knocked out with almost every shot that comes his way.
He's in the danger zone, but some people say Mix-Up's middle name is Danger.
They just traded straight rights there.
Oh, yeah, let's see
Look at this. Oh, well, we don't see it, but it was intense.
Darn you for pressing the A button or X button. All right, here we go. And Rampage Mix-Up screaming, hyping me up, hyping up the crowd right now. Are you excited, ladies and gentlemen? Mix-Up's coming forward. He's got the power of Rampage Jackson, but Drizz coming forward, landing that left hook, right hook, and he has just been clinical, pinpoint. His accuracy is like a sniper.
Oh, going for the takedown. Why the hell not? The nose is still very busted. And this is, if we can get these jabs off and get the doctor in here, we're in round 3. He might, left hook. He level changed into it. And the assault's coming. There we go. We said it was going to happen. The knockout with the rear right uppercut. What a beautiful shot right there. Completely takes him out here in the 3rd round. And he is going to the final.
Bang. Bang, bang, bang. Wait, is that okay?
That's it.
I think that was the first match, right?
No.
That was the second match?
Pretty sure. Goodness. Yeah, Drizz won both, right? Unless
I'm pretty sure that was the first match, man. That was the first match.
Oh, really?
Yo, Balian is hyped up.
I'm going crazy. All right, well, everyone in chat says the first one. Well, we can use that audio and pretend it was the other one. I don't know. All right, that was the first match. That was the first match. I guess the last one was so impressive. Like, they're picking the same fighters.
Yeah, and Drizz is fighting kind of the same way and hitting with the same spectacular shots. It's hard. It blends together sometimes. But here we go. Round 2, second fight in the semifinals. Now Mix-Up's back is against the wall. We saw earlier, ladies and gentlemen, against Spooky. Can he do it again? But now Drizz possesses the power of Rampage Jackson, Balian, and now Mix-Ups has Dan Henderson. This is going to be crazy. I can't wait to watch this one. Let's go.
Right. Here we go. It was very close. We're talking about how good Drizz has been looking in all the matchups tonight. He had a tough fight with Suave J, and he beat him. Takes a fight off Mix-Ups right here as well. So let's see what immediately drops him with a big right hook. Drizz is all over him already. Half the head health gone. Nice elbow up the middle. And the takedown. No, straight back to the feet. Not a great start for Mixups, though.
Oh, definitely not. 8-8. Rampage Jackson, right hammer to the face and already knocked him down. And now Drizz is really good at striking and really good at boxing. Like, he's elite.
And he doesn't do anything too complicated either.
No, he doesn't.
Really nice combinations. And it's stuff like that. He threw a 3-piece. His opponent steps forward and he immediately sticks another 2-piece in there. Just when you think he's done, and they're exchanging. Rob, this makes me nervous when they're just exchanging backhands like this.
Yeah, it seems like Rampage has a freaking chin on him, though. He could eat some shots with that big old head. And Drizz, I feel like if he got the if he got the undisputed game and started training, he's going to be a phenomenal boxer as well. Because you do see him throw the lead body kicks. Oh my god, he connected on the chin, left hook. He's got him in trouble. Drizz all over him right now. Sicario in trouble.
Got him cut as well. Talk about the chin on Rampage. I think he eats 22 knees in one of the Vanderlei Silva knockouts before he goes down. And even then, I think it's the first one. He's not even unconscious, but I think he eats 22 knees from the Muay Thai clinch. So you talk about the chin, it's pretty insane. I think I've never seen anyone do that.
Never. He's got to have like a 99 chin in this game, hopefully 98.
Well, this alter ego is about 3 or 4 years after that, though. So. Oh, another real uppercut. And the lead hook. Beautiful work, man. And, you know, we talked about who might take this second one. It does look like Drizz has really found his rhythm very quickly.
Oh, yeah. You can tell there's like a difference in the striking department here between these two. I mean, Mixups is a darn gangster on the sticks, but Drizz is just built a little different.
Yeah, right hook behind it. Oh, my. See, a couple of times I've seen these shots from Mixups and he doesn't let them fly. He's pulling that right trigger just before they finish. Like that overhand, that probably would have landed. He did it with some slip uppercuts earlier. And I feel like he needs to let these shots fly through. Oh, left hook sits him down. I mean, that just shows how much damage he has taken now, Rob. This is going to be so hard to come back from. Has Drizz got this in the bag?
I think so. And Mixups is probably, you know, not letting his hands go because freaking Drizz's ability to connect. Oh, there it is, uppercut. Here comes Mixups putting the pressure on. Jab. He's got his block low. Drizz moving his head, trying to stay out of dodge, and he's able to skate by without taking too much damage.
Yeah, I mean, just kept the block up, circled out. Good job. Look at the lovely, long, straight punch right there. Sits him down for a third time, I think, in this fight. The straights are just busting the block up. Mixups has got to survive these next 10 seconds right here. I'm surprised he's not tried to grapple, Rob. Well, there we go.
He was a little out of range there, Balian, of the takedown, but dude, this guy Drizz's straight punch is absolutely money. Maybe one of the best straight punches I have seen in a long time, and his ability to land it with just pure precision. And like you said earlier, Balian, he doesn't look like he's trying to do anything too spectacular. He's just playing perfect like offense, and he's just landing these combinations violently throughout this competition, throughout this tournament, violently.
It's all timing. It seems to just be all in his timing and the spacing. You know, he's always at the right range. All of these straights that are landing are at perfect range. They're not getting stifled, and he very rarely misses.
Exactly. And it's like, it doesn't look like it's too powerful, but it's just devastating because of the precision, the timing, the range. Like you said, uppercut lands though for Mixups, Bailey, and he's backing up Drizz.
That's the best shot Mixups has. He's landed that so many times. Forward moving, slipping uppercut that usually comes to the outside of the jab. And sometimes he doesn't throw it. Like right there, he didn't throw it. He may have eaten a counter shot. But when he does land it, it's doing really well for him. But he just can't seem to then chain the offense together. But he's, again, done enough to keep the head health down that he can still come back from this fight if he can find that one kill shot to swing this round.
Yes, you are very correct. He does have the ability with the detonation power of the nuclear bombs in the Hendo pause. But, you know, Mixups also a little dinged up as well. And we know how powerful Rampage is. And with, you know, Mr. Drizz at the helm of this ship of the SS Rampage, he is about to put the bombs on him. He's going battleship mode on him. He's going to put some bombs on him, and it's going to be GG, I think.
There's a left hook, sits him down for the last time, perhaps. Stack guard position, so dominant, ground and pound. There we go. He's turtling up. Herb Dean stops it, and he is going to the final. 2-0 for Drizz. Both dominant performances. Fantastic throughout this tournament so far. And Rob, man, I mean, just so impressive. Such composure.
Yeah, incredible composure. And in these matchups, you're kind of seeing Drizz is just a little bit different. Like, Mixups is a phenomenal player, amazing, extremely dangerous. But man, Drizz is just built a little different, a little bit better on the sticks, a little bit better in key areas. His positioning, his management of distance, his timing, his combos off that straight punch, everything. He's the real deal. And I feel like Badinator and Mr. Drizz season have really like floated to the top. They're like the cream of the crop of this just densely populated tournament with so much talent, Bailey. And so it's pretty cool to watch. And you really got to see the fights. You get to see in a best of 3 as well, so you get to see them make these adjustments on each other and really see who the best player is right now in the world, in this tournament, at least out of these 64 competitors. And it's been a whirlwind of entertainment so far here and on this community day for UFC 5.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Rob. I mean, you're right. We started today with 32 and we are down to just 2. I mean, these guys have not had an easy road by any means. They've both come across very tough opponents along the way, veterans. They've been able to get past them. And if you want to look at like the new names at the top of the pile, it's hard to look anywhere else than these two, Badinator and Drizz. They've both got great skill sets and they've both put on great performances so far tonight. I mean, if you want to talk performance of the night so far, you know, there have been a few of them. I honestly think that Spooky, as cheesy as some people might say it is, the Spooky side control, like 90-second win, is kind of hard to argue with, especially because he did lose the best of 3 to Mixups. It just goes to show that it was over a high-level opponent as well.
Yeah, it shows that he has like an ability, an avenue to victory that not a lot of people possess, and he did it at the highest stage, at the highest level, under the bright lights, and it was emphatic. It was crazy. Yeah, it was a crazy victory for sure.
Yeah, I mean, again, there was some great performances from Badinator there. The quick finishes, I think, with the Henderson one, but then also the Rampage first round finish, that was just pure striking domination as well. So I'd look there to Badinator for the performance of the night. But for these two guys now, $1,000 is on the line. We have 300 for second place. We're going to have a best of 3 for the third place as well, but we're ready to go, Rob. Okay, looks like we're heading in. I think we may have changed these again. Oh, we're going to do the best
definitely do the losers bracket first.
We are doing the losers bracket first. Okay, cool. Looks like the losers bracket is ready to go as well. So yeah, we've just seen them Mixups. And of course, who was the other one there? Was it Dex Premacy? Yes, I think Dex Premacy, right? Yeah, Mixups and Dex Premacy. And I think we're getting another alter ego. Of course, another one that was added was Daniel Cormier. So I think we're doing Daniel Cormier, John Jones, which would be pretty awesome. Ooh, I'm not gonna lie, because I remember, you know, the only way to ever beat John Jones consistently was to pick Daniel Cormier. You know, so this is great.
And I haven't really gotten my hands on these new alter egos, so I'm kind of excited to see what this alter ego wait, where are they going? Welterweight now? Okay. Oh, no. They switching it up on us.
I'm getting, you know, Rob, we just go with the flow, don't we? Depending on how things get changed. Oh no, they are. It looks like we are putting them into the Conor McGregor, Eddie Alvarez. Okay, cool. Right. We did establish. Oh, now we're being told we are going to do eBay. DC Stipe would be great. I mean, that would be the alter ego version of Daniel Cormier, was from the Stipe performance at heavyweight. It wouldn't be the one where he lost to John Jones. So, light heavyweight.
All right. Here we go. It looks like it's going to be Conor McGregor. We'll see. We're about to find out. The guys in the truck, Beckett's partying back there with Zayna and Boiler. And we're like, let's go. We're just having too much fun today on Community Day. We're having a good time.
We're now at light heavyweight. There's a lot going on in the background. I've just seen though that
Bailey, I have a question for you.
Yeah, go on.
What do you think about, do you think that these fighters switching and trying to figure out who they're going to pick is playing into the mental game? Like, are they like, they getting stressed out? Are they getting excited? They're like, oh, we're going here, we're going there. They're really, you know, having to have a mental gymnastics in there, right?
If you don't know who you're going to play as. I mean, there's $100 on the line for third place right now. Also, I didn't even know this. I mean, I did know this, but I'd forgotten that the 205 Conor McGregor is 5 stars as well, which is just like, terrifying, isn't it? But why not?
That
it was
is scary.
It was probably one of the greatest performances ever, that 205 performance. So if anyone deserves to be 5 stars, I mean, I don't know where they've rounded out the stats, but it seems pretty good. But I think we are going to do heavyweight. The discussions, the problem is, guys, because we have a 3rd place matchup now, some of these guys don't have all the alter egos, the new alter egos. So it's a question of picking what's available for these guys in 3rd place right now. For those of you who have been watching the fights today in the tournaments, do you have picks for fight of the night and performance of the night? Because we should always ask the community. They usually know way better than we do.
Yeah, usually. They always know, like, the ins and outs, while we're just, like, talking on this mic. Like, we know what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying, Bailey? True. What do you guys think?
Don't tell them that, all right? It does look like we do have the Eddie Alvarez.
Ooh.
Eddie Alvarez, who beat Rafael Dos Anjos, I believe that is the Eddie Alvarez. So I would be down for that. I want to see this Conor McGregor, Eddie Alvarez alter ego. That's what I want to see. So I think we're going to get it now.
Bailey and Jake makes a great point. Do you remember Suave versus Drizz? That is fight of the night. You remember that one? That was back and forth. That was crazy.
Yeah, especially the one where Suave came back when he was down was very impressive. And then in the next one, as a series, I think that was the best series. Suave versus Drizz, which was fantastic. I mean, Drizz is here in the finals as well. So, so we go. All right, looks like we are going to be doing, guys, lightweight. Conor McGregor versus Eddie Alvarez here with the alter egos.
I was actually hoping that this would be the matchup that we would see. I really want to see Conor McGregor. I really want to see Eddie Alvarez collide here. 5-star Conor McGregor. And it's cool. We get to see this 3rd place matchup to see who is the 3rd best fighter here in the series. $100 on the line. Benjamin Franklin. What do they call it where you're from again, Bailey? And a Queen Mary, you said?
A ton.
A what?
A ton.
A ton?
Yeah.
They about to get a ton of money right now. Let's go.
Anyway, Prime Eddie, he's got the wrestling, but also Prime McGregor is insanity. So here we go. Mixups currently has the McGregor pick. On the other side, Dex, he's got Eddie Alvarez, but of course they will switch after this first matchup because this is a best of 3. But let's see if we can get some wrestling going. Some body work from Eddie would be great. He has great body hooks as well. But of course, that Conor McGregor is buttery smooth.
Oh, yeah, butter on a biscuit. But this Eddie Alvarez, no slouch as well. Prime Eddie Alvarez, wrestling, striking, durability, cardio. I mean, he's a dangerous opponent as well. And we'll see how Dex Premacy utilizes him.
I mean, all of the animations on this guy are so nice. Like, I don't even... It sounds like I've been told to say this, but I really haven't. They all just look so nice.
Are you sponsored?
No, I just think the animations look beautiful. That slip straight left looks just like him. So far, so good, though. Pressuring forward, both guys been able to land a few shots. Certainly no kind of overwhelming happening on either side. Got a left hand in there, though, as he threw the body. And then the body shots as well off the left hook. I mean, this is going to start to add up for Mix.
Oh, yeah. 100%. He's got to be careful because it's Mixups is taking the center. He's putting on the pressure. He's landing the better shots. He's got a little stamina advantage. So, yeah, Mixups doing well early.
Gonna force that rear uppercut up in there. Doesn't come off. Deep gets caught. Trying to walk him back to the fence. That's where you want to be.
Nice
Lovely high
takedown.
crotch. Beautiful job. And we talked about how it's hard to get takedowns off the fence line, but that was just so sneaky. I don't think he expected it at all. And this is where you want to be, but already to the knees.
See if he's got him. No, denied early. Nice job. Now he's going to go ahead and just pop to the body. Denies again, and this is a bad position to be in for Mr. Mixups. He's trying to get up, and he's able to do it because he's got that cage, Bailey, and a quicker get up.
Oh, man, these knees to the body.
Ooh,
sometimes you can get in a position where you can't actually get away from those knees, and it's very frustrating, but they always do so much damage. The double knees are definitely going to help.
I've been there before. I'm like, why can't I get out of here? I'm just
dude, please, no. Left hook lands to the body. Then these combinations are starting to flow. I mean, chaining together from Mixups. So nice. And you can't really make the mistake, I feel like, that Eddie kind of did in this fight in real life and give up on the wrestling early. You got to keep working it. You got to try and slip. You got to grab the single collar, get dirty, because the longer you just stand and trade in the first round with Conor McGregor, the more damage you're going to take.
100%. And he's maintaining center octagon control, and he like you said, he's trading these punches, but he's not winning these exchanges. Power too strong for Mixups.
Well, you're probably always going to lose the first round against a Conor McGregor player, you know, unless you're just outskilling them. It's very hard to deal with a Conor McGregor early on. He's lost a big chunk of stamina. That's definitely going to help. And to be fair, he didn't take too much damage on the opposite side, and Eddie has a good recovery stat, so that will definitely help him as well going forward. So let's see how we move into this second round. If he can get some more body work going, that is a strategy that can pay off, or at least another takedown, just to take 2 minutes off the stand-up game from what the output can be from Mixes. But Mix has done such a good job so far, Rob. He's looking real smooth.
He really is. Landing that left hand beautifully. Oh my goodness.
He ran right into that. No, it was a rear uppercut.
Oh my goodness.
Off that left hand. It was a beautiful return shot. And right there as well, the long straight left.
Ducks into it.
Oh. He's got to get out. He's going toe to toe. He needs to back out and get to the uppercut. But again, you can't wait for Conor because he's so strong and powerful. Another lead uppercut. He's got to get out of there, Rob. Against the fence. Left hook drops him. Coming to the finish now with a TKO. Into the full mount. This is going to be it for Mixup. Taking the first here with a best of 3. Completely steamrolling the Eddie Alvarez alter ego with the Conor McGregor alter ego. What a performance, Robin. Did you expect that?
No, I didn't. That second round, he just came out of nowhere, and he just started starching him, and you were like, yo, get out of the way, get out of the way. And he just stood there with Eddie Alvarez, Dex Premacy, and Mixups was able just to tag him and just build on the momentum just drastically, just dink, 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 crack, crack, crack. And that was all she wrote in the diary. Oh my goodness, that was dominant. All right, here we go, fight number 2.
4 knockdowns as well. Of course, they will switch sides now, so Mixups will be having Eddie Alvarez. Conor McGregor's going to go to Dex Pro on the other side. I mean, look, I'm here like, get out of there. Like, obviously, a lot easier said than done, especially because of the speed that this Conor can track you.
Right,
but you absolutely cannot think for a second that you are able to hang in those pocket situations unless you're countering or you're closing in the space and then getting out. To stand there is just not good, Rob, right? You got to get out of there.
100% you need to get out of here. As the great artist, that was ludicrous.
I feel like you got to be all the way out or all the way in these situations. Or if you're coming in, you stay in for a second, and then you better clear that space. Lovely block to the body. Mix-up's looking great already. Oh, nice tag, though. Rear uppercut fires that through, though.
Oh, now they got the fighters swapped here. Now Dex has the power and the precision of Conor McGregor. The pressure from Sicario, though, early.
Well, I mean, you don't want to be the guy going backwards, do you? If they've got Conor McGregor, you want to be careful with that. Dex, though, you know, elusive off the back foot with Conor. Even if you are moving backwards, you can definitely still really counter and slip and rip to devastating effect. It's, oh my God, nice head kick. Not a steel shin bone yet. You know, that comes later.
You know, Dex needs to be careful, Bailey. And he's kind of hanging in the pocket without his defenses up, and he's getting cracked with like big hooks from Mixups.
Well, it goes both ways because you can
right there.
You can have the confidence when you're Conor to just do that and also underestimate your opponent. But obviously, we saw it went the other way last time, where you think you can and you definitely can't. So,
right. Let's see if he makes those adjustments. Mixups just looks so good.
Trying to take his time, being very patient here. And those slipping uppercuts are money for him if he can time them. It's just that back left hand he's got to worry about. Oh.
Yeah, now they're kind of bouncing around. In and out footwork, double jab. Zip.
Teep. Nice work. And now pulling out that offense, that'll help him out as well. I mean, the first round, like you said, it's always hard to win this first round, but Mix is doing a really good job right here and landed a couple of combinations, and now he can pressure forward because the block is down and put the pressure on. But he's still re-engaging, even though he lost all that head health in that block. That's the moments you got to be careful there also.
Yeah, maybe he thinks a little bit of pressure here is smart, and he's cracking Dex early in round number 1. And like you said, if you win that first round against Conor McGregor, that's a big dub. Ooh, they're in the middle fighting. Zip, zip.
Zip, zip, indeed. I mean, I'm impressed right now with Mixup's ability to just navigate this offense. But again, he got hit with a big left hand there. It's definitely not where he wants to be, and he gets the rock off, though. This is great work from EK's Mixups. Look at the pressure coming forward from Dex, but he's hurt, Rob.
He's hurt, and Mixups just had to recover his oh my goodness. He's had to recover his stamina a little bit. He had to back off there. But yeah, big first round for Mixups with Eddie Alvarez. Already has already 1-0 in the series. So, you know, this is a big moment here for Mr. Dex to get that $100, and he's got to win this next round. He's got to focus up, recalibrate. I feel like he might be a little rattled here, throwing. I don't want to say wild, but it just seems like Mixups is throwing the better shots.
I mean, he's timing the entries really nicely. He's using that 1-2. And also when he tags him, I think it's helping him that Dex is still moving forward and he's moving into more damage rather than resetting and waiting.
Like right there.
Moment. He's kind of like, I can win these exchanges. I'm going to keep moving forward, but he's not winning these exchanges and he's just taking more damage and walking into more punishment.
Yeah, 100%. Maybe he's trying to like land some spectacular pull or slip counter, but he's just kind of relying on his block. And Mixups is just doing that.
Nice up kick though.
Beautiful right hand.
Man,
clipped him.
Dex is really got a lot of faith in this power, but he has to be careful. At what point do you think he should start being more defensive, Rob?
Right now. He should be defensive right now. He's just kind of plodding forward and throwing these combinations, like trying to bully Mixups, but Mixups is just connecting on him. Like that right hook. Oh, watch out.
The nose is all busted, though, for Mixups still. But so is the nose on the other side. Oh, beautiful forward moving uppercut as well. Slips to the outside, pull to the body, lead hook to the body, lead uppercut. What a combination. Takes him out of there. And a fantastic performance in the third place matchup. He'll go home with $100 right there. Incredible finish, Rob. What a combination.
That was dirty. I mean, the detonation, we saw it throughout the night. Mixups was landing these powerful shots with Eddie Alvarez. And it seemed, oh man, yeah, just cup.
Ooh. Devastating, mate. Absolutely. Cracks him, sends him flying. Oh my God. I mean, look, people in the chat, you know, before this happened, oh, you might as well do a 1-round mirror match Connor because they give Eddie Alvarez no chance. But so much of this is skill. Even at this level, Rob, it's still skill-based. It's not like when you get we've had 32 of the best players. We're down to like, you know, the final 4 here essentially, where you think the skill level gap probably couldn't be any smaller. But they both play opposite picks and the same guy wins twice, even in a matchup that people think is massively one-sided in Alvarez and Connor. It just goes again to show is the skill-based. It's not on the picks in this situation.
100%. It's about how you use that fighter, what tools. Of course, you have a specific tool set in your toolbox when you pick a fighter like Connor or Eddie Alvarez. It's how you pick up those tools, how you utilize them, but it's also how your skill level is. You know, it's so cool when you get to see these different matchups and these high-level players use these different fighters. You get to see them, you know, have different strategies. So it's also sick to see. And man, what an event so far. Third place, congratulations. $100 in the pocket. 2 Mixups, third best in the tournament. That is huge, man. You should be proud of yourself, and you put on quite the performance, man. I'm a big fan. But Balian, you know what time it is. Balian, what time is it?
It's time for the finals. $1,000 is on the line, man.
Let's go.
Go there and yeah, crown a champion as well for the Community Day tournament. I mean, everybody has fought well. Props to all the competitors for sitting through and competing for an entire day, Rob, because this has been a long day of performances. Like we mentioned, you know, these guys have had to stay focused all day. We're down to a final matchup here, and $1,000 is on the line. I don't know if we're near enough ready. I think there's still some time, but I wanted to say that's a new vote for performance of the night for me right there. I mean, that was crazy, man. Using Eddie Alvarez to take out the 5-star Conor McGregor. I mean, it doesn't really, and knock him out. It doesn't really get better than that.
That was definitely a great performance by Mixups. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we got a couple of. Are we showing the bracket again, or are we just going right into the fight?
Let's go back to the bracket.
Let's talk about the story, how they got here, Balian. How these two got through the tournament.
Back in the day, there was a man named Drizz. Okay, no, I mean Drizz. He came in this tournament as this is what I want to just say, because we had 32 fighters. Obviously, we seeded everybody's numbers 1 to 32. Okay, and at the side of the bracket on the top left-hand side at number 1 was Badinator, and on the right-hand side of the bracket at number 2 was Drizz.
Wow,
so
that's
I want to
crazy.
say shout out to the matchmakers for perfectly
real.
predicting who the best 2 players were and who would be in the final.
Wow.
So they did a great job, which means both guys had similar roads in that Drizz, the number 2, fought the number 31, and then he fought the number 15. And Badinator fought the number 32, and then he fought the number 16. So both guys had sort of an appropriate level of competition to get through to this point. But both guys had to fight old legends to be here. Badinator had a tough matchup with Dirty Dave, who was one of the best grapplers around, and he showed he could hang with him in the grappling, also beat him up there a little bit, and also ultimately 2-0'd that former ESFL long-time competitor, long-time veteran, ESFL Live competitor. Drizz, he had to get past Suave Jamie, who anyone who is watching the ESFL has heard the name Suave Jamie, knows how credentialed and how good that guy is and how long he's been around. And he gave Drizz a serious run for his money. He took a round off him. It came down to a best of 3, and ultimately Drizz was able to come out on top. But now, it comes down to it, it is the number 1 and the number 2 guy going head-to-head for $1,000, Rob. I mean, what are you going to do with $1,000 these days, you know?
Dude, you could go to McDonald's like 10 times for $1,000 these days. So these guys are really motivated, and you could buy like a new system, the other console, go dominate the other, regional scene. I mean, what would you do with $1,000 if you won this tournament with your slick Bailey and jiu-jitsu?
Probably set up another tournament. That's what I do. Put another
Let's
$1,000
go.
Just keep it going forever, like call it out. That's what you should do. But no, look at this bracket, guys. I mean, this is fantastic. 32 players. I mean, this is a big tournament. This requires a lot of work and a lot of effort and a lot of competence from the fighters as well. So big shout out to everyone for being involved, and I hope everyone who watched it today enjoyed themselves. Okay, we're not done yet. We got the final, but a lot of work obviously goes into these events, and also a lot of competitors have to show up and compete. So big props to everybody. We hope you enjoyed it. If you're wondering why we're still talking, it's because they're not in the match yet, so we're still going through it. But if you guys have a fight of the night from that list that you want to pick out, here we go. Oh wait, Rob, so this is the alter ego tournament, right? Who did you put forward from your community for the alter egos?
I didn't put forward anybody from my community.
Oh, did you not do the... Okay, right, well... Because I put Cub Swanson in there, right? Because who doesn't love Cub Swanson? Obviously, he didn't make the final 5, but that would have been nice to see, Cub Swanson coming on through. Is there someone you want an alter ego for that we don't have yet?
That's a tough question. Let's just get another Conor McGregor alter ego. I think we might need one more Conor McGregor. Like maybe the one where he fought the Super Saiyan guy's first fight ever, like first fight Conor McGregor. Give him like a super nasty uppercut when he first bursted onto the scene.
I mean, the problem with this is, like, why would you... We've now got a 5-star Conor McGregor. Why would you play anything less than a 5-star? Here's the 3.5-star debuting Conor McGregor. Like, no one's going to play that one. So once you give someone a 5-star alter ego, there's no point. Alter ego Jacare. That could be fun. Jacare.
That'd be cool.
I like the sound of that.
Alter ego Brock Lesnar versus... Not versus Cain Velasquez. When he won against Shane Carwin.
Shane Carwin, okay, all
perfect.
Right. That's pretty good. He did kind of nearly lose that fight though. He got smashed to pieces.
Give him just 100 block on the ground. 100 block on the ground.
That fight could have been stopped. To be fair, that was a close one. No, Brock Lesnar though, he hung in there. Props to him. He did get that win, so that's pretty good. Brock Lesnar. You think people would you actually, Rob? You don't even wrestle that much these days. You gonna play Brock Lesnar?
Yeah, just grab him. Do one of those crazy punches. Those crazy like straight step-in punches that he's so notorious for, and ragdoll him.
We don't have a prime JDS. That would be nice.
Ooh, that'd be dangerous.
I'd like to see some. There is room. I feel like for new fighters to come in. I know that there are reasons some fighters aren't included, but there seems to be like, if we're getting fighters back from the Pride days, why can't we have Takanori Gomi? Someone like that. Wouldn't that be fun at lightweight?
Cool.
Just some like old school Pride guys that we don't have anymore. By the way, Feck it in my ear is like, yes, lads. He loves Takanori Gomi. But like, I get that we can keep having alter egos, but why not some new fighters? You know, we're all about updating the roster with the current fighters, of course. But there's some old school fighters that need some love. Namely, a guy called Kid Yamamoto. Okay, where is he? Where's Sexy Yama? You know, actually, maybe he wouldn't come in because he's been to, you know, other promotions. But you know,
Yo, we need Frank Mir and we need Randy Couture.
well, you're not going to get Randy, mate. I don't think. That's,
Come on, I want Randy, man.
I could put you to a
He
few.
was in EA MMA.
I could put you to a. Yeah, exactly, Rob. You've just answered your own question there, mate. But look, to be fair, if Fedor's in, anything's possible. You know?
Pride Mayhem Miller would be sick with a bleached hair. Oh yeah, Michael Bisping version. Yes, sir.
Well, that's probably the worst version of Mayhem Miller we've ever seen, is the Michael Bisping version. Sakuraba version. We'll have that one. Machida. I'd be down for a Machida.
That would be good.
Oh
actually.
yeah,
Machida.
let's get Tank Abbott. No,
Yeah.
Don Fry. Don Fry would be a great addition, wouldn't it?
That'd be cool.
A bit of Don Fry. No, there's some
Don
more
Fry.
lightweight guys out there. How about Shinya Aoki? He never fought in the UFC. It would never happen. But like,
I don't even know who that is. Dang.
I need to. You need to watch more. I've done a
Pride.
documentary on Shinya Aoki. I'm gonna send it to you, bro. Like,
Send it to me, man. I need
I
some.
need to do this.
Need some info.
Okay,
Rich
Prime
Franklin.
RDA. Blake Tyler, I put in for Prime RDA. We didn't get the votes, you know, but I was down for Prime RDA. Benson Henderson, he was in the game. He's gone now.
Ooh.
All right, we're ready, guys. Thank you for staying patient. We're ready to go to the finals.
All
They
right.
are ready to pick. Here we go. We got Badinator, Drizz, number 1, number 2. They've come all the way. 32 down to 2. It's down to this. $1,000 on the line. Let's go to the picks.
All right, go to the picks. Looks like the only difference between this fight and the other ones is this one's for the money. 5 rounds instead of 3, right, Bailey? And still a best of 3. I'm pretty sure best of 3.
No.
Yeah?
I think it's a best of 3, but 5 rounds. Yes,
Best of
you're
3,
right.
5 rounds. Here we go. So championship rounds, ladies and gentlemen. You see Badinator locking into Prime 2018 DC against Stipe Miocic, and you gotta think Daniel Cormier is the better pick in this exchange.
No.
No? You think
No,
Stipe's better?
Stipe is my number 1 heavyweight pick. Okay, he has the cardio. He has beautiful boxing. He has a killer
Okay.
straight right.
He's my
The
pick
problem
too.
with decent. What are you complaining about? That?
So the pick, Prime DC. He can elevate. He can
It's
dump.
true. Stipe's pretty good though. All right, we're gonna see.
All right, let's see.
Here we
All
go.
right.
We're locked in. Best of 3, 5 rounds. Plenty of time to play for. Of course, Badinator has got DC first of all. Drizz has got Stipe. Badinator coming forward with that pressure, as you will do with DC. That's something you have to deal with an entire fight long, as that DC player is going to be in your face.
Yeah, I wonder if Badinator is going to like go to the ground, because you know Drizz from watching his boxing, his ability to connect. Like right now, boom, just to surprise his opponents. I wonder if Fade's going to just take him to the ground.
Ooh.
I think he will.
No, what he needs to do is clinch him and then give the underhook and throw an overhand right. He'll probably knock him out. You know, I've seen it. I've seen that. He might.
Yeah, you gotta stop giving these guys tips, because they be listening to you, Bailey, and that's unfair favoritism.
Oh, we're getting it. We're getting it. No, we're doing it.
See?
Here we go. No, the pressure from
Here we go.
Badinator. Doubling up, tripling up on the lead hook. Breaking through that block already. Drizz got to get his feet moving, Rob.
Yeah, definitely. And with this being 5 rounds instead of 3, you gotta, it's a totally different game plan. You can't just unload. Ooh, body kicks are gonna be big. Body shots are gonna be huge in this fight so far. But Badinator keeping that pressure, Bailey.
He's got some good kicks, not necessarily as much at heavyweight, but you do want to definitely make use of the full arsenal, especially if this turns into a boxing match. I always feel like the person who can incorporate the kicking game going to have a slight advantage, but Stipe is a kind of a fighter you can build into. I feel like the longer the fight goes, Stipe is kind of like an attrition fighter, kind of like a Robbie Lawler pick, where you can start chipping away. And you don't need to do a lot of damage. You can do little bits. But that being said, Badinator is the number 1 guy coming in this tournament. And here he is right now, putting it on him. Lovely job right there as well.
Connects. That's a huge uppercut, and then slams him down, but still able to get up with like a late denial there. But yeah, you're right. Miocic is an attrition fighter. Like the longer the fight goes, he's got great stamina. He's got great recoverability. I don't know if he has that recover perk like Dustin and some of the other guys, but yeah, he is great in the later rounds.
If he can start to get some body health off of DC as well, who does have a good gas tank, but DC weak to the body, and we know how good that left hook is. Like, we've seen the game plans for both men in the fights, how they can both win, you know? And that left hook to the body is a high-level move, and we hopefully would love to see it. Hard to throw body shots when your back's against the cage and moving backwards, though. Nice, too. And again, that's a great shot. What you have with Stipe is that banging straight right.
Man, Badinator is swinging for the fences with DC. Good pull counter there, good defense, and you're not seeing Drizz able to connect the same way on his opponents like he was previously on Badinator. Badinator find really good.
Yeah, and Badinator's going first, landing, and then it feels like Drizz is trying to go second, and he's not able to land. Like, Fade's already gone. He's faded out.
Right.
After these shots come in. That was a quick first round, though.
That was really fast.
Probably leaning towards Badinator.
Yeah, for sure. That lead uppercut dropped him early in that round, or at the midpoint of that round. Badinator starting off strong, and Badinator is just, he's him. But Drizz is also him. He's him on the right against him on the left. The two titans colliding right now, guys. And right now, Badinator's getting the better of these exchanges.
Everyone has said that a lot in chat. Both guys have been called him. But this is number one and number two. This is what we thought was going to happen. And here we are witnessing it right now. Lovely roll underneath. Composure is going to be important, you know, for both. Oh, rear uppercut lands to the body up top with a head. Badinator is so good at that, level changing the combinations, especially when they're rocked. Bloodying up the nose, another uppercut. Badinator has been money with the uppercut all night, and this is not looking good here, Rob.
Definitely not. Two power uppercuts with DC. This one goes to the body. I feel like if he would have went to the head right there, Bailey, and it would have been a third rock.
Long straight right, misses there. Roll underneath is really good until you get hit with that uppercut one more time.
Have we seen Drizz like beaten up and not have like an early advantage so far? I don't know if we have.
I don't think so. I mean, obviously the Suave Jamie fight kind of lost in the final round. He was doing very well, but he's getting rear uppercut as well. And just the hand speed of DC that's really helping. It looks like this one's in the bag already.
Dang.
Round two. Badinator takes game number one.
I don't know. Is that the pick or is that the player? We're about to find out in this next fight because, man, those uppercuts from DC, all get the blood splurting out of the face. Absolutely devastating uppercuts. And he landed like 3, 4, maybe 5 clean ones. And it's usually Drizz who's like landing. He almost makes the uppercut look like a looper. Like you said, he's so good at the uppercuts, but he ate his own medicine in that fight.
And it was just so toe-to-toe. And Badinator was always going first and always winning the exchanges. It kind of got to a place where Drizz was, he got knocked out there while exchanging, but he didn't really have an option because he'd been beaten up so many times. You get to a certain point where the only way to stop someone coming forward, you can't move out of the way, you can't block anymore, you have to throw back. And he was getting caught in those exchanges as well. So it goes to show, Rob, I think he needs to start a little bit faster and start threatening and giving him reasons not to come forward. They've switched round now, though. Badinator with Stipe. Cormier now in the hands of Drizz.
Yeah, let's see what Drizz decides to adjust. But Drizz has always kind of fought like that, like off his back foot. He kind of lands perfect combinations, kind of bewilders his opponents with these nice 2-punch, 3-punch combinations off the straight. He lands that uppercut, but man, Badinator just kind of took him by storm that first fight. But this time he connects. Maybe it's the DC diff.
I mean, DC is so good, you know. It's so
this version especially.
He's got power. He rolls underneath everything. There's something about being that low to the ground that really helps out at heavyweight. I don't know what it is. There's the uppercut up the middle, though. Badinator is going to need that because Drizz does level change nicely, but it also lands him right into the uppercut. Bit more space maybe as well, Rob, for Badinator he needs.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe in this third fight, we'll see a DC mirror. But right now, Drizz has to get this win if we're going to get there. And now Badinator going for a takedown, but Drizz able to defend against it, rolls him against the cage, and now throwing knees viciously, but nice defense. Ooh.
Big rear uppercut coming out. Touching with the jab. Keeps level changing, man. You just feel like that uppercut's going to just catch him. Doesn't seem to be in a big rush. Sure. We talked about him needing to start faster, Rob. He's definitely done that.
Drizz?
Yeah.
Yeah, Drizz still kind of fighting off his back foot, though. Badinator kind of still putting on the pressure, using like in and out footsies, and he's just kind of cracking with that straight lead hook as well. So, and then the knee. Badinator's so good.
With all those level changes, I mean, Badinator's obviously going to make those reads. If we're seeing it, you believe Badinator's seeing it. So, timing those level changes with the knees. It just gives him reason not to, and you can already tell he's starting to back up just a little bit, and that's perfect range there for that straight right from Badinator that time.
Yeah, and Badinator is flicking that left stick, or backstepping a bit, you know, putting on the pressure, but not, he's coming in, but he's dipping out of range, kind of making it hard for Drizz to see where he's at, when he's going to be there to hit. Ooh, that's a good shot, though.
I mean, this is $1,000 on the line, Rob, right now. Badinator coming forward, knowing that a win here is going to give him $1,000. You know, the composure required to not, like, slip the controller out of your hands with the amount of sweat on it.
For sure. For sure, it's a lot on the line, and I'm at the edge of my seat. I'm nervous. I can't imagine how these competitors are feeling in there. And it's not just the money; it's everything. You know, it's just kind of, it's like you get awarded for all your hard work that you've put into the game.
I mean, as much as Badinator was starting to move forward in the second half of that round, the damage done early by Drizz still pretty apparent. Like, he is ahead on the health. Wow, that was very close right there. He is a bit of a head on the head health.
Peter, man.
Oh, nice elbow.
The elbow.
Yeah, definitely a nice way to kind of get himself back into the fight towards the end of that round. I'd say it's kind of an even round. Look at that. They're just exchanging there.
Yeah, I think Badinator took that round with his pressure. I think he's up 1-0. A very even round for sure. And here we go. Round number 2. 5-minute rounds, guys. And already Badinator has a knockout victory over Drizz. Drizz desperately needs this win to push it to a best-of-3 mirror match. But right now, every time they're backing up too, Badinator throws that those perfect range pop shots with a straight on Cormier's dome.
Rear uppercut, man, trying to put the combinations together now. Good head movement by Drizz, but it is always ducking. I mean, obviously he's timing the ducks very well to get away from the shots, but that does tell Badinator. The uppercut's there, and he ducked into that one. Had to block up, though. Right hand, lovely work by Drizz. Can he move forward and take advantage of it? Right in the face.
Drizz wants that overhand.
Ooh,
watch out.
On the deep. Man, this is getting intense right now. All the chat
so intense.
Everyone's just like transfixed on this fight, watching what's gonna happen. Can Badinator, who's looked so good so far, stay in the fight? Hits another uppercut, gets an elbow, rocks him, and not going to get the double leg. The takedown defense on Cormier so incredibly high. And now against the fence, who's going to get the better of these exchanges? But on the break, he's still beating up the block.
Yeah, forcing Drizz to kind of back up a little bit, not able to capitalize on that fence position. And vicious body shots. Drizz digging to the body.
Rear uppercut is lovely there. The back step. Badinator probably trying to set that long straight right up. Needs a little bit more space to it. Gets caught on the way in there. Ooh, both guys extending the combinations now, and we know that's when trouble comes out. Badinator just needs this win, but Drizz is so determined to not let it happen, and he's been fighting so well with Cormier. These knees all got blocked that time.
Now Drizz has a little momentum, has him against the cage.
Kind of trapping him there a little bit around the block, and this is the problem. At this point in the fight, you can't just start taking these shots on the block anymore. You're going to have to start pushing forward because they're going to keep chipping you. Lead uppercut 1-2 so quick. The upkick keeps it in it, but that was so devastating. Oh, another right hand.
Nose, cut on the face. Drizz season going hard in round number 2. 1 minute left, 1 minute 14 left, and now Miocic, Badinator wobbling. The knees are weak. Ducks that elbow. Bailey and Drizz on fire.
Surely one more big shot is going to end this. Less than a minute left in the round. Can Badinator hold on? His nose is completely mangled. Trying to throw back bombs, but the block is going down. Drizz has taken some damage, though, and now Drizz is backing up.
So back and forth, so many momentum shifts here. And now the nose busted on Cormier. He's got to breathe. That short-term stamina is going to recover slowly. And Badinator taking advantage of the situation, putting more pressure on Drizz. But the clock is ticking. They're throwing, they're exchanging.
And this is what we talked about with Stipe, man. Like, he's almost like Robbie Lawler in that, like, if it's down to the wire and we're both hurt and we can only throw 1 or 2 punches, Stipe's pretty good in that area, man. He's pretty good at just tagging you with the 2. We're coming down to this moment now, so we'll see as the combinations start to slow down from Drizz. Can Badinator find those shots to keep him in it?
It's going to be very tough for Badinator. Drizz has more stamina in the tank. I feel like he's got more head health, a little bit more block. So if Badinator wins this, man, this is going to be crazy.
Stranger things have happened. Left hook, right hand. And that's having that stamina advantage. Like you said, you can chain those things together. All pull. Slips that too on the return, though. Badinator is still so aware. He must be so desperate to get a finish right now and win himself $1,000. Lead uppercut sneaking in there for Drizz. Badinator doing a better job of getting the distance he needs now. All these shots are landing right at the end of his punches. And he's got the head held flashing, but there's a right hand right there. Lovely work. Gets out of the way of the elbow straight. And then the lead hook sits him down. But once again, the up kick keeps him in it.
Crazy. Hit him with a straight lead hook on the way down. And now you're seeing Badinator just trying to block, trying to sneak out of the way, slipping and ripping, but still coming forward, Balian, and throwing combinations. But Drizz is right there. And the stamina on Badinator is starting to dwindle away as he's eating big bombs.
Right hand, left hook sits him down. I don't know how many knockdowns there's been in this fight. He's got no block. The two puts him out. He turns into a sack of potatoes. What a finish from Drizz. It is one apiece. $1,000 is still on the line.
Dang! And that's what you want to see. You know, I had a feeling it was going to go to a best of 3. These guys are so evenly matched. Both guys utilizing the DC diff. I think we're going to see a DC mirror match, but maybe not. Maybe it's going to be a Neo chick. Who knows? What do you guys think in the chat? But wow, that was really back and forth. It felt like Badinator had the early advantage, Balian, in that first round, but then Drizz kind of rallied in that second round, took some momentum back, put it in his pocket, and started landing those beautiful DC combinations on the inside. Dink, dink, dink.
I think they should just pick Aspinall Jones and be done with it. We'll just see that instead. I think you're right. I think we are going to get the DC mirror match. The 5-star Cormier. It's going to be a fun time. You know, they should really nerf the wrestling of this heavyweight Cormier because his back was so messed up by this point. Remember, he sneezed and threw his back out. And he almost had to pull out the fight because he sneezed. And then he also fell off the stage.
Ouch.
Remember that at the press conference?
I don't remember that.
He fell out of his chair and everyone was like, oh God, the fight's going to be cancelled because we all knew that he sneezed and threw his back out and now he's falling off a chair. I mean, it was fine. I'm just saying, this version of Daniel cannot wrestle at all. So, but it doesn't matter.
Damn, you're dropping the straight facts on us right now, Balian.
My job is just this nonsense, isn't it?
Here we
go, though.
Right.
Already, though, the wrestling, we mentioned it, and, you know, such an advantage if you're the DC on top, obviously, but the get-ups from Daniel are very, very good, so we'll see if there's a movement back to the feet. This is Badinator on top right now, Drizz on the bottom.
This is brilliant. Both fighters get to use... What was that?
Go on. I was going to say, they could have changed shorts or something, couldn't they?
I know. I was like, how do you tell the difference now? The gloves. I was going to say, it's so cool, the way the tournament is set up as he gets a nice denial. You get to see them use both fighters, and then you get to the third, you get to see the evenly matched mirror match. I actually really like it.
Yeah, it has worked out really nicely. I don't think anything has been unfair, and we've seen that it's all on the skill of the player, not necessarily the pick many times. So that's good to know too.
For sure.
Ooh, these uppercuts launching artillery, man, like you said.
Ooh, you see those ones to the body, though? 3 from Badinator. That's cooking Drizz early.
I mean, it's definitely Badinator's best weapon is his uppercut. Anyone who fights him needs to watch out for that in the future.
Ooh. Headshot. Kind of blocked it.
I want to see some jumping switch kicks, you know? DC's got them. Oh, the uppercuts, we keep saying it. We keep saying it, and this is the problem they had in the first of the best of 3. Is that Drizz just let Badinator start to creep ahead too early. He's got to meet fire with fire or stay out of these exchanges.
Yeah, for sure. Badinator's just attacking that body with body uppercuts, and he's kind of switching it to the uppercut and just putting on so much pressure on Drizz, really making him think, is it going to my body? Is it going to my head? I don't know, but my gas tank is starting to get punished.
Oh, look at that head kick up there. Nothing doing, but I like he's mixing it up. Every time he shows him that level change, Rob, the uppercut is like the second shot that comes afterwards.
There's the takedown.
That was so well
quick inside trip.
Yeah, and you know, the speed of those takedowns from Cormier is going to be super high anyway, so it's tough to stop. At the same time, we've got really high level takedown defense, but the timing was there. Way to go by Badinator to win the striking. Let's get a takedown and secure this round. We haven't had to go past the second yet, have we? Even though it's 5 rounds, or maybe we went to the third, but see if this one goes a little further. just attacking the body. I think he just wants to beat it up. And look at the damage, man. You know, those short shots, you might think, oh, it's just pointless. It's not really. You know, you get your GA, but
it adds up.
If you've done a fair amount of damage to the body, especially, then it really does start to add up.
Yeah, for sure. Takes a little bit of the stamina away as well, those body shots. And Badinator starting out really good in this third fight. Another uppercut lands, this one to the face of Drizz. Drizz trying to let those hands go with DC. You know, he's so spectacular with his combinations, and he just cracks them, and he just eats it. Badinator just walks right through that one.
Yeah, it did big damage, though. I mean, that was a great shot by Drizz. It wasn't enough to win the round, though. We go to the second.
This might be the most even fight we've had all night. I don't know. They've all been so good, but this series is so razor close. These guys are so similar in their skill level. I mean, this is such a great matchup here in the grand finals of the 32-man Community Day UFC 5 tournament, guys. Here we go. Round number 2.
Pushing forward still is Badinator. Drizz has to find a way to get himself out of these uppercuts or try and counter them. What would you do, Rob?
Ooh, if I was, who am I?
Drizz.
Okay, I'm Drizz. All right, if I'm Drizz, I am looking for that body uppercut, and I'm going to block uppercut counter as best I can, or I'm going to slip that uppercut and just hope for dear life. Block low, slip left.
The problem is right now, Badinator is putting out volume, and Drizz is not meeting it, and it's just hitting his block. Now he's letting his hands go, but he cannot just let Badinator walk forward and throw combinations. That's much better with those elbows. Give him a reason not to. Starts to take down this time. Drizz still wants to stay in this fight. Framing with the double knees. One of them got through. And no break there as well. That one lands to the head. I love the single collar attempt now. We're mixing some dirty boxing in.
Yeah, Drizz is doing a good job doing some good damage, like in these clinch positions, just a little chip damage, and he's kind of getting ahead a little bit on the head health.
The uppercut there, Lee took. We know how bad that uppercut has been cracking the chin of Drizz. I think Drizz is having a problem because when he goes first, Badinator is just so elusive. But if he waits, Badinator just attacks non-stop. This is good work, though.
The riddle of Badinator.
It's like a Dominic Cruz, you know? He'd make you chase him, and then he'd hit you. And then if you don't chase him, he'd just swarm you.
Badinator Cruz. That one doesn't stick too well.
No, it's Fatty the Batty. That's what we've been saying so far. But this is a good round for Drizz, this round 2. He's finding the mark. He's throwing out the volume at the same amount. He's beating up that block. But it's still anyone's round.
100% Drizz trying to get in there. Nice deny. You see the judo throw. Badinator trying to get the fight to the ground. Boom. Little check hook counter. Lands flush. And now this is anyone's fight. Such an even exchange here. Boom. Left hook lands for Drizzy.
Jab straight. Right behind it. Badinator almost feels like he's taking this round off a little bit, right?
Yeah, it's just like it's very slow paced here. I think both of these guys are very much minding their P's and Q's here. They do not want to lose. They know what's on the line here.
I mean, $1,000 is what's on the line. The problem is you can't hesitate right now, man. You got to just flow. You can't think about that. You can't even really game plan right now. You just got to react and trust in your training and all the work you've been putting in up to this point, because you start to think right now, you might start freezing up and overthinking the situation. Now Badinator coming forward a bit more, putting these combinations together like he was able to in the first round. But the adjustments from Drizz, Rob, have really been impressive. The block gets shattered. But I think Drizz has done a really good job finding a way back into this fight. Beautiful.
100%. At the end of that round, just unloading a nice combination, uppercuts through the block, connects. Ooh, look at that sidestep uppercut. I think that was Badinator. What I've noticed about Badinator too is he's got the ability to fight off his back foot. He like has different approaches. He can like switch it up, come aggressively like you said, and then kind of fight off his back foot. He just has so many different tools. But yeah, Drizz is connecting. He's done more damage. He's landed the better shots throughout the fight.
This has all been about Badinator, but Drizz is leading the head health and giving him all he can handle in this mirror match where we go skill for skill. Oh, left hook though from Badinator. The lead handwork is starting to add up.
And there's going to be a time where those lead hooks are going to be absolutely devastating as his head health starts to dwindle down. Ooh, knee to the body, knee to the body. Drizz on the attack, has him against the cage. He's throwing the 1-2.
Good work, straight right coming out. There's that uppercut again. Needs to be careful, though. Oh, he walked into it. Over swinging with the big hooks, and he gets rocked. Recovered well, though.
It was like a block counter on that left side. Drizz got to be careful with the right hook because Badinator's looking to block counter him. Oh, this is getting intense.
Against the cage right now. Ooh.
Uppercut snaps the head of Badinator.
It is getting tense. 3 minutes on the clock in this third round. There's the level change. Not going to get it. Only that one takedown that kind of threw him off.
That's a big deny right there.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Oh, low blow, low blow, ref. Here we go, still going. These uppercuts, man, Badinator is just swinging. You're right, Rob. If he can time the uppercut, get a slip right hand, man, he can do some big damage.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And he'd stay away from that left hook, too. Badinator's not really throwing too many right hooks.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? They uppercut, so you need to slip. And you don't want to slip into the right hand. Oh, good job with the rock. Straight lead hook. He drops him. Drizz on top. Is this going to be it? $1,000. He's won $1,000. Drizz against the odds. The number 2. It's been about Fanny the Baddie, but it's Drizz who gets the composure win. What a freaking performance, man. He lost that first round, brought it back in the second, and put him away in the third. You have your community champion, 32 men, and it comes down to the number 2 seed, Drizz, man. He is that guy, Rob.
Yeah, we had 2 hymns, but we figured out who the main hymn was, and that was incredible. Drizz throughout the tournament just impressed me beyond belief, and that this fight here, I was like, okay, Badinator's coming forward, he's adjusting, coming aggressively, backing up, he's landing vicious. He landed that vicious uppercut early with DC and had Drizz in all sorts of trouble, but Drizz proved that he could withstand adversity at the highest level, and that highest level was his opponent Badinator, who fought brilliantly throughout the tournament, a monster in the tournament. But man, Drizz tamed Fatty the Baddie. He tamed the great legend, you know. So damn, Drizz has arrived, Balian. He has arrived, the champion.
I mean, when it was down to those 2 at the end of the day, I don't think many people thought Drizz was going to come out on top. Yes, he had beaten Suave Jamie on the way, but Badinator was the number 1 guy. We had this Fatty the Baddie narrative going on all day over at Primetime. They could not stop saying it when he was coming through the early brackets, and he was looking absolutely dominant. He won that first matchup in the best of 3 right there, and it looked like it was going to be domination again, even when they switched picks, you know, and he had Stipe. It really looked like he was going to take that one, but no. Drizz says no. He stayed composed. He figured him out. He found his timing, and he ended up putting him away, Rob. I mean, all the fights were close, but I think the best man won at the end of the day, especially on the night tonight. $1,000 for Drizz, $300 still goes to Badinator as well for all the work he's done today.
Yeah, I can't even imagine how it feels. You know, Drizz is probably just the rush of emotions, accomplishment, just money in the pocket, you know, a little bit of clout. You know, he's on the scene. Everyone's going to know his name. I mean, Drizz is surging right now. So just proud of him. I mean, thank you to all the competitors that, you know, just keep bringing these exciting fights to the audience, to the commentators, to the different promotions. Shout out to Primetime. Shout out to NugsAU, GFC for handing us the baton like we were in the freaking Olympics, you know, the MMA Olympics right here. We all came together as a community, and we put this on for all you guys. I hope you enjoyed. Bailey, always a pleasure. Becky in the back, Boiler, Z, I always have a great time. So thank you guys for allowing me to do this as well. So shout out to all y'all.
Of course, shout out to the 32 competitors that showed up today. Of course, to Primetime MMA, who hosted the first portion of the card as well. And of course, all the ESFL staff to help make this event possible. Thank you to all you guys for tuning in. We hope you enjoyed it. These community events are always fantastic, especially when there's money on the line. You get the best players showing up, you get the best players competing and trying to win that cash, take themselves home some money. And there you go. It's official. Drizz, the UFC 5 Community Day tournament winner. And it is a day tournament. It took all day. And this is where we ended up. Alter egos were great. I love the format. We all had a good time. And I think that's just about it. Shout out to all the leagues, of course, involved who could make it happen. And yeah, stay tuned for our next event. It's coming up. It's going to be a big one, Rob. We've had a great time with UFC 5 so far. We've still got updates and new things coming out, of course. And, you know, it's just been a good time at the ESFL, man. We've done so many shows now.
Yeah, always a great time, and we're just gonna keep trudging on forward, keeping the hype train rolling, and just keep coming up with creative ideas. And I think we got to name a fight of the night. I don't know, Zaina in the chat. Fight of the night is gonna be Suave versus Drizz.
Yeah, I think Suave versus Drizz definitely. And performance of the night, man. I mean, honestly, I think performance of the night there. You gotta go Spooky. With not Spooky. Who was through in there? In the third place matchup. Dex versus Mix with the Eddie Alvarez. The Eddie Alvarez win over the Prime Connor is super impressive.
Oh, yeah.
We'll have the rest vote there as well through. So thank you all for joining us. We appreciate you. And yeah, we will see you next time. Stay tuned. Jump in the ESFL Discord if you want to sign up, if you want to be part of the community, if you want to join a gym, if you just want to get better at the game, if you want to train, go ahead and join in there. And the next event will be announced there. Follow us on the socials for more information. But until then, we will see you next time from us, the ESFL, myself, Bailey, and Bruce Lee, Rob, all of the ESFL staff, Primetime, everyone involved. We will see you in the next event. Till then, have a good rest of your weekend. Take care.